Where does it say the earth is spinning? And don't try to use time zones and seasons as your answer. That has already been more than sufficiently addressed. Time zones and seasons work just as well on the flat earth as they do on the globe. That's not taking God by surprise. But what you're saying is called eisegesis. You're putting your own 21st century scientific worldview onto the text. That's called eisegesis, and it's not exegesis. Sorry, but that's just the fact. There's nothing in the Bible that even remotely hints at a spinning heliocentric globular earth hurling through the ever expanding that even remotely vacuum is void of space. At a spinning heliocentric nothing globular earth hurling therefore, through the ever expanding that even remote vacuum is void of space. At a spinning heliocentric nothing globular earth
and
hurling
let
through
loose
the
our
ever
own mind
expanding
with
even
our
remote
own
vacuum is void of
interpretation,
space. At a spinning
unrelated to the
heliocentric
context of
globular
the Bible,
earth
and
hurling
therefore
through
let
the
loose
ever
our own
expanding
mind
even
with our
remote
own
vacuum is void of
falling
space.
into the category of what we would call the modern day
and hurling through
let
the
loose our
ever
own
expanding
mind
even
with our
remote
own
vacuum is void of space.
falling into the category of what we would call the modern day
hurling through the ever damnable heresy. And I gotta say, it is shocking to hear somebody who was basically one of my childhood heroes, Ken Hovind, now going back on the very thing that he was made famous for. It's taking a stand on the Word of God as a literal source of truth. If you're going to demand that the word day, yom, be literally understood to be a 24-hour time period, but then reject everything else in the creation account that's literal, like the firmament being hard, firm, solid in every language that you look in, that this is true, and that the sun, moon, and stars are placed inside of it. You can't just go make up multiple firmaments, can't.
Hovind theory would be the first heaven is the atmosphere that we're breathing up. Maybe it used to be maybe 10 miles thick, and now it's expanded out to 50 or 60 miles. Who cares? It used to have a atmosphere. I'm going to pick a number and say 10 miles thick, a layer of ice, maybe 3 fingers thick, like Josephus and the Jews taught, have always taught. Then stars with bazillions of stars in it going who knows how far, and then another crystalline firmament. And beyond that, I don't know.
Sorry, Scripture says, King James says,
and God said, let there be a firmament, a firmament, a firmament, a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, the firmament, the firmament, the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so.
Okay, the firmament, a singular. There's nothing about another firmament out there, dude. So what is it? Are we going to take the Bible literally as our source for truth, or are we going to be morons for doing so? In conclusion, I don't believe the Mandela effect, but something has clearly changed, sadly. Back in the day when the person behind the pulpit was preaching that the Bible was the authoritative, inerrant, Holy Spirit inspired Word of God that we could trust and take literally, has changed and been swapped out for, yeah, you know what, it's all just poetry and symbolic and metaphorical simile, figures of speech, and all that, which basically then reduces it to nothing more than a book full of irrelevant topics that we are forced to use private interpretation in order to figure out what it's saying. So the damnable heresy that Michael Rood is talking about is taking what the Bible does say and twisting and grossly distorting and mangling it into things that it doesn't say, by assuming that it's using figures of speech, allegorical language, simile, metaphor, when it may not be, when it could just simply say what it means and mean what it says. And the sad thing is, it was actually Ken Hovind, who was one of the primary influences in my life, who preached that the Bible is true, the Bible is trustworthy, and we can and should take it literally. My, have things changed. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back next time. in the Bible that even remotely
Good day, night, everyone. My mic's working. It is December 17th, 2022, 11:14 a.m. here in Kentucky, USA. And to the best of my knowledge, we still have zero verification of the curvature of the Earth. Many working. All right, now that I've fixed my noob mistake and muted my YouTube page, let's see if anyone else wants to talk. Not many people in here right now. We got F.E. Batman, Carlo Monty, Adam Unsalted is on deafened. So, Batman or Kyle, if you guys want to pipe up, feel free. Or don't. It's your choice. Just enjoying a beautiful Saturday late morning here in Kentucky. Got blue skies. I got a sun up in the sky, whatever it is. One thing I do know, if it wasn't there, I wouldn't be here talking to you about the sun being in the sky. It seems to be the Creator's way of making sure the life goes on here on whatever this is. I'm currently rambling. Anyone's listening on YouTube, you'd like to have a chat about the nature of your reality. Maybe the way that you got taught this reality is not correct. You can open your mind to that. Maybe we can have it.
Good morning, Dave.
Live from Arkansas, it's Helio Skeptic with a 10-minute rant. Go ahead.
I was just thinking about something.
Hold on, I got a phone call. Hold on.
Wow. Well, what do you say? I woke up this morning about 6:30 Central Time. I woke myself up by biting my tongue in my sleep.
Hell,
really hard, man. Yeah, bro. I was like, woke up and like, oh my God. It hurt, man. And
that's gotta hurt. I've done stuff in my sleep, but I've never actually injured myself like that. That's bad.
Yeah, I went and looked in the mirror and it was like blood. I bit it hard. And but anyway, so maybe that's kind of a sign. So what happened when I got up, it was like, man, I'm going to figure out how to live stream to other different platforms. So now I've been working all morning, and now we're on Odyssey. I'm back on DLive. And I'm working on getting streaming to my Facebook group, or one of them at least. Get us back on there too. I don't want to stream on my main Facebook channel, but I have a couple of like 3 or 4 groups that I admin. I want to stream to those.
Yeah, I appreciate all the time and effort you put into trying to get this message out there.
It's like the devil tried to make me bite my tongue. And then I got up and started. You see what I'm gonna do now?
Yeah, that's one way to interpret that. This could be. Who knows?
That's funny.
But yeah, you are. I mean, it's a good idea because we know YouTube is pretty much screw-tube anymore for people trying to talk truth. So the more you can diversify this message, the better. So I appreciate your efforts, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Dave, man.
I wish I had more time to do more stuff, but I come in here and chime in when I can. But you know what I mean.
Hey, I was just trying to find something for the bot to play since nobody was talking, and I found this cool video. Let me share it here.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play it. If anybody wants to talk, just feel free to stop.
This is more visual, so it won't work here. I mean, I guess you can understand the audio, but it's better if you watch it.
Oh yeah, the Blue Man Group on NASA. I like that.
Did you see that one?
Yeah. I'm blue, baba dee baba die. You know that song?
Yeah. Yeah, I just watched that. It was freaking. It's crazy, bro.
NASA can't get their colors straight. They show their true color.
Shining
through.
But yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. Matter of fact, I need to go sub to that guy. I don't think I'm subbed to Confound the Wise. That's a pretty good video.
So you're a few hundred miles southeast of me. I've got a beautiful sunny day. What do you got?
Oh, I am subbed.
Kind of
sunny here.
It's kind of
chill. Yeah, it's cold as shit. Yeah, it's like it's 30. Like, what's the temperature right now? It's 30 degrees. It's cold.
Seems like the Arctic air is kind of dipping down a little early this year. I think January and February are going to be interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, I think this weekend is going to get a lot colder too.
Depends on which way the globe spins and the Coriolis and all that, right?
Might even have a white Christmas. I don't know.
You can never tell it's a spinning globe. It's not going to unpredictable.
Oh man!
The day when you actually go to look for the spinning globe, you can't find it, man. That sucks, don't it?
Yeah.
If you honestly look for the globe, it's not there.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't suck for me. I don't believe it is a spinning globe, so I'm not even looking for it anymore.
I mean, it sucks when you first find out, like, damn, that 7th grade science book and everything. Come on, man. No, why would they lie?
Yeah, I mean, once you figure out that you can't prove it, then you go, well, why would they lie? And so since I can't figure out why they would lie, I'm just going to go ahead and believe it anyway.
Yeah. It's just too big a conspiracy. There'd be millions of people in on it, right, Helio?
Or at least tens of thousands. People work at NASA. People work in physics labs. They prove the globe every day, don't they?
And meanwhile, I can't prove this statement, but the overwhelming majority of the people that perpetuate the globe idea just believe it, just like we did. Now, they didn't verify anything. They just believed the story. Now, there is a small percentage of people behind the scenes, but we won't get into that. But somebody made sure this stuff got into the classrooms and the globe was in the classrooms and all that was a planned thing. We can't deny that, right?
Sure, but I mean, at a certain point, it wasn't that hard, to get into universities and stuff.
Especially you get people while they're young and impressionable and can't, you haven't even had the chance to start thinking for yourself, and you get this globe in your face. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Well, you had the globe in your face on TV or motion pictures when they first came out, in the 20s and shit,
Yeah.
So, and it had that, that whole globe idea. It's a new idea. It's only been perpetuated for the past 100 years.
Yeah, that's one of the most frustrating parts of this. People think we've known this for thousands of years, and it's at best
100
years. Is 200 years old.
Yeah, at best 200 years.
But anyway, we've got a new panel member that might think they live on a globe. Hello, Miggy. I'm pretty sure he thinks he doesn't live on a globe.
I don't know.
What up, Dave?
What's up? You're a little low, Miggy. Check your volume. Is that just me?
No, he's a little low.
I was not talking into my microphone, so.
Little high, little low. Remember that movie? Little high, little low. What was that movie with the little mouse?
So what's shaking? What's going on?
I don't know. We're shaking trees, seeing what falls out.
Yeah, we were just trying to stir the pot in here a little bit, maybe get somebody in here to talk, but no success so far.
Yeah, I just came in to say, hey, I got the D live stream back up, and we're streaming on Odyssey now too. So
How many platforms are we streaming on at the moment?
we're on that alternate YouTube channel, on my Twitter channel, and now back on D Live again. And I just set up the Odyssey channel, and we're streaming there now too. And I was looking at Rockfin. I'm still working on that one, getting on Rockfin.
Awesome.
I know, Julio, you got an email that Rockfin guy, and you have to do a little interview with him or something. I think that's correct. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I went through the little thing, and there's like, give me your phone number, we'll call you. I guess, and it said it's optional, and I said no, I don't want. But and so I don't even know. I'll go back through it. I don't think so. I'll figure it out. And it's like $10 a month, I think.
9 people watching right now.
Yeah. On that, yeah. After my stream came back up, Flat Earth Dude stopped streaming. I was like, man, I was hoping he would have his stream going with us too, but maybe he's busy or something.
As many streams as we can get going, that'd be better.
Yeah.
You know?
That's all right. Maybe he's busy and he'll get it back going again. Because that was cool. Because, yeah, bro, my internet just shit the bed at 10 o'clock Wednesday night. And I was like, and then I called him and they said, okay, well, we'll get something. I mean, they can't do much, for a, individual at 10 o'clock at night. He's like, we'll get, and they gave me a freaking ticket number and said, hey, somebody will give you a call or something. And I didn't hear any. Woke up in the morning and went to work the next day. And I'm like, I can't do anything. I can't meet a technician out there if I'm at work, And so then I got home and I never got a call. And so I called them again. And they're like, oh, we can get somebody out there tomorrow again. So it's like I'm 2 days without freaking internet. And so a guy came last night about 6 p.m. and it was dark. And he ran a new line from the box. And dude, and now I got almost 1,000 megabits download and upload speed. Good to go. I guess it was worth the wait because this is crazy speeds that I'm getting now.
Yeah, Helio, I've heard you say before that if 50 people want to live stream this, you don't care, right? You just get the message out there.
And the content's free too. You just grab any part of it you want to, put it up on your channel.
Well, like if I had a decent laptop, I would have a stream running, but every time I try to do it, I ain't going to get into my laptop issues, but it's a 2018 model. So by this time, can't keep up with all the bullshit that's on the internet. But y'all know what I mean. Yeah, anybody that wants to stream this, we're trying to spread the message. We want people to think for themselves. The more ears we hit, the better.
Yeah, I happen to have I have 2 computers that are the same exact model and maxed out on RAM, but they're old computers too. But the one that does a live stream, I only use it for the live stream. I don't use it for anything else. So that one is pretty much set. So there's nothing that I'm going to do on that computer that it's not already doing. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to mess it up because it's a total. Its function is just to do the live stream. I'm not searching for other shit. I'm not on a different browser. Doing it. I never use it unless it's for the live stream. But yeah, it's an older computer too. You can live stream if you want to. I can help you set up if you want to do a live stream. I think you should be able to do it from your laptop. It's not that old.
Just to get back to the point of why we're here, if there's anybody listening on YouTube, you think you live on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing right now, that's fine. Come in here and discuss it civilly with us. We've got information to share. We just want you to think for yourself. We're not going to convince you of anything. We can only open the door. It's up to you to walk through it, do the work. Okay.
That's right.
Dave ran over. Back to you guys.
That's what we're here for, man. We're here to hold the door open. You just have to walk in. Chad just jumped in here.
Hey Helio, hey Miggy, what's up?
How you doing, brother?
How you doing, Chad?
Keeping alive.
Top of the morning in the UK, Chad. What's going on?
Well, it's
You're
not
in
top
there.
of the morning there. It's
He's afternoon, and it's almost tea time now, aren't you? Go ahead.
Nearly evening now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. It's pretty cold here at the moment. It's all this. The newspaper was saying, how long is the cold going to last? And I thought, well, surely they know what winter is. It's like,
they forget every year that it gets cold.
yeah. I mean, you know, it was the news.
This is news. Like, wintertime it's cold. Summertime it's hot.
Yeah.
Big news.
Yeah, it's. I just wonder. I mean, I have to question whether it's me going mad, but I obviously am going mad. But
no, they're the ones that are in this kind of weird. Yeah, seriously, man. It's like the weather is the big news. So, which the weather is, it's a talking point to kind of get a conversation started, but to be amazed that it's cold in the wintertime, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Of course, all the electric and gas has gone up, huge amounts here. 3 or 4 times the old price. So I just keep one room warm, like just be sensible. Don't have the heating on as much as possible, and just have blankets.
You guys like for heating in England? Do you guys have like natural gas heating for the most part, or do you a lot of people use electric there? Or?
Well, we have gas and electric. To be honest, I haven't got a clue where it comes from. I'm guessing it comes from Russia. But
it's like in parts of the Northeast and northern parts of America, they have a different, some type of, what's the oil? They use some type of oil for, there's different types of.
Yeah, I don't have a clue.
Okay.
Never looked. I mean, I just.
Well, how do you heat your house where you live?
I don't. I just switch the button on. That's it.
You don't know if it's electric or gas.
No, I know if it's electric or gas, but I don't know where it comes from. It just comes through the gas comes through the pipes, electric comes through the wires. I don't know. I don't think about where it comes from.
Okay.
Never had to. Just pay the bills and that's it.
Well, do you have a gas bill?
Yeah, I just do it all by the gas and electric. Just goes out by direct debit on the.
Okay, so it's you probably have gas heating then, if you have a gas.
Oh no, yeah, I do have gas heat. Sorry, I do have gas heating, but I don't know where the gas
that's
comes
what
from.
I was asking.
No, I thought you were asking where the gas came from.
No, I know where the gas comes. I mean, they actually mine the natural gas and they feed it in.
No, sorry, I thought you meant whether it came from Russia or Germany or.
No, that's not what I was.
I thought that's what you were asking. Sorry.
No, that's not what I was asking at all. I was just wondering how most people in England, are heating their houses, because there's different.
Yeah.
What's
combination of.
Yeah, there's different ways people in different parts of the world heat their houses and stuff.
Yeah. Most people have gas central heating. Heating up water, which heats the radiators.
Okay.
It's reasonably efficient, and or just an electric. Sometimes electric, heaters, either fan heaters or oil-filled radiators, or just direct light or something, that sort of thing.
Yeah. That's like where I live. I live out in the country, and there's a huge propane tank out back, and so.
It's not propane which comes through the.
These propane to cook. I in the wintertime, if you turn the propane central heat on, it uses way too much propane. So I'm using electric room heaters instead. It's a lot cheaper. It's not where I live. It's not a very big place, so just use simple electric room heaters to keep everything good to go.
Okay, it seems like it's some sort of methane gas we get through the pipes here.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they
some people use propane, mainly, if you're living out in the country or something where they haven't got mains gas, they'll just like fill up the propane tanks and things.
There's certain places that they mine. Methane is there's different types of gases, but I mean what they call natural gas. It's mined and pumped through and then put in pressure tanks and shipped all over the place. And, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, they used to have just near where I live. It used to have like a huge gas pump. Like a big circular thing. That keeps the pressure up. They don't have it there anymore. Don't know what they use to pressurize it now.
That's as much as I know. I know in the Northeast here in America, they have some type of heating oil that they use to heat a lot of the houses.
They have again in the countryside. They use oil like that for heating. Yeah. Usually, if they're not connected to the mains.
But anyway.
Yeah, the houses they build over here are really poorly made in terms of keeping heat in.
Like insulation.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's
well, they're filling up loads of people's attics and stuff. They're putting stuff in, and like in cavity walls, they're filling it up with foam. But they don't do a very good job. They did mine a few years ago, and hardly noticed the difference. Really, really poor job.
Hey guys, I want to interrupt for just a second.
I was going to say, who are you talking to? I'm going to take a break anyway.
That's a comment thread that I put under that. That Bryant guy, that the physicist or whatever. I put under his video. I mean, people can read it yourselves. I'm not going to read it, but his response is congratulations on being retarded. After I pointed out, just the facts of the natural physics of water, we all know this, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, what were y'all talking about? I'm sorry. I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, this goes more to the point of what I usually talk about in here. Point for point, you'll never get anywhere with these clowns. A debate style is a stance of a defense position. You guys hear me talking about it all the time, and I'm trying to tell you, it's not a defense-offense kind of a tactical debate. It's not a debate. I've been saying this a long time ago. This is what the outcome of that is like. Nuh-uh, you're a retard. Congratulations. Of course.
Yeah, that's all they got.
They want a debate. They want you to get into it. Oh, come to my server. Let's debate. Well, I don't want to because it's not a debate. If it was, then yeah, I would definitely go there and we could talk about. There's certain topics in this world that are debates, right? Let the people decide. You have your points. They have their talking points. This isn't one of those.
Right. When you're talking about concepts, you can debate those. Or I'm just agreeing with you. If you're talking about a concept or an idea, like the globe idea, that was debatable for them, but not for us. We're just pointing out facts of reality. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
No, it's not even debatable for them. It's a self-evident, thing for everyone. So they might think that there is a debate here, but we have to point it out to them that there is no debate. I think the part of like when they come in here with the thing we should be showing them, it's not like, all right, well, tell me how gravity works then. Because you're a glober. Tell me how you think. Newtonian, Einsteinian, and we're already off on the bad foot because we're wanting them to explain what they think gravity is, which is, what we're doing is we're giving them the idea or the platform to tell us, from their position. It's different when they're coming in brand new and you're asking them, what do you think the earth is and why? We're getting to know what they think about the earth so that we understand their position. Different from us, okay, let's talk about Coriolis now. And we explain to them why it doesn't work and so on. That's like you're getting ready to talk about why it's not, why that can't work on Earth. That's different because you're wanting to go point for point, toe to toe with this guy as if they're something to go to toe to toe with, and they're not. The truth of the Earth is like it's a steamroller. It'll just run over every other idiotic idea of what they think the Earth is, and I don't care what they talk about. Doesn't matter what the shape they're, donut or globe or whatever fantasy idea they might think, or something, they come up with concave. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is that you want to pit it against, it's going to knock you down every time because you can't. There needs to be evidence supporting your case, and you don't have that. You have just those stories. You have your theories, ideas. Well, what if hypotheticals? What if it got in a rocket and went all the way up and looked down? And you'd see the Earth as a globe. Yeah. What if I rode a magical unicorn that took me all the way to the top of the Earth and I saw, all the elves and orcs and whatnot? Yeah, it's hypothetical. You can say whatever the hell you want. That's interesting because I can do whatever I want in a hypothetical, can't I? Hypothetically. So that doesn't work. We're working with our known reality. The problem is we got people that want to take you out of reality so that you can say, well, 99.9% of the time I'm correct. But, you got to leave that sliver of doubt when it comes to things in reality. You got to, your reality is supposed to be malleable. How? Why? When I'm talking to you about what I'm doing, that's the thing that I'm doing. If I was doing something else, I would tell you that other thing I'm doing. Why would I not describe to you what I'm seeing and doing with my senses? That is ridiculous. It's insanity. I'm driving in my car right now. I could be taking a swim too. I don't know. Go ahead, Dave.
I just want to back you up. You're hitting the key points of this whole thing. Just they want to keep that ambiguity and confusion in people. They don't want people to clearly, draw a line and this is reality.
And they go fishing. They go fishing in here for the debate. Let's talk about Chad, you missed the conversation I was when I got off of work at 2 a.m. There's a guy who was popped in here and, we started, he wanted to know, he was like, I was a year away I've been a year away from here. And I want to know how the second law of thermodynamics works. You guys say that it, the vacuum of space breaks the second law of thermodynamics. And so he started on and on, yada, yada, barometric pressure. We can measure it with barometers. And we know that as you go higher in elevation. I was like, okay, dude. And he started going on about the vacuum of space and what it is. I'm like, that's cool. All right, Mr. Man. Joe, I think his name was Joe McBro or something. And I was like, all right. So I need you to tell me how that's so, right? When you go higher in elevation, you go all the way to the vacuum of space, and you start telling me, that's fine if you can tell me that there's a pressure gradient and so on, right? That's not the point. You just finished telling us this doesn't work because it's not, the Earth isn't flat, it's a globe. You make these claims, now you're going to have to tell me how you know that. And he stayed silent. He couldn't even answer that. All right, then. So you went silent. I was talking to him. Well, here comes Mr. Joe McWhite-Knight. This other character comes in here because he heard me speaking to him, that I shut him up. And he comes in here just as big and ego and pride and, wanting to talk to me about things. And so he was describing to me how things are and how things couldn't work on a flat Earth. And he's making these positive claims. So I had to tear him down too, because we were starting to get into, because he was trying to figure out, he's being all slick about it, but he's trying to I was like, dude, first of all, I'm going to agree with you. Everything you see, I see, right? We stand somewhere together. You're looking up at the night sky. I'm seeing what you're seeing. There isn't anything different that you're going to see that I'm not going to, well, no, the Earth is flat. I don't see that. No, we're seeing the same things. what do you think the Earth? What do you think the moon looks like to you? Well, yeah, it looks that way to me too, unless you describe it being something other than what everybody else sees, right? So we can all see that too. So the other guy that I was speaking to, not the first one, the second one, started to spiral because we started talking. He's like taking me to look at things in the sky. They usually do this. Well, the stars are in motion, and also the Earth is moving too. And because of parallax, he said, and the unit of measurement for light, which is parsecs, he started to invoke parsecs. Now, if you look up the definition for that, you'll start to see what is invoked there. The Earth already has to be moving. It's got to be in motion in order for you to use that definition for how light travels, like with these stars, to see how far the measurement of the unit of a parsec is. Well, I didn't want to hear it. I was like, I'm not going to talk about this fantasy. Well, you just don't know. You don't want to talk about parsecs because it destroys your flat Earth. I was like, no, dude. I'm not talking about something that's fantasy. You're invoking something that I don't. You know what the crazy thing is? I didn't even look up what parsecs means, but I already understood that from his explanation of what he thinks is going on, he has no clue of what he's saying. He's spewing things out of his mouth that he has no knowledge of. And it was true because I was even asking him, how do you know this? Like, have you done this? Like, what is it? Well, you could just use any simple telescope and look up at the night sky. And I was like, dude, that's dumb. You're freaking dumb, dude. Like, when you're saying this, like, it's ridiculous for me to even entertain you. I don't want to talk about stars. I want to take you to the ground and have you explain to me how the measurement of drop over distance is measured. Now, go ahead and do that. Well, no, but you're not answering my question. You know what they do? It's the same old playbook every single time. I take them to the ground, have them demonstrate to me how they're going to show me measurement of Earth curvature. Well, they scatter like roaches when you turn the lights on because they don't want to face the truth. Because where I'm taking them, nobody has ever brought any information of this because there isn't any. It's Narnia. It's magical land. It's whatever you want, Middle Earth. It doesn't matter. Like, so they want to stay up in their head, up in the clouds and the stars, and thinking they're going to be roaming around up there. So what happens is when they do these little trigger, you don't want to talk about parsecs, it triggers the flat earthers in here. Well, let me talk about the Star Trolls. I was like, no, please. And Clay was wanting to chime in. I was like, please don't go there, guys. Like that. Listen, these guys, they're good at they want to bait you into this useless topic so that you can talk about the sky. No one has any knowledge of the damn sky to tell you any, like, as far as like parsecs and light traveling from stars and suns, and like, you don't do this, man. You're gonna get into the weeds. You're gonna spend. And then Indio was in here before. He's like, there's just like mental masturbation. They love to give these like talking points that have no, there's nothing solidified in it. So if you could see that, like, I was trying to get people away, and Clay he was baited into it. So he was like, well, we know that the stars all moving at the same speed, and the guy was like, I gotcha. No, they don't move at the same speed. No. Let's talk about this. And I interjected. I'm like, no, let's not. And Clay was like, well, but I just want to say one thing about it. I was like, Clay, go ahead, man. Just say what you're going to say, dude. Like, sure. Right after I said that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to predict that after you finish saying what you're saying, Clay, he's going to be like, nuh-uh. And sure as shit, same thing he did. He was like, well, what you're presenting, Clay, is not an authorized video by any source. And I was like, Clay, do you see what this is what I'm saying. The reason his ego, listen, if this guy was a bit humble, I could see how he would, be like, okay, let me entertain this. Let me listen to what you got going on. But he didn't do that. His first inclination was to tell us how foolish we are for thinking the earth is flat. So he was already guarding a position. His ego was just not going to allow any new information to come to his way and him to consider it. I already knew that. Discernment, right? From the very get-go. So you got to break down the ego pride. So there's got to be an ego death before it happens that he takes any new information in. And that has to come from himself. That you can't make him You can't break it down to him and make him feel shamed or whatever, like, oh, you're so stupid for believing the earth is a globe, and think that that's going to get him to realize it. He's going to be like, oh, dude, like the people with no investment, let's say, into the globe, they could probably have their pride and ego like, well, I don't care about the earth, the globe, whatever it is, the truth is the truth. So if you present something to them, they could probably look at it as in like considering, what it could be, the implications of it. But when it comes to these guys, they trigger flat earthers to the point where they just gotta say something. Oh man, let me just say this one thing. I'm like, that one thing you're gonna tell him, bro. He's gonna hand wave dismiss it because he's already like, he just wants to say something against what we're saying. There's no talking to this man. What he has to learn is how he doesn't know anything. His ignorance on the topic needs to be exposed. That's the thing we have to do for these, because these clowns, they're running around here thinking they got smooth brains. So they're going to be talking to you like you don't know what you're saying. And they're going to be degrading everything you say. And like, that's the thing.
Everything, and they get to Prater. Prater avoids it, gets the ball off, and completes to a receiver. That's a heck of a catch by Wyatt Fisher. Stand on your head, Fisher. Nice catch, baby. Wow.
Hello?
I don't even know how Prater got it off to begin with. I don't know.
CB, is he here?
Great.
Hello?
Yeah, you got a hot mic, bro.
Oh, sorry, dude. My bad.
We're hearing your game or whatever is going on.
I went to save a Control D. It's how you like save a bookmark, and it unmuted my mic. I'm so sorry about that.
No, don't worry. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't something that was disclosed, like purchases or anything like.
No. Cincinnati game's on. I'm just throwing it on in the background while I listen. Miggy, keep rolling, brother.
Yeah, no, I'm really exposing like the character types that these clowns come in here with, and it's cool. Some people don't want to hear this, but I tell you what, it needs to be heard, because people coming in here triggering the rest of our community so that we can get baited into these useless topics. And we're just off into the weeds for hours. And this guy who's got a lot of pride and ego was just like, tossing it around here like, yeah, man, you guys don't know what you're saying. I know a lot about space. And of course, we would talk about it, as in if it's lore, right? The way CB said in here, because that's what it is. And they're really anxious to talk about it. So if they can bait you in a conversation about it, then it's a debate. Let's clear the room. Let's have a debate. It ain't a freaking debate. It never has been. We, however, have treated it as such because it seems like we need the audience to listen to good talking points, let the audience decide, and so on. But what happens is that we don't expose the opponent, and I think it's high time that they get taken to the woodshed. And because of the fact that we're going to be doing it thoroughly now, we're going to expose every single one of them because they're all believing a lie. They don't know that. So we have to now point it out to them that it's a lie and then steamroll them over with the truth afterwards. They're ignorant and this is the truth. They're ignorant and this is the truth. They're ignorant and this is the truth. That's the way we're going to be doing it. Like, 'cause it has to be. We can't go toe to toe, point for point. Okay, spew out what you have for 10 minutes. Let me talk about what I got for 10 minutes. No. What is that going to do? Oh, let me rebut his ignorance? For what? Why am I going to get into a conversation with Mr. Sensible if he doesn't know what reality is? Oh, he's sure 99.9999999% of the time. He's sure about it for that much. But that little sliver of a doubt could mean it's something else. Hey, Mr. Sensible, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down? I believe so. I believe so. He believes so, right? He's sitting down. He's telling me he's sitting down, and he believes he's sitting down. What kind of reality are we living in when we can't even say what we know reality is? We can't even agree on that. That is incredibly insane, right?
Yeah. Who is he trying to fool? He's only fooling himself, right, Miggy?
Indeed. Because when we're talking to these types, man, like these characters that come in here, they're all types, right? But they have a very confused state of being, intellectual, because they think they are, right? It's like maybe pseudo intellects. I mean, you want to have like this conversation with somebody thinking that you're speaking to logically thinking humans, right? Critically thinking humans. Hey man, you're smart enough. But what it is, it's not that they can't understand. It's that they're confused about their reality. They're very confused. They don't understand that reality. We can describe it. Hey, you live in a different country than I do. Like, we're describing things when we speak to people because that's how humans communicate. We need that communication bit. But a lot of people that are very confused about their known reality don't have this compass. They don't know. They're very confused. Up and down is relative. No kidding. Well, up is up to me. Looking up, that's up to me. Well, down is down. That just depends on what side of the ball you live on. If you're antipodal to me, that's just it's all relative. But you're making shit up, like this.
Miguel, I want to interrupt a good rant. We do have a new person with no roles.
No worries. The Leon, he's been in there a couple of times. Let me give him the good old unserver mute. The Leon, if you're there, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there? You're unmuted. You have control of your mic, the Leon. Welcome to the VC voice chat. Are you there? Step right up. Don't be shy. That's a good. I haven't heard that one yet.
If I could chime in real quick, I like to look at this place as we're kind of honing the spear to find tip of reality here. Like, there's plenty of places people can go speculate all they want on the internet. This doesn't have to be one of them, right? Here we stick to cold, hard facts of reality. Go ahead.
So, the game plan should be moving forward. Expose them for their ignorance and then tell them the truth every time. Expose them for their... Oh, I think the Earth's a globe. Yeah, you don't have a clue about what reality is if you're telling me that. Because you're saying outside of your perception, the Earth is something. And you have no knowledge of how that is so. You're just told this. So yes, everybody who's a glober right now thinks the Earth is a globe is really in ignorance at the moment. So that's all it is. Call it for what it is. We can't just keep tiptoeing thinking they got good points. They don't. The only thing they can see, here's the thing with the globe. It's truth mixed in with reality, like with what's going on, like truth truth mixed in with deception. So it's truth and deception at the same time. So they don't know. They can't differentiate what is true and what's not. Because some of the true things that's been spoken over to them, we can agree upon, right? How things work here on Earth. But they're attributing those true things to what's not true, which is the theories and ideas of what the cosmos are and how things work outside of our known reality. All the stuff that they tell you is going on up in the sky, that men have landed on Moon, Mars, satellites, and all kinds of stuff in space. That stuff you've been hoodwinked to believe. It's a belief system. It's a religion. You don't know that. So when you come in here, your head is filled with like, you guys are crazy flat earthers. You don't know what you're saying. And I pointed out to you that you're so ignorant about the topic. You're supremely ignorant. So when I start telling you, all right, let's get into what you think's going on, right? Because it's important. How do you know what you know? Please tell me. Go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor to explain to me how you know what you know. And at the end of it, you're going to tell me that someone told you, or you read it somewhere, or Wiki said it, or whatever. Some talking head, or some anecdotal information, right? Some astronaut. Oh, he came back from space, man, and he's really talking about what's going on. Interesting. So you're just going to believe everything that you hear. And that's true. So you guys who are really far into the lore of the whole thing of the globe Earth, you guys have been steeped deep into this, indoctrinated, inured with the information. All you have is your belief religiously into the globe. That is all, folks. That's it. I can mic drop on you guys every time. You guys are all the same, from the guys who consider themselves intellects to the most common. I don't care. You guys are very confused about your known reality because that's what they have done to you. They have thoroughly confused all of you guys. Every single last one of you. There isn't one. And some guy was like, the character that I was speaking to the other day, he didn't even want to say my name. That's how bad he was feeling in this chat. Because saying my name gives me some kind of power, I guess, to him. He didn't, I was like, for some reason it was weird. It got weird, right? Because, I don't know, the conversation come up and somebody says, hey, do you know, he's like, what guy are you talking to? Was asked him, I forgot what flat earther said that to him. Maybe it was Ether. And the guy was like, I don't know that guy. And I was like thinking in my head, why did you just say that guy? I was like, dude, can't you see my name? What's my name? And he's like, I'm not going to say your name. Why do we got to play these childish games? I was like, no. Hold up a bit. Go ahead, say my name. Just real quick. Just see what that does or whatever. He didn't want to. He was like, I'm serious. Like, I don't know if this is like something like the saying my name in this chat gave me some kind of authority or power over him. I don't know what the hell is going on. I was calling him by his, like, the tag name that you have when you come into Discord. Like, you know, I'll say CB or Dave Hinkle. I don't know what their real name is, but just saying whatever my tag name is, he couldn't even say that. As if in that's going to give me some sort of, I don't know, power or authority. I don't have no idea.
Dude, that's just a sign of ultimate salt. It's like if you go to dap someone up and they just like, they don't want to dap you up. Like, okay, salty. You're just salty, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was like ultra salty, man. Like, he didn't even want to say my name. It was like, why would I do that? It's so childish. What are you guys on about a name? You're like, dude, because you're making it weird. You're making this so weird right now. Like, right. I can't
it's
even.
It's not like you're asking him to call you daddy or sir or your majesty or pronouns.
That's exactly. I think he was trying for me to address him like, you must address me as Miggy. Like, no, dude, it's like, what's my tag name? Why won't you say it? Like, it's just weird, right? Isn't it weird? Like, somebody's just like so adamantly like not wanting to do that. Like, it's not like one of the, it's just strange anyway. Like, it's almost like a strange behavior that somebody's doesn't want to address you as what your name is. Anyway, not that it's like, I wanted him to say it because I was like, why aren't you like, it was like, it bugged me. It was like, you know, the way I am is like a dog with a bone. Until you do the thing, I'm like gonna find out that you're a pretty strange person for you to like have a conversation with somebody and not be able to address them as whatever their name is, you know. Unless it's super like idiotic or something, or it's derogatory. Maybe that's the only reason why you wouldn't say it. But other than that, if it's just like a normal like name or whatever, I don't see the issue with that. At any rate. He's like, I'm not gonna say it. I was like, well, okay. Well, I'm not gonna have a discussion with you because you don't want to think that people are people anymore. And so you just devalue everybody because you just want to. You're entitled. See ya. So he was gone. I don't talk to entitled people. People that are just like, okay, yeah, whatever your name is Miggy. I don't care. Like, that's fine. But when you make that a point, nah, you got to go. You're way too entitled to be in a place where people are having logical discussions and intellectual debates. And, you know, well, this isn't one, but like if you think that you're not going to describe somebody or whatever, like address them, then you got another thing coming. You don't even have the common decency to do that. Then you got to go. So, yeah, he left. I booted his ass. But if you don't even have the common decency to address somebody by their name, then you got to go. That's just like, I don't know, it's courtesy. Like, hey, how you doing? I ain't talking to you. Like, you know, that's weird, right? Like, why would you jump into a VC and then you just act weird? Anyways, the point is these guys, the whole thing he was doing was white knighting for the character before him, Joe McBro. So going back to him, he's like, man, if you guys don't understand parsecs, that's just so simple and everybody knows what parsecs are. And it's like, if I just barely know a little bit and you don't know it, then what does that say about you guys? And I'm like, hey, stop being dumb, dude. Like, just because people don't know your fantasy doesn't mean that they don't know things. It just means that you're more ignorant about what truth is in reality. That's it. And second of all, I told you how to bring some measurements of Earth's curvature because your pride and ego started to get really puffed up. So now you're going to do that. Or I demand the evidence because we were talking about other things, but you want to act like you know what you're saying and that we are living in fantasy land. Now we're going to demonstrate how you don't know anything. So I took him right into the place that he can't describe. And the thing is, he wanted to escape. Oh, he was struggling. He was like, well, I just want to, like, how come you guys don't want to talk about what, you know, that the parsecs and the light coming from stars destroys flat Earth. And then you got these trigger words that he says. And flat Earth was like, ooh, me. I want to talk about, and like, guys, man, just like freaking bait, man. It always never fails. And I just like, I kick back, dude, because it's like, go ahead, man. Have at it. Enjoy your conversation about parsecs and whatnot, because I don't want to deal with that stuff. Like, not gonna. All that stuff is lore, and if you want to talk about the freaking lore, then you're just gonna be jerking each other off. And it's hard to say. That's it. It's like they're not gonna come to a point where they not know what they're saying, because I'm pretty sure they're some of these are gassed up by the lore. They got their playbook, they got their wiki, everything's on their side. They could just rant on about the lore. It's not gonna get us anywhere closer to the truth. That's just going to have us telling. They're going to go, this is the lore. We're going to be like, nuh-uh. And then we're going to tell them about what's really going on. They're going to be like, nuh-uh. And they're going to tell us more about the lore. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what a debate is. Exactly what it is. Here's the lore. Nuh-uh, we say. And then we're going to tell them what we say. And then they're going to say, nuh-uh. And it's just back and forth, nuh-uhs. That's, we're not getting, no ground is being covered there. It's what a debate is, man. And if you don't believe me, go watch a debate. Go see what happens in a debate. Okay, Mr. Guy, you got 10 minutes. Go ahead and tell the other guy. And the other guy is waiting to tell the other guy how he's wrong. He's wrong. And then the guy comes in here and you give logically consistent points, right? Flat Earth side. And the other guy is, well, let me tell you how he's wrong. Well, first of all, let's go to the wiki. Like, it's so stupid, dude. And then I think it's just entertainment. It's really what it is. But it's not getting the clowns to realize they don't know what they're saying. Go ahead.
Just to back you up real quick, I just wanted to highlight how just on an individual level of just being a human, the first steps you have to acknowledge that you really don't know anything. We have to get these people, especially new people, to the subject. You don't really know it's a globe. It's just a fact. It's a cold, hard fact. And a lot of people don't want to face that. But go ahead. I just wanted to throw that in.
You're right. And I think this is the part where we're getting them to, because like the introduction of new people that come in here, you want them to tell us, like, what do you think the Earth is and why? Give us, shining examples of what really captivates your mind into this like idea. So the conversation is, tell us what you think. Yeah, go ahead, let us know. I don't care, just tell us. Speak it from like the most staunch position you can, like, you know what I mean? Say it with your chest, stand on 10 toes, whatever it is that you want, but say it. Don't come in here saying things like, well, just in here, I just want to listen to you guys. I hate that. Like, you come into the VC, this is a Flat Earth and Discord, 24/7 even. And we want to talk about the shape of the Earth with you, about what you think the Earth is. That's the point. Not in here just like to chat it up with just like, this forum was designed for that. It's so that we can get to the root cause of why you think what you think. And that being the case, that you think the Earth is a globe, or concave, or simulation, or donut, or dinosaur, or whatever. We want to hear the nonsense so that we can talk about how you don't know anything afterwards. Then we'll tell you what the truth is when you're ready to know that you've conceded, right? I don't know. When those words come out of your mouth, it's like you signed the check. The deal is done, right? Put a fork in him because he's done, baby. Like, that's what we are when we hear you concede. It's game over. You got no more rebuttal. You've exhausted everything because you just said, I don't know. Or you know what's even better? When you say I know 99.99999%, it equals the same as you don't know. So You don't even have to say you don't know. You can just say, I know 99.99999%. For me, that's a concession. That's you don't know. And I can say that with 100% assurance, guys. Every time I can say it. Because I would say, well, that sliver of doubt that you have, because that's how science works. I'm going to tear you to shreds because that's easy for me to tell you, well, it could be something else, right? You just said it's a globe Earth, but you could be riding on the back of a platypus. Who knows? With your idea of it could be something else. You have no knowledge whatsoever. And all of your knowledge claims, I'm going to hand wave dismiss. Because you gave me the right to do that with your 99.999% garbage dumpster fire. Because that's all it is. It's a dumpster fire of confusion. That's all you are. You're just very confused about your known reality, and you're coming in here saying, hey, man, you're wrong, because that couldn't happen. Flat Earth just wouldn't work. Yeah, but you forgot. You just finished telling us you don't know anything. So how are you telling me that I don't know this when you don't know? That's a mystery. So I will expose you characters every single time. So you have no knowledge on anything. So you know what? It's kind of like there's no room to escape. I'm giving you no quarter when you come into this chat. You're going to tell me about what you don't know first. I'm going to allow you. I'm going to give you the floor every time. Tell me. Go ahead. Let me know what you think the Earth is. And then I'm going to ask you how you know that information. And if it comes out that you're like, well, Joe Blow just told me, or I heard it from Sally Sixpack, whatever, I don't care. Then I'm going to say, look, yeah, did you verify any of that stuff? And when you start to say things like, well, I didn't do that. And, that's the way it is. That's how science works. Then you're done because you don't know.
Well, if my mic's still working, good rant, Mickey. I agree. They just don't know. You have to realize, your first step of this whole process for anybody is you have to accept that you really don't know. And these guys don't want to do it.
Most of the time, what happens is that these character types, they come in here to trigger flat earthers into a conversation so that they can debate with them because they want to do that. And the flat earthers oblige. All right, let me take up your Pepsi challenge. Let's do this thing. You tell me what you think your best points are. I will debate you, sir. Well, okay. Go ahead. Audience will probably be entertained for whatever, an hour and a half it takes for you to say, at the end of all that, yeah, but you guys are wrong. And then you'll feel satisfied because you've gotten your piece out, everything that you wanted to say. And then let the audience decide. But at the same time, that does bring around, let's be real here. It does bring around a few converts into the flat earth because they hear the nonsense. That's just being real. But it doesn't expose the content the person is saying, as in they don't know what they're talking about. It just means your talking points or something that you know what you're talking about. So the way it should look, right, is that when you speak, there isn't anything else. It's only the thing that's the truth. But when we give them a platform to have a debate, now it's your truth against their truth. Your truth, his truth. Your truth, his truth. And then the audience is like, oh, well, I like this guy's truth. The flat earther is really on point. I'm going with that. That it does, like I said, it does bring around some converts. We're not saying that's not effective, but it doesn't expose the other opponent side who is coming in and saying you guys are wrong. It's only giving somebody to think something great, as far as the truth goes. But the people would see it as in, well, that's your truth. And that's how you see things. And I'm not going to deny there are some flat earthers who still would think that truth is subjective. Well, we have our truth, don't we? This is flat earth. It's our truth. But they have their truth, which is a globe. No, it's not truth. It's 100% a deception, and they believe religiously that they think the earth is a globe. Every time. Every single one. All of them. And like that's not going to ever change. So moving forward, that needs to be understood. A debate is like your truth is your truth, his truth is his truth. This forum is we're going to expose their ignorance, so there isn't any other truth to be looked at except for the one we're talking about, which is the description of the self-evident knowledge that the earth isn't what they've been telling us what it is. Self-evident. It's not doing what they say that it's doing. Hasn't been measured, hasn't been observed to be doing what they're saying it is. Therefore, we can say with all assurance that it's not what they're saying. They are ignorant, and so that needs to be exposed, and then the truth needs to be hammered into them, because that is the way it should go. There isn't any truth doesn't have a rival. It does not. When it does, then we're doing it wrong, because now we're giving them like, okay, I said my 5 minutes, you give me your 5 minutes. No, they don't have that. They're going to give you Narnia. They're going to give you Middle Earth and how it works. That's it. And then you're going to have to go into why it doesn't work point for point. And good luck. I mean, if that's what you want out of this whole movement, then you'll get what you want, because you'll have the 3 or 4 hour, like, where everybody's pulling up a chair. You'll see a really good fight, a really good knockdown slugfest. Point for point, right? Intellect against intellect. And that's not the case. They're ignorant. They don't know that they are. And I'm going to keep exposing them every time they come in here. Mr. Sensible, it was all too easy. It was so easy. He hung himself. He did the work for me. I didn't even have to get to the point where I was showing him all the points that he was talking about, because he's like, are you sitting down? I believe so. This is easy. Then that means you don't know anything about your known reality, because it's just, that's not how science works. And then you self-contradicted yourself when you said, well, we can know that spectroscopy is 100% sure that it works because we know how spectral lines work. Well, you just, the whole time you were in here saying that that's not how science works. Well, this is how it works now. We can be 100% sure, but the other bits that how science works is not, we can never say we know things to be 100%. He's confused, ladies and gentlemen. So all we get is people that are coming in here who are ultimately confused about their known reality. And when we start talking about it, and then it makes more sense to us, we understand why. Because this is how indoctrination happens. You can't get indoctrinated if they don't show you how you can't describe. Listen, this is just the old, it's a revamped, kind of refurbished, however you want to call it. Like it's the same old thing they've been doing a long time ago with hierarchy systems. The top people will tell you you can't understand anything. The people that don't know how to read and write because you guys are ignorant, and we're telling you how your world is. So take this as understanding, and then just adopt it into your worldview. And that's all that's happened. Because the people that come in here, they tell us that. Yeah, thank you for that. And Helio, if you do that, it's 4 hours and 6 minutes into the live stream. That particular live stream, 4 hours and 6 minutes when he starts talking. So if you want to clip that whole part out when I had a conversation with him, then it's clear to see. He's an individual, I would say, and people want to have a debate with this guy. And he's got a YouTube channel, and so does Bob the Science Guy. I've talked to all these types, Danny Faulkner. It doesn't matter who these characters are. The bigger they are, the more I want to have that conversation with them. Like I would every single one, because of the fact that they're into this ball religion, and they're professing it as it's something to know. When in all reality, when it comes down to like, okay, it doesn't matter, because you can talk about like the guy who was in here talking about parsecs and light and that, and because that destroys flat Earth, and that's his words, that destroys flat Earth. The reason why I didn't want to talk about parsecs, he's telling me, is because it destroys flat Earth. That's why you don't want to talk about it, because you know that it's going to just end flat Earth. And I was like, no, that's not why. That isn't why. Because if you look up the definition, you have to first accept that the Earth is in motion. You have to accept that before parsecs becomes a unit of measurement for you to even look. I was saying, I'm being honest, I didn't look into the definition. I already knew that talking about how something works in the cosmos, as in a definite, this is how it is, that's showing me that that's ignorant. They don't know. Whoever came up with this unit and said attributed to the light that we see up in the stars, they're giving their theory, and there's not anything to be backed up by like real evidence of us finding out like how this works. So it's a story, right? It's more of the lore, and I didn't want to talk about it. And he's like, well, I know why you don't want to talk about it. And what happens, because I say that, it will start to rub the people in the flat earth community the wrong way, because they were like, well, why can't we talk about parsecs and things like that? Because it's fantasy. If you want to talk about fantasy, there's other forums you can go to. Because listen, our speculation, we preface our conversations with that, because we can have those talks. It's great to have that. Our speculations are just that. But when they get into like, this is how reality works, now they're making claims and they can't back it up. So they're not telling you that these are their speculations or parsecs or what they think no, they're saying, because these guys are like, even the theories, even the people that probably made that theory, are saying like, well, this is our best guess. But this other guy is taking it on as truth. Like, this is what it is. Because he was saying this information destroys flat earth. So they're not looking at it like as in the way the guy, whoever came out with that unit of measurement, was like trying to make it sound like it was a matter of fact kind of thing. Like, oh no, this is how we know how far away stars are. So it was a matter of fact statement that he came in. And so we're going to be dealing with these guys on a different level than, let's say, the guy who even proposed that theory. Because the guy who proposed the theory would probably tell us, that was our best guess. Usually the science communicators, they have to stick to what they put out. So if they put something out where it sounded like, they just made it like it's my theory, is what I was working with, then it's a little bit more kind of like on the side of like, they didn't make a definitive claim. Like, this is how it all is, it's not an is like what is statement. It's more like a what I think it could be, suggestive. But that's the way they don't understand that. They can't understand the differentiation from like this guy claiming that he's thinking this way to like what actually reality is supposed to be. So they're just like matter of fact following. And I said, this is what happens usually in these conversations. These guys don't know the difference between some, like, we talk about theories and that. Like, they don't know that some guy was just proposing their ideas and like, hey, what do you think about this? Right. And so other people are like, I don't know. It could be, might not be. But that's not how these guys are taking it. Coming in here, they're standing on the fact that these guys were saying statements about reality as true. So they're going to rebut anything you got to say as like, you guys are crazy. Like, no, we don't know. We know that parsecs give us the measurement of light from the stars. So we know the distance from the stars, and using parallax, even better, right? Because we're moving and also the stars are moving. So we know, like a moving car, that, you know what I mean? Like, so there's, they're confused, and so they don't know that. And so more often than not, we're just going to get into like a point for point discussion. And like I said, like, if you don't believe me, then after an hour and a half to 2 hours, when they hand wave dismissed everything you said, then you're going to be like, damn, how come I can't get through this guy? Well, I can tell you why. Because he's thinking everything he's looking at is a matter of fact. And that's why. And everything you're saying, because what's this fringe flat earth thing that you're talking about? Because, yeah, that doesn't work. Where's your concept? Where's your model? Go ahead and provide that to me. Oh, you don't have it? Oh, off you go then. Like, they don't want to hear. So that's what we're dealing with at the moment. And that's why they hand wave dismissed. But like I said, I'm showing you that the reason why they're going to keep doing it. They're just going to keep doing it. So they don't know they're ignorant. Hey, howdy, hey. Got Amish Professor in the house. What's up, Amish? Adam, what's going on, bro?
Hey, just lurking for now. I might be active later, though.
No worries, bro. Got Elijah, are you working today?
He's working and playing Call of Duty at the same time.
Yeah, I'm actually playing Call of Duty.
Told you.
I'll probably go to work later.
That guy must be good. You must be good at Call of Duty by now, man.
I actually am. Yeah, pretty good.
You got like a top clan or something?
We do good when we do good, but the guys haven't played lately. Yeah.
Remember, no noobs. No noobs in your
like,
clan.
Yeah. I've been like checking out these like dating apps and shit, and it indirectly made me realize like, yo, there are people fucking everywhere. Like we think because we're programmed that YouTube is it, you know, Discord is it. These places that we actually can't talk is it. But the interesting thing about people is they'll find a place to talk. And I didn't know that there was such a live stream community. I guess obviously because I watch YouTube, I saw, but I just always thought about it in terms of YouTube or TikTok. But there are people that stream on these websites that no one even knows, and they have like thousands of viewers. And it's like, who the fuck are these people viewing these people? I got on Bigo, and I had like 80-something people in like 10 minutes. It was my first time streaming. And so I just think it's interesting. And I'm wondering, like, you know, what kind of audience, like if I fuck around and end up having like a follower base of like 500,000 people, just not on a mainstream platform. But is it not still 500,000 people? You know what I'm saying?
It's still a platform, and you're reaching to many different people. So there's Indio. What's up, Indio? Sorry, Elijah.
What's up, man? What's up, Elijah?
Hey, do you know that parsecs? You know that parsecs destroy the flat Earth, Indio? The unit of measurement for light for the. No, man, this guy is like coming in here. He's like, dude, that just. Yeah, and he's like, I have very little knowledge of this, but if I had more knowledge, you guys would be destroyed. He said.
He globe smacked the fuck out of Miggy. Miggy said, "What's your proof for curvature?" And he said, "Parallax and parsecs."
You were here, weren't you, Red Eye? Nice.
I heard part of it. I tuned it out because I was just so tired. I've been sick the past couple of days, and I heard that shit, and I was like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?"
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Well, it was quite of a rant, but you know, the guy was like, "You guys would be destroyed." I mean, I didn't want to go. Trust me, man. I was really not wanting to talk about that, and he just
crazy, and he didn't even know what they are.
No, he went into, I guess, his very vague knowledge of it, you know, basically saying that I don't, because he admittedly said, you know, he didn't have too much knowledge on the subject, but what he was saying about it was that that's evidence that we are moving. That the Earth.
He doesn't know what he's talking about, though. Listen, some of these guys, like, they watch Discovery Channel documentary and, like, fell asleep halfway through it, and they just come in here and say random words that they think sound smart. It's crazy.
Parsecs is an unit of length used to measure the large distances to astronomical objects outside of the solar system, approximately equal to 3.26 light years or 206,000 astronomical units.
For sure.
I.e., 30.9 trillion kilometers.
I love it. Yeah, for sure, Jimsy.
Sounds sciencey.
Yeah. Well, science, bro. Do you science, bro? Like that's
Bro, 30.9 trillion kilometers.
And if you go on the wiki page for Parsec, right? Apparent parallax motion of near star. Dude, like listen.
You're cutting out, India.
Oh, Hold on.
No, he's not. Is it?
Oh, maybe it's me. My bad.
I don't hear him cut out, Red Eye.
Okay.
I don't.
Internet.
Yeah, it's me. My bad. Sorry.
Okay. There is no parallax. It's created. Okay, so they have a theory, right, that the Earth is in orbit, right? They don't actually observe like a shift in the stars.
That guy did.
Oh, but no. That shift is created mathematically. It's not created. It's not observed. It's because we're in an orbit. If we see the star in the same place, it must have shifted. You understand?
Oh shit, that is wild. Wow. More nothing happening, meaning something happening.
Exactly. And they say it's because of the motion, right? So this is the whole Aries failure, that deal, right? So if we're on one side of the orbit, we're approaching the light at one angle, and if we're on the other side of the orbit, we're approaching the light at another angle. The same way as if you ran in the rain with an umbrella, you'd have to tip the umbrella ahead of you because the rain is in funk. What the hell is that shit?
It's Elijah. He muted. It's all good.
Oh, who's playing with a toy? That's like sounded like that.
He's getting a call. It's a business call. That's his business ringtone.
It sounded like the toy you had when you were a kid, the one that like has like a little bell thing inside of it. When you tip it over, like kind of makes that weird sound. It sounded like that.
An 80s toy.
Yeah, like some 80s toy or whatever.
Hey, so you know that the stars are shifting and moving because you don't see any shift of movement
exactly
out of place.
Exactly. Yeah. But we know there's an orbit, so it has to be.
The guy was on about it, like, but what okay, so he was saying, well, why do the stars seem like we see different stars when we're in different places on Earth? And I'm like, because you're somewhere else. Like, I mean, what you see different stars and different. I was like, think about, and we got into perspective a little bit, right? But of course, that for some reason, like even the most basic way you can explain that didn't even resonate with him.
But if
at all,
flat, we would see all the stars.
What's that, CB? You're coming in low, bro.
Am I? Oh, okay. You know how they say, well, if it was flat, we would just see everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah, he was making. I think he was leaning towards on a flat. It wouldn't work because on a flat Earth, and they're describing what flat Earth would look like in their mind. I hate that because I kept telling him everything and I said this. I preface the thing. Everything you see, I see too. There isn't anything different. So why would I? If I'm telling you the Earth is flat, like I'm saying I'm seeing everything you see. It's now going to be that doesn't work on flat Earth. Like, how are you saying that? Like, I'm just telling you everything I see.
I'm glad you've been driving that point home because I've been doing the same thing, ringing the same bell. We see the same thing, guys. So relax with this flat Earth straw man.
Yo, whenever they say like, "Oh, that can't work on a flat Earth," just ask them to prove it, because they just say it. Like without any basis for it. Okay, why can't it work on a flat Earth? Because it can't. Because I said so.
Right, that's usually what it boils down to. Just because I said so. Because the silly flat Earth that I picture in my head doesn't work. So you're wrong.
Like, look at the moon. See, flat Earth doesn't work.
Like, oh wow, never thought to do that before.
Oh my God! Did you see that cancer freaking video, man? It was posted in the admin chat. Oh my God. It's kind of a new one. I think it came out like a week ago. It's some title of the video is a question. The question flat earthers hate or something like that.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's the title of the video. Hold on a second.
I'll tell you what we got a wave of propaganda headed our direction. So you guys better buckle in because there's I think there's a group of people with I guess they're called Dear Moon, average Joes going to space and whatnot, and I guess they got clearance to go take a rocket ship to go around the moon and whatever. This guy was ranting about it maybe a week ago or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that in
a whole prediction. It's
Yeah.
gonna be an accident.
They're gonna explode in the.
There's gonna
The
be an
martyrs-
accident. It's gonna set it back another 10 years.
Martyrs for
But
truth.
I'm happy that the let the propaganda come, because the propaganda is the only teacher to those who want to learn. Like it's literally the teacher for your enlightenment. Because I was just watching this really goofy video. So there's like this whole high profile trial between Tory Lanez and the state of I think California, if I'm not mistaken. But it's really Meg Thee Stallion. And I've been following like all of the trial stuff that's been coming out and all of that. And then I happened to stumble upon this video with this goofy music. And I'm like, oh, where have I heard this before? That's right. And all the authoritative content on YouTube from these, now fake independent journalists that play that goofy fucking music. The same shit that Simon Dan does in his videos and everybody else does in their videos when they're debunking something, playing this goofy ass music in the background while using ad homs, baseless assertions, and yada yada yada, and appealing to people's feelings and shit. And I'm like,
there's one we have to start calling out, Elijah, because it's like I posted that video I'm talking about. It's called "How to Silence a Flat Earther." So the thing that one of the things they've been doing, and like they've been doing it a long time. I just never clued in on it for some reason, because they use so many tactics. It's hard to like focus in on one of them. Usually focused in like the straw man and like appeal to authority and all those fallacies. They use the poison the well fallacy, right? Where they start off, and this particular video does it, where he starts off slamming flat earthers, saying flat earthers made like that on Facebook made these absurd claims, right? And then he goes into his proof, right? So first he poisons the well, and then he goes into his evidence of the Ursa ball, right? We spent like 5 minutes poisoning the well.
I kid you not, that's exactly the take that I got from the video I was talking about. Like my comment that I left, all of the fallacies that I listed and I forgot. The main one being poisoning the well. And that's what they all do. They poison the well by giving you the narrative of the person that they're tearing down, even though it's not really a narrative from that person. There really is no person. They're using a stereotype fallacy on top of the poison in the well fallacy. It's crazy.
Yeah, this video is so. I might actually make a video. Destroy.
Is that good? Damn, India, you've never been provoked. Listen, man, you've never been provoked to do something that, like it had to have been so cringe.
Yeah.
So freaking like.
Because this moon thing is just, I'm sick of hearing it. It's just so dumb. The moon, first of all, why the moon is, Professor Dave did it, right? Why does everybody see the same face of the moon from everywhere they go? Why is it always round? And this guy said something so dumb. He said, nobody sees the side of the moon. That's how we know it's a globe and that the moon is 300,000 miles away or whatever it is. That statement is so fucking dumb. Well, the moon can be any distance away, right? It could be twice as far and twice as big, or 4 times as far and 4 times as big, or 1,000 times as far and 1,000 times as big, and it would look the same. So to say that's how we know the moon is X amount away, no, dude, just no. But that's something that's so basic, right? That all the observations of all the celestial bodies, they can be double the size and double the distance, because they scale, right? The angular diameter scales with the distance. So if you just double the angular diameter and double the distance, it looks the same. This is the way, perspective works. But to say that's how we know the moon is at that distance, and this can only work on the globe, it's just bad. It's just preposterous. It triggered me, because if you read the comments, and there's thousands of comments, there's 73,000 views on this video. And like, I'm like, I can't believe it. Like,
check this out. Here's the thing. Like, have you been following the whole Twitter FBI thing?
the Twitter what? The Elon Musk freaking Twitter file shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Here and there. Like I check it out. I skim through it. I'm not like deep diving into it.
So we always understand that they always have a narrative around some information that's been exposed. So you never go for that. But the main thing is, what we know is now is there's literal evidence for what we've always known. So you know how in Discord people have roles, and it either grants them permissions or it restricts permissions. And what they can do on in this Discord channel. Well, that's exactly how Twitter works. Like, if you're an administrator or something like that, or a moderator for Twitter, somebody that works at Twitter, and you're looking at accounts, you can basically put roles on them that limit their visibility on the platform.
Yeah, I saw that. They had like little flags, man. Like, you know, it didn't explicitly say shadow ban. It said things like de-amplify. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does de-amplify mean?
Is that not Glober shit, if you've ever heard it in your life?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the whole point is, for all we know, there could really be like thousands of people watching the live stream right now. That are maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you got a point. You got a point. There could be thousands of people watching. We could be getting thousands of likes.
You never know.
Well, there's no doubt that this server got suppressed. We had 1,000. Okay, so we were like, it was slowly progressing. The number of people that were joining per month went from like 800 to 900 to 1,000 to 1,100 to 1,200. Then boom, it fell off a cliff, and like 100 people, or like it went down to like 200 people joined in a month from 1,200, and it stayed at that level, that 200 a month level, from climbing after climbing for 3 years straight. It just dropped to like 200,
and then it
stayed there.
That happened across all platforms.
Exactly, and it happened like simultaneously because it happened on YouTube. Helio subs stopped going up as rapidly. I noticed all this stuff. It was like, it was on Twitter. I don't know. I've been like spamming the shit out of Facebook lately.
Facebook is also dead. Facebook is taken over by whatever agents. I don't know, man. It's really weird and spooky on Facebook because it's like Jim Panda servers. You have these groups pretending to be like Flat Earth groups. Like, there's specifically one called Flat Earth Society, but all they do is poison the well and do exactly everything that we just described. Like, every time a Flat Earther tries to ask even a reasonable question or answer someone reasonably, it's like 10 trolls on them.
So check this out, this video I posted, right? So he starts off, he made a video previous to this. In the comments, the Flat Earthers was like, that's a straw man argument. No one believes that shit, right? So this is part of his poisoning the well. Well, I got my information from a Facebook group with whatever is the largest Facebook group. And there's like 100,000 people on it. And I've heard Flat Earthers say that the Earth is a disc in space, or that it's infinite. And then he says, or that it's an infinite ice sheet. And then he shows a picture, right, of a disc in space. Like, listen, if you can see like that, like that's not infinite, dude. Like, whatever you just showed ain't infinite. And then he was like, or I've never heard this one. He said, or the flat Earth has a dome over it, right? And outside the dome is ice with more places with more domes. I've never heard anybody say anything like that.
Yeah, whack-a-mole.
Literally the first time I ever heard it came out of his mouth.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Exactly. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
you know, and like, listen, Indio, like, I don't want to give him.
Hold on. But he defended a straw man by just throwing out more straw mans. Like what? Like instead he just like reached deep into the Santa's freaking bag, dude, and was like, "Merry Christmas, here's some more." Like,
yeah, there's listen, like, and I don't know like what the context of where he's getting this info from, but I will say this, like,
because on Facebook groups, there's LARPers, dude, and there's no control, right? We kick out LARPers, right? We kick them right out right away as soon as they're detected. Boom, we boot them. They're not kicking any because the people on Facebook, they're like, I want to have the biggest Facebook freaking flat Earth group, and I'm letting everybody in, no matter how douchey they are.
Take a look at it this way, man. Because take a look at it this way.
It's not. Wait, hold on. It's not that. I'm probably one of the most popular flat earthers. If these guys are all linked up somewhere, I've got to be, because they kind of tend to not argue with me. Like, new people argue with me and they'll see me winning, and then they'll there's this one dude that posts screenshots of asking me a question that I didn't answer, and it's like every time he pops up out of nowhere. It's like the same group of people. And I'm saying this to say that group is obviously moderated and owned by globe earthers. And every other big flat earth group that there was, I was invited to be a moderator because of, I'm not, ad homing anybody or cursing anybody out. I'm having conversations forever. and they invited me to all of these groups to be a moderator in these flat earth groups. And these moderators that keep inviting me are globe earthers.
All right, so let me just get through what I was gonna say. So what happens is the beginning of the movement, everybody understands that there were different concepts coming out, right? So there has been groups of individuals who would say, hey, let us talk about what we think the flat earth is and give out these concepts, right? And we were talking about this not too long ago, maybe yesterday or the day before, about why concepts and ideas are not good to present. Well, this is the reason, one of the reasons why. And we were like, listen, we're going to gas these guys up with these concepts. Anytime you come out with let me show you what the azimuthal equidistant projection map looked like with the sun hovering around the top of it. And so when you do these things, they got ammunition. You're just giving them more ammo. Speed was actually talking about it. He's like, the reason why it's not good to come up with these concepts is because you're going to give them more ammunition to strawman you. And so we're going to say, we never said that. But that's not to say that a flat earther didn't say that, because the ones who we have that coming into this chat, right? Well, the moon map of the Earth is like the azimuthal equidistant projection. I mean, it fits so well. We can run with that. Let me see. The outer rings. There's 2 or 3 outer rings. I like that idea. Let's run with that. And concepts coming out galore. So I think I know where this guy's getting his content from, because there are people coming into this chat talking about that. Well, we have to think about the Earth being something, so we got to make concepts and ideas and azimuthal equidistant projection and Gleason's and things, and now you got concepts and models and maps, and so he's probably juiced up from all this stuff, because I've heard it from my own ears, people coming in here and I kept telling them, I was like, we can't do this, guys.
Yeah, but he was using examples that were so absurd, right? They're just absurd. They're worse than Flat Earth Society. They're worse than that. So there's no way that those people were actually flat earthers. They were just LARPers. Because this is the main tactic since the beginning, is to pretend you're a flat earther, say something absurd, so that the Globers can go, oh, look at this absurd thing. I mean, every single popular, globe debunker has done one of these where they do some fake debate, right? They're actually debating a Glober, and they do. Fight the Flat Earth has done this 7 times, man. MC Toon with what the hell was his name? Flat Earth Hero. If you go on his about page, it says, "I'm the last face you'll ever see on this planet." And this is supposed to be the flat earther that did the $100,000 challenge. They do this fake flat earther shtick, right? This is a common thing, dude, for this fake flat earth thing. And for him to have no discernment and see something that's patently absurd. Come on, dude. A fucking, I've heard of the pond theory, right? But this is pond theory, but every single pond has a glass dome over it. No one's ever said that. Okay? No one's ever said that.
Yeah, it's just sloppy, like all these outer ponds, you know.
But a glass dome, dude.
In a glass
How
dome.
do they know it's glass?
Stuff, dude.
Maybe it's plexiglass. Maybe it's Lexan. Maybe it's freaking unobtainium. Maybe it's transparent aluminum from Star Trek.
Like, I'm really behind the fact that we can't put something out, and there's a lot of people that were like, "Well, we gotta let's just see, what's going on with." I'm like, you guys, this guy who's making the video is evidence of what's going to happen when you really want that map or model to come out. Once it does, this guy is gonna be like, "Oh man, get a load of these guys," you know, and then. Here we go again. But
Yes.
I've been trying to say that you guys are like, sometimes they're like, well, we need this map and model, and we need, yeah. But what's that going to do? It's just going to get more content for these clowns. And so they're going to take it to the woodshed. And of course, it's going to strawman us who don't claim that that's what we're saying. Because we're then now going to have to go against there are people that are coming out with these concepts. And that's why I'm saying this is going to be bad for flat Earth. And these are flat earthers doing it. So, I mean, there is that, right? And I'll give you an example. Everybody's talking about the one that Witz is coming out with in the future, that there's going to be a real map and a real model of the Earth. This is what I've been told.
I hope not.
I know. This is what I've been told. Glad you remember this conversation with Gray Star Discord, like, was it 3 days ago? A couple days ago?
Yeah.
It was Ball Kicker that came in here saying that. I heard that Ball Kicker was saying, yeah, he's like, oh, I heard Witz is coming out with this concept where we were going to know what the true map of the Earth. I was like, oh, no. Like, I was like, yeah, it's in Indio, I think you were here too. But what I'm saying is, the thing is, like, this is what is going, these guys are going to run, they're going to have a field day, bro. And like, we're going to be here. I've been telling you, they're going to come in here.
The purpose of it, it's the absurdity part, and the other angle is the way he used it was flat earthers can't agree on anything, and then he gave these absurd examples, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
can I say something?
Yeah.
India?
Yeah.
What you're talking about there, Miggy? You know they're going to incorporate that data set they got where they observed the sun. It's like a terabyte of data, and they have to do something with that. You know, the original plan all along was to collect that data and put a model together. So I think that's the main thing about that.
What data?
Where they observed the sun, the analemmas.
Huh.
I can't remember the video. Maybe somebody has it. Maybe you have it. But it's a terabyte of data.
That's why I'm asking you, because I don't know about the analemma thing. I know that Antonio and Karen B did they did an Equinox live stream that was 24 hours, where people like joined the live stream, filmed like what they were observing, right? Took, videoed it, right, and broadcast on the live stream. And what they did was they measured the direction of the shadow, they gave their location, and then they measured the length of the shadow. And they did it at solar noon. Every place was a solar noon. And the way they can figure out it's solar noon is when they measure the length of the shadow, like they make a bunch of measurements as it gets closer to noon. And the shortest shadow is solar noon. But they also timed how long it was at solar noon, how long it was that length. That varied, dude, by like, one was like 2.5 minutes, and like the longest it stayed solar noon for 7.5 minutes. And then the directions of the shadow, and that's how Antonio came up with the Book of the Sun. I don't know what happened to all that data, because that YouTube channel got vanished, right? So Antonio lost like 4 YouTube channels or 5 or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. But they did an equinox observation, a summer solstice, and a winter solstice. They did the whole Eratosthenes type deal on each of those. I have all the old ones, all the videos of the winter solstice and the summer solstice, but the one that was the equinox got nuked, man. So they had a thing you could print, right? The compass you could print, and they used a standard nail for the gnomon, right? So everybody used the identical freaking thing. right? A 16 penny nail. So everybody had an identical, I think something like 30 people or 40 people put their video on the live stream. So you had 40 measurements from all over the world, done at the exact same time. Direction determined with a compass, all that. So, I mean, it was an awesome thing. That's just sad that it's gone. But anyway, what people need to do is they need to say, this is speculation.
Yes.
They need to bracket, not even just say it before, they need to bracket it. They need to say, this is speculation, blah, 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 blah. That was speculation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it needs to be stated. And I've said this many times, like, people can talk about whatever they want to, but they have to make sure everybody understands that we're entering into speculation realm. Because what's happening now, Indio, is that these data points that people are providing are becoming matter of fact statements. They're not a matter of fact, because when you're attributing to the phenomena that you're witnessing to an overarching perspective that you don't see. So that's the entire Earth realm being something that you're claiming, attributing to the phenomena that you're getting data points on. That is like
a lot of this isn't based upon observation. It's a lot of it is taking the globe model, what they say exists in the globe model, and try to apply it to the flat Earth model without the observation, right? Without the observation in reality. Because things like, oh, the time and date predicts sunrise times. And then you go look, right? Where does sunrise times prediction come from? They come from the U.S. Naval Observatory. So you go on their website. There's a legal section. The legal section says, no agency of the United States government observes sunrise and sunset times. It is completely a model, 100% completely a model, not based upon any observation. So if if you say we need to prove in court that the sun rose at some certain amount of time, right? U.S. Naval Observatory is saying this isn't an actual observation. You're going to have to go off our model. Because it's in their legal section, because lawyers contact them to say, what time was the official sunrise in, like, say, New York City? But it's not an actual observation. It is speculation based upon the model. And then a flat earther will take that speculation and try to put it in his speculation. And then a globe earther will come, well, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't work on a flat earth. Well, yeah, because it was all speculation in the first place. It doesn't work on the globe either. I mean, but they don't know that because they think their model is 100% accurate. They really do. Like, globers think that whatever their model says is exactly what's observed in reality. How many times have you heard them use the term, oh, it matches perfectly with the globe model? Fucking nothing is perfect. What are you talking about?
Yeah. That data set observing the sun, that's all observational based, right? So, like, I'm not too worried about people being able to pick that apart because this is a real world observation. There's nothing that they can say that could go against that. And I have faith in Whitsitt, because one of his claims to fame is he's aware of all the contradictions. I doubt that he'll be committing any himself, especially with all of us behind him. I'm sure we peer review whatever his
well, I'm gonna
whatever ideas are.
I'm going to make a prediction on what's going to happen. It's not going to match geometrically, in the geometric sense, either a flat earth or a globe earth. It's not going to match either one of them. I just don't think it can, until the medium we're seeing through has some sort of predictive model where we know exactly what's happening. I don't think it can be modeled exactly. Even the globe model only deals with a certain patch of the sky, then they extrapolate that. Because they don't make observations from 20 degrees above the horizon down. They just pretend that part doesn't exist. Right? And in the actual model, right, the Earth isn't even a ball, it's a fucking point, and there's just all sorts of... If you look at the actual geometry and mathematics of it, the globe part is kind of in their imagination. But if you look at the math and say, okay, what does the math actually say? It doesn't say what they made that leap of logic to. But I don't think either observation is going to match. I don't think the observation is going to match either thing, because I think the sky is kind of like an unknown variable that hasn't been fully fleshed out exactly how it works. That I'm a kind of speculation. Personal dome theory is kind of my thing, and there's I have a basis for it. It isn't just like I pulled it out my ass. It's just that's my thing. That's why I think everything kind of appears the way it appears, is because the way light penetrates through the air.
After saying that, I think we'll all be excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah.
And we'll have something to look at ourselves, not just the Glober, so that they can try to come up with something as ammo against us, but something that we can grow and learn from as well.
So where did they observe the NLMA from multiple locations? Is that what they did?
I was hoping somebody would know what I was talking about, but there's a video, what I see in my mind about it just shows a bunch of wires and computer setup stuff. It didn't really explain much besides that they were collecting the data, and then in the future they were going to use it to come up with something to tell us what's really going on, since we're getting false information. But it should be kind of widespread throughout the community. Somebody should know what I'm talking about. I think last I seen it was in somebody's live stream.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna look through that. Maybe someone posted it. Huh. Some weird stuff. So I did find something out about the NLM now that I think about it. So if you're on the so-called equator, right, the shortest day of the year is supposed to be when the sun crosses from the northern hemisphere into the southern hemisphere, and vice versa, from the southern hemisphere into the northern hemisphere. But here's what's messed up. What I found out is that according to the model, if you're on the equator, the NLMA won't be centered at the equator. It'll be tilted a little bit off. And the shortest day of the year is when the sun is in that crossing point, right? In the middle of the figure 8. Which is fucking weird, dude. I actually I found this out because there's like a 3D model, a 3D globe thing model. I'm gonna post in the chat, dude. This is kind of odd. So there's a 3D model. There's like a 3D model thing that models like the sun and shit. And I was playing around with it, and this is like at the equator. And right, if you look at this, the right picture, if you look exactly where the sun is, this would be the shortest day of the year, right? And the sun is dead center in the NLMA. But the thing is, it should be on the equator line, the line that's dead center, the red line, but it's not. So that in and of itself just busts the globe model. They'll probably say it's like the wobble or some retarded thing. That's what they do. They just add a motion.
You're right. And thinking about it, we already, like you just pointed out, something that debunks them in one fell swoop. And we still have all these half-baked ideas about what we think is going on. And regardless of all that, their position is still wrong. They still don't have anything that they could use to overcome the truth with, right? So I think we could work on it out in the open, and it'll be fine.
I'm trying to find. I'm looking through like the the chat, see if someone posted something on it, like what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, speculation's okay as long as the funny thing is we're not held to the same standard. And that's kind of what irritates me. We're not held to the same standard as the globe. Someone can speculate about aliens, the globe, bricking the solar system, light years, whatever. No one bats an eye. Okay? We can have a glober come in here and have one has one definition from mass, another has another definition from mass, another thinks the globe is this, another thinks the globe is that, another thinks orbits are this, another one thinks stars are this, one thinks they're plasma, one thinks they're gas, one thinks they're plasma gas, right? And then you have morons that say, oh, you flat earthers can't agree on the model. Dude, most of you guys can't even fucking tell me what your model is, and the ones that can, butcher it. So it's like, what are you talking about?
That's what I just posted. Like one of the main people that just straight up slander flat earthers. Like, where's the post? I posted a screenshot. Just a reminder that the globe model of the Earth is the only one that explains all phenomena at once without any contradictions, whereas the flat one is abundant of them. Flatters aren't even going to dispute with that. Instead, they'll drop the laughing reaction and run away. Prove me wrong. Which is often what they do, by the way. That's all they do.
Oh my God. It took me like 0.3 of a second to think of a contradiction.
It's insane.
Okay, so let's go. Things fall to the center of the Earth. Oh, Earth's an oblate spheroid. Now they can't fall to the center of the Earth because it's oblate, right? So it's not the surface is not equidistant from the center. So it's going to fall at some angle off the center. Oh, so now the moon's here. So now we have the barycenter. So we just have three right there. 3 directions of gravity. Right, because if in the Earth-Moon system, right, the center of gravity is like 1,000 miles beneath the Earth's surface. It's not the center of the Earth. That's called the barycenter. Shit should be falling to there. So if you go at the scale of the Earth and the Moon, boom, it's one thing. If you go down to their oblate spheroid, it's another thing. If you go to the concept itself, right? The mathematical concept of the Earth being a ball, then it's basically Newtonian gravity, right? Because Newtonian gravity is like a perfect thing, right? An abstract, perfect sphere. Then everything falls to the center. It took what was that? 3 seconds? It's not even consistent. The globe is not consistent within itself. Anybody that thinks it is just delusional or doesn't know what they're talking about. And this is probably the don't know what you're talking about case. You got the models of light. Light rays are straight. Light rays converge. Light rays bend around freaking corners.
Amish helped me out with that video. That's the one I was talking about. It's within that. And I was saying, they got to use that data for something. I'm excited to see what they come up with. It's obviously a difficult task, a lot of work to be done. So,
yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Kudos to those guys.
Yeah, man. Like people why have you come up with a map? Like, you got $1 billion? Like, yeah, drop me $1 billion. I'll come up with a map. They've been trying to make the so-called globe map has been being made for 200 freaking years. It's used probably the equivalent of, $100 billion in funding, if not more. Right? Oh, but we're just whipping out of our ass.
And speaking on that, I don't have any problem looking back to the past societies to see what they had came up with, right? Like, I enjoy all those old maps, and I don't think that they're all, just concepts or fake or whatever.
Dude, listen, they had more invested in having a correct map because they were going to die. Right? They were certainly going to die. There was no rescue ship in the past, in the ancient. Oh, we got lost. Oh, come rescue us. Or you call over the radio, come rescue us, or send up a flare, or like that was not an option, right? So your map had to be accurate so that you wouldn't die at sea. Portland charts. Portland charts were maps where like they didn't really use a coordinate system. They would just take a heading out of a port and maintain that heading, and they would get to where they wanted to go.
It's pretty impressive to be able to sail these long distances. I mean, that's got to take some balls, doesn't it? Just to hop on a ship. And how long do those journeys take? I mean, that's
months, man.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, I still think there's probably more gold at the bottom of the ocean in sunken ships than there is on the surface.
Creation Bear, I often think about what it would be like to travel for days on a horse. You know, these people mapped out a lot of the lands. Like, I live in Virginia, man, beautiful place. You know, I know the history of my state very well. And, you know, a lot of it was discovered on horseback, or so it seems. These people, you know, trekked every mountain, and there's tons of them.
It'd be kind of fun in a way. Just if that was your, you know, job, just to ride on horseback and explore. It'd be kind of fun. I'm sure it does come with the challenges as well, though.
Yeah, like saddle, whatever, man. I can't imagine riding a horse for hours. Saddles are not made for comfort.
Is it easier for us or for the horse, you think?
Probably the horse.
Yeah, that's what's crazy to me too. These animals are built for durability, son. That's crazy.
Yeah. Actually, mules are more resilient than horses and smarter. So mules and donkeys were used for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, horses definitely. But when you said about the horses in Virginia, like, yeah, horseback, it makes sense that people they want to map the regions that and their surroundings. But think about how long can it take to just how not one man can accomplish, let's say, map the United States. I mean, one state by itself. It will take like a lifetime of one man to map out, let's say, Virginia. He won't be able to do it completely by himself. So let alone the world.
That's the kind of thoughts I'm thinking about. Like, I drive from Virginia to Tennessee, and I'm like, how long would this take to ride a horse from here to here over 2 mountain ranges, the Blue Ridge Mountains and the Smoky Mountains? And man,
you know how many insects and mosquito bites and insects and going through step by step, region by region, probably gonna die just by insect bites or disease or something. It's just going out there to the wilderness. I mean, so many different animals can just. I mean, I'm thinking about how the logistics, because even I know in the past, like during the Civil War, they were using hot air balloons to kind of like look at whatever the enemy they said or survey. But still, even if you go up, you can measure the ground from really high up, right? Could probably make some estimates, but to make it very accurate, the only thing you're gonna be able to do as a mapping from high up on the air, which is probably gonna be to simplify it, it'll be easier to go floating around on a hot air balloon, which is, it's been done for a long time, but still, to map everything correctly to the detail, it has to be done like on the ground, boots on the ground. And that sounds like almost like an impossible task for.
Yeah,
I don't care how many people you put together.
I imagine the first settlers, they would find the high ground first, like get up on top of the mountain and then look out and try to map out their path of how to get, further south or north, wherever they were going. But, the East Coast of the United States is very mountainous. Just thinking about it, man, it's a lot to think about. Something to keep your mind busy for a little bit. And like how they built the roads and stuff, how did they decide to drive through this mountain range, put a road here instead of someplace else?
Trying to map the whole world sounds like a pretty difficult task. It definitely will take generations of people to accomplish it. I mean, doesn't sound to me like one group of men can just do it by one generation of them. It has to be like a generational thing, putting everything together, and that will. I still can see it mapping the whole thing. I mean, these days we have radar systems and observation devices, but to map it accurately, you have to make. You can't even look at a real map of the world. Imagine having a whole map of the world. I don't think you can in a lifetime just even look at it. If you have the whole map of the world, like inch by inch, and you can zoom in it, how long is it gonna take you just to look at it, the whole thing?
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. It's also likely
Here
way
we have the
bigger.
whole world.
Go
ahead. I was just going to say one sentence. We have the whole world to explore, yet we're trying to go out into space, or so-called space, and explore out there.
And they're trying to brag about that, Adam. They're like, oh, well, we've explored more out there than here. Kind of funny.
Even if you get surveying maps from other people, there's gonna be some type of almanac that is pretty vast. But just if you invest your whole life or half of your life just to review and to check if the last generation did it correctly and if it's completely mapped, the whole thing mapped, nothing missing, I think it looks almost like an impossible task to me, actually. Just mapping the whole thing. And then you get into, okay, so I'm going to go map the whole United States. And then you get into private property. Hey, you can't come through here. How are you going to map that? I mean, drones? Yeah. You could probably use drones these days. You can't go to North Korea. How are you going to map North Korea? Are they going to give you their maps? Are you going to map China, India completely? I mean, Russia.
Yeah,
Africa.
They're running under the assumption.
Are you gonna map Africa? Go ahead.
Yeah, man, you're right. They're running under the assumption that since science says they can prove anything and everything, that the Earth, having been measured every inch of it, is a way already far gone conclusion, right? That what do you mean measure every inch of the Earth? That's been done 1,000,000 times. We know all about it. Yeah, haven't you used a map before? Haven't you seen Google Earth? Haven't you used GPS? And to them, that means every single inch of our Earth is on a map somewhere. And it's just, that's not how it works. So there's no way to prove that.
I think even if you have the map, the complete thing, you won't be able in your lifetime look at it yourself.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I have a complete map of the world. How do you know that? You'd have to see the whole damn thing first, and then be like, okay, yeah, this matches.
Every single inch, like hectare by how do you say
Well, it seems absurd, right? But it's also like, well, empirically, it's the only way it makes sense.
ladies are.
Well, I'm still here. So I got to keep this fire going. Miggy and Indio, nice enough to get the fire flamed up pretty good. So we got a decent panel. So don't be shy, folks.
See, the more presence we have, the longer presence we have in the game here, the less positive it looks for the globe story. Because if it were a globe, eventually the flat Earth would be crushed out. Like nothing. But we're still here. We're still growing, and there's a reason for that. It's because it's not a globe.
Hey, good to hear from you, Indio. It's been a while. I feel like you haven't been in a while.
Yeah. Big ups
Indio's deafened.
Big ups to Indio, even though he's deafened. How's that?
To say something earlier, but I couldn't get my mic on. Talking about just conversations between Glovers and flat earthers, and just as like a system of checks and balances, scrutinize myself. I've been trying to view recent debates and conversations through the lens of going back to believing in the globe, and to see if I can spot anything that sounds hypocritical or too like full on as this is a belief. And so far, I don't have anything to report back about. Like, it seems like it's the truth and the truth specifically, and we're not jazzing it up in any type of way. Under my scrutiny, it's been passing all tests. I don't think, to question myself, did I just fall into a new belief system or something like that? And as far as I can tell, it's nothing of the sort. Does anybody else watch that or try to listen through fresh ears, or just follow along with what I'm saying there?
So you've been following the conversation between, the debates and stuff, and you won't find much proof of the globe anywhere you go. I mean, only if you believe, like the trust us idea of the globe. It is a globe because, believe me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of through trying to scrutinize and find any talking points that seem like they're just based on belief, or throwing around ideas that don't really have much to back them. Swapping one belief system for another, and it's not like that at all. I'm trying to view it, Glover's looking for things, ammo to come at us with, or if we slip up and speculate too much, like you're saying, You know, how much is it belief based and fact based? Of course, we falsified their model, so you know it's crazy. There's still conversations going on, and like you guys were saying about these talking points that they have, the 10 debunks of the flat Earth, and it's been a year, 2 years, and we put forth these videos and it gets hidden. So it's like they're not even seeing it. Like, yeah, we've already addressed that, and then here's another video addressing that. I think next year, you know, it didn't sink in for them this year that we've already crushed all that. It's been, their debunks have been debunked. They're just going to have to, I don't know, accept, concede that. Like, it's there. Like, your questions have been answered. You can't keep coming at us with the same thing over and over and over again. If not, we should just block or mute you, whatever, so it's not so redundant. That was kind of a ramble, but
well, now we have the Artemis to deal with. What do you say to the Artemis? Aren't those real pictures?
What do I say to Artemis?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't really looked at any of that stuff. I've seen that video where they're showing where the whole craft just disappears in one screen. But, you know, I know they're not going there, so why bother looking at it? It's like watching a movie, right? Like, I pretty much, if they say they're going off and doing things, I'm like, cool, have fun on your fantastical journey that is make-believe.
Yeah, I think it was Jared showed one of the frames. It just vanished. The picture vanished, but the Earth was still there. So it was kind of strange. Can't explain it. Almost like the fake
today to them, maybe to somebody. But I mean, did the video go down and then just start up at a later time, or was that addressed already? Because that'd be the only explanation for it to cut out one frame, is if, you know, it was at 4 hours and 10 minutes and then it cut and it came back on at 5 hours or whatever. You know, there was a portion of time that was missing. I don't know if there was a clock counter in the screen or what.
It was more like a video was they slowed it down to the frames, and then one frame was the spacecraft. It was there, it was gone, and then it was back. But that frame that was missing, the spacecraft, still had the Earth in back, and a little white light. So that was kind of I don't know, telling.
Yeah, if everything's in the same position and then the craft just disappears in one frame, then I totally agree with them that it's like a layering effect. They're just superimposing the image of the craft onto a background. Like I said, I don't even got to bother looking at stuff to know it's fake. Like, if you discount that they're going to space, then anything that they show us that they're going there, then, you know, automatically you can dismiss it.
Yeah, I love that. I love that that element. That doesn't matter what they say is going on in that medium. As soon as they invoke it, you can just pull the rug out from right underneath.
Yeah, and some would say that hand wave dismissal or something like that, but like all the evidence is to the contrary that you're going there. So, you know, if I stand firm in my belief that they're not going to space and space isn't a place that you can even go to, then I don't have to sweat the small details of what this video is providing.
Okay, can you just open up the back for me?
Yeah.
Hey, make sure you have a backup.
I gotta check in somewhere, guys. Talk to you later.
Couple clips I scooped up yesterday.
If I were hiring someone for a position today, I would much rather hire someone who did not go to college. Why?
No shot.
100%.
Absolutely
And I do it all the time. And the reason is that the people who go to college go through 4 years, and every single one of them talks and thinks and acts like a robot.
Well, it's like kind of a general thing, not knocking college or whatever, but she seems like she's kind of she's starting to realize the I don't know,
The
NPC
narrative.
nature. Go ahead.
The narrative. There's a narrative. There's basically 4 years of brainwashing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're awake enough, you can see some of the NPCs around you. It's just like, oh, they all sound like robots, even though they're quote unquote educated, qualified. So that was really interesting. And then I found this as well.
I mean, Terence McKenna had this brilliant thing about science, and he was saying that science wants one miracle. They want one miracle. Give us one miracle, and then we'll allow everything else. We'll figure out. We'll explain to you multi-celled organisms. We'll explain to you carbon molecules. What we want is one miracle. How did we want life the come Big from Bang? Life? No, but the Big Bang itself is the one miracle.
Yeah, I think Crypto touched on this. He said, I think he summed it up perfectly. Like, they want to collect one free claim and pass go. And, we often don't allow them that one free claim. As Joe puts it, give me one miracle. And I can explain to you everything. Gravity, everything works as long as you let me have this one free claim, so.
Oh, space is a vacuum? Got it. So concepts can affect physical reality. Super duper. Anything's possible.
Also, I'm always talking about MMA and stuff. There's a UFC card tonight. I'll probably send out a ping to any of you FE fighters out there who want to watch later. About 2.5 hours from now.
Just so you know, CB, it's more fun if you watch it with us. I put it up on the cinema last time.
Yeah, I'll try to pop in. I'm always trying to juggle like 3 different things at once during the cards, but yeah, I'll try to pop in. But no, it's just I brought that up because I just found this. I've been watching I watch a lot of like MMA podcasts and stuff like that, and more and more people seem to be bringing up the flat Earth. Some jokingly,
It's
some more
common within. It's common within the sporting realm, like especially with the really masculine sports like fighting and like wrestling and football, whatever. Like like there's a lot of basketball, whatever. Just a lot of pro athletes have come out over the years. When it comes to the more like athletic sporting people, they seem to be more accepting. At least, like for some reason, that's a group of celebrities that seems to be accepting of it, as opposed to like Hollywood or the media, like the news media and shit like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, someone smashed the super chat and I think made a joke about flat Earth, and oftentimes people will take the bait to just crap all over it. You know what I mean? If it's presented, they're gonna shoot it down most times and not. But what I've been seeing more often is people like, I don't know, talk about it in a not so negative light. Here's the clip.
The Earth is flat. I hate to be a tribe that lives at the edge. I think the way that they describe it is you couldn't get to the edge, man. It would be like it's almost like elevated, like it wouldn't be possible.
Like that.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Comment on it because I wasn't going to comment on the clip.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously the super chat was a joke, right? Something about the edge, blah blah blah, and he could have been like, "Yeah, edge, pizza, it's dumb, space, whatever," and he's like, "Yeah, no, I don't think they say that." So that was really cool. That was a good moment. That's why I clipped it out. Go ahead, Lou.
What I was saying
about contrast to that though when you're done.
What I was saying about like kind of the masculine sports, the athleticism and stuff like I said, it was years ago already that like we heard from a pitcher from the St. Louis Cardinals that half of his team was flat earthers.
I think I heard somebody.
You got all these basketball players, big shots like Steph Curry and friggin' Mike and Irving. Coming out and saying shit like this is something that I think is kind of secretly accepted by a lot of athletes. I think it's now the norm to say, I don't know, maybe there's this.
Yeah.
I think you know what I'm saying. And so the announcers that do talk with these guys and they know them, especially when it comes to like UFC, like these guys are embedded in, right? Like I think they've heard it before and they're not putting that stigma on it that the media in the past has always like forced upon it.
Yeah, no, it's good to see people waking up, and I think you're right. There's probably a silent, you want to call it a silent majority, but there's definitely a silent, large amount of people who probably
it's at least significant. It might not be the majority, but it's at least significant enough where it's respected. Where they're like, damn.
Yeah, people know it's not as ridiculous, but so here's the stark contrast. Another podcast, but this guy, it's a duo, but this guy is way more blue-pilled, way more of a normie, super up on the juice narratives and all that stuff like that. So here's that clip.
Title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so.
Ladies and gentlemen. What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like it was a wild.
The world's not flat.
I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his words.
The world is definitely not flat.
Yeah, that's Luke Thomas. He's just such a soy boy, but it's definitely not flat. But thought that
I
was
feel like people that say it like that know it's flat. People that always need to emphasize with the definitely not, they know it's flat.
yeah, man. I don't Luke, such a damn cuck. I call him Cuck Thomas, even though his name is Luke Thomas. But yeah, that's his show, Morning Combat.
What was the last thing the dude said?
Dude, no idea. I think he slipped up. I think he was trying to say there will be no champ unless I say so, because he just won the belt.
That's what I got. Yeah, that's what I got.
But he totally bought it. There will no champ.
Mike Tyson, that shit.
Yeah, he should have just stopped at like the earth is flat, y'all. Just yeah.
God is black, though. Where are you going with that one? How'd you get there?
I mean, you lost people with the third one. Let's just put it out. They were questioning the second one, and you lost them on the third. But yeah.
I don't know about all these kind of sports athletes, whatever, kind of coming out about flat Earth and believing it and all that. Could be some kind of, I don't know, ploy to kind of just pass it off as, look at these brutes, you know, it's only the brute-minded that believe in such a silly thing, you know.
It could be. I get what you're saying there, but like they don't make it like their passion. They come out and they say something, and then all of a sudden they're shunned immediately, and they have to like apologize for it, become apologetic. Like it doesn't bode well for the whole narrative of them being agents. You know, like they're all of a sudden all of a sudden freaking dude's got to wear moon shoes after we said we didn't land on the moon.
That's actually makes me a little bit suspicious, but it's those high profiles that I'm like, okay, what? They're using this guy as a front to make it seem ridiculous. I've definitely thought about that, but there are a lot of people out here independently. You can tell, like I think I've been talking about Bryce Mitchell. You can tell this guy, he's not like, nobody's in his ear like, dude, you got to say this. He genuinely, you know, he's like us, dude. Like, you know, he's into homesteading and stuff like that. And chickens and all that. So I don't think anyone's in his ear trying to tell him.
I'm not saying there's no original thought with these guys. No,
but with these high profiles like Kyrie,
I think
you might be right.
The social manipulators, they enjoy the way it's kind of arising organically out of this group, because it kind of plays into how they would like to frame it anyway.
Yeah.
So it could very well, it's completely organic, you know, but they're happy with it being like that, you know.
Yeah, I see
both.
It's like these guys hit each other in the head for a living. You really want to listen to what I get where you're coming from.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you were really going to run a psyop and it's a good one, like, and these guys are agents, then they did it well by being very subtle. Like, because the athletes that come out, they typically they say something that gets picked on, and then they immediately retract from it, and they're shamed and they're shunned, and they're They have to become apologetic, and they never speak of it again. You know, like that's not like somebody who's trying to become an. You know what I mean? Like,
that doesn't scream handler to you.
Oh no, silly. We won't let you.
I'm sure you would go and hang your sad face in the remorse of the words you spoke for your $50 million a year contract. You know what I mean? It's not a stretch to like.
No, but I'm just saying. I don't know if that screams like I'm here to like be a part of the narrative. It's like they spoke out and then they're being told never to speak again.
Yeah.
You know, like
the handler stepped in. Like, listen.
Yeah.
And just because you did do that, now we've got to make you a freaking moon shoe. We got to, I don't know. We got to bring your character back.
Because that proves the world's a globe, yeah? Shoes.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good.
You just had a deja vu.
Why is that?
Does anyone know why? I would love to know why. I have no idea. So weird when it happens, right?
No, I mean, like, okay, so when it happens, describe the thing that you think is repeating. Quick before you forget it.
It was just a sequence. I was looking at the TV, what I saw on the TV, and then what you guys said. It's always something that happens live too, what I find very interesting. But yeah, I mean, do you have some cool thoughts on deja vu?
I just try to catch it. I just try to like see like, okay, what made me say just now, like when did that chemical get released in my brain making me go, holy fuck, this is a deja vu, okay, pay attention. Then I go, okay, what am I noticing now? And it only lasts a second because once I realize I'm in a deja vu, it stops. So
Yeah.
so I have to try to just remember like the thought process or experiences that led me to that moment, and it's fleeting, like I said, but you know, whatever. I give it a shot. It's fun.
Yeah, but glad if you can't explain it, then the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's true too. If I can't explain that, yep. If I can't explain how they can make 2 Big Macs for $2, the Earth's a globe. No, but seriously, I promised KJ I would never eat McDonald's ever again. And yeah.
When was the last time you had McDonald's?
I guess, I mean, well over 9 months ago, probably.
Okay.
It's been a long time now. I miss my Mickey D's, but what are you gonna do? It's one of those promises I have no excuse not to keep, right?
No, yeah, zero excuse, dude.
It's like you couldn't not eat McDonald's. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't trip and stumble into McDonald's chewing the food. Like, come on.
Oh, yeah, like Pagus. Trip and fall into.
Yeah, I fell into the drive-thru quick. I got in a car wreck and it was right next to. So we pulled over there. And
You were in a fugue state, you know.
Yeah, I was in a frantic state and I didn't know what to do and I needed calories right then, okay? And it had to be 2 Big Macs and a large fry with an ice cream cone.
all that stuff is made with very nasty ingredients. I heard the ice cream is made with like bone dust or something like that. I have to look
Just
it
saying
up.
those 2 words next to each other is funny as fuck. Wow.
Bone dust. Yeah, it gives it that extra flavor.
So good and tasty.
You know, I'll bet it's actually not bad because you get bone broth, right? And that's really good for you.
Oh, dust, dude. What
Yeah, but, well, I mean, think about it. Bone broth is just bone dust with water in it.
Or maybe it has just slight amounts of adrenochrome. It's like, no, I'm not even going to go there. But, you know, they're always talking about putting weird stuff in the food that, oh, just this one weird ingredient that makes you really like it. We sprinkled some, you know, I don't even know.
It's actually, you're onto something there because they're called excitotoxins.
Yeah, I've heard about stuff like that.
Yeah, what they do is they bind to your pleasure centers, and like you know how a wasp can sting you over and over and over. It's like that. It's like the excitotoxins attached to your pleasure centers, and instead of hitting it once and then letting the dopamine and serotonin, whatever, do its natural thing, it just keeps hitting those pleasure centers over and over and over, so much to the point where it confuses your stomach, into thinking that it's not full. So you are hungry. You could eat 3 Big Macs and be like, "Fuck, I could eat another Big Mac right now," but I know I would throw up.
Right.
It's that kind of deal. So anyway, it's called excitotoxins, and really it started out as a way to make money, to get people to like the food better. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just weird though. I'm hearing about some of the ingredients, like where they, like, how do you even come up with stuff like this? It's just so bizarre.
I don't know. The reason I know this is my mom's a contract lawyer for food companies and supplement companies, and so she knows a lot of those weird things.
That's cool. So, well, folks, skip McDonald's and head on over to Spacey's.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
You were cutting out a little bit there, CB.
Oh, really? Oh, my bad. I'll drop out and rejoin. And we're back. I found this video not too long ago. It's only like 50 seconds.
Are you familiar with Ariana Grande?
Vaguely.
Have you heard her song NASA?
NASA.
That's okay.
This girl, just for context, she's like talking to NASA employees. She's asking a bunch of NASA employees if they've heard a song called NASA.
Don't know.
That's okay. We were just gonna get a
Yeah,
get an
probably
astronaut's
not
opinion.
very.
No worries. Do you like Ariana Grande? What did you think about her song NASA? I don't know if I heard that one. You haven't heard NASA? How has no one here heard the NASA song? When Ariana Grande released her song NASA,
I'm a big Ariana Grande fan, and to me it said, this is our generation. We're doing incredible things, and we're going into space, and on top of that, we're starting the Commercial Crew program and launching crew from the United States for the first time since 2011, which is pretty awesome.
that was the deepest interpretation of that song that I've heard.
This dude said he was inspired.
What's Ariana Grande's song about?
It's just called NASA. I think there's a line where she's like, something about going to space or whatever, you know.
But the song's called NASA?
Mm-hmm.
And have we not scrutinized these lyrics yet?
I'm about to pull it up right now.
All right, yeah. If you could post those, please, that'd be lovely.
Oh, the song is named To Deceive? As the name of the song?
I guess, yeah.
Seeing this Ariana Grande, I've got $20 on some lyric indicating that she's a massive slut.
How dare you?
Well, I mean, if I'm wrong, I lose $20, right? So.
Let's see. Literally, the first lyric is one small step for woman, one giant leap for womankind. Cringe.
Oh no, that sounds really slutty. I think Crypto was right.
Yeah.
Well, you owe me $20.
No,
Well, that was the
actually.
first step.
She's another one of these really deluded feminards, isn't she? I think there's another song she did called "God Is a Woman." It's like, no, I don't think God is actually a man or a woman, but
Actually, this is about her passing up a one night stand or passing up a night with someone, it seems.
so that
She wants
so the
to miss.
implication.
She wants
The
to miss him.
implication being
Sorry, she wants to miss him. She says, "Baby, I can't really miss you if I'm with you." So she wants to have some romance.
Yeah, well, the implication being that that's what she would be doing if she wasn't going to space.
Yeah.
So
Damn it, you're right.
Keep me in your orbit, and you know you'll drag me under.
That's a strange line. Drag me under. The fuck are you talking about?
That's not how gravity works, technically. You know I'm a star. I'ma need space.
Yo, you know I'm a star and everything, but I'm gonna need that space. You feel me?
still can't believe they've convinced everyone that the ISS falls in a circle.
Throw that thing in a circle. Hey, throw that thing in a circle.
It's like going down a drain. They think it's going down a drain.
But it's like going down a drain, but it never goes down the drain.
Right. It's constantly not going and going down the not drain.
Exactly. And that makes perfect sense.
I couldn't even say it, so yeah.
I just got this one too. Usually I would orbit around you, but gravity seems to be the only thing that's pulling me.
Correct. A bad line though, huh?
You'll be my rise and shine as soon as them stars align. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Them stars.
Them stars, yo.
Yeah, so like
surely them stars are aligned.
Nobody at NASA had ever heard. They're like, no, I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't blame them. They're kind of old.
Like,
but...
yeah, we're actually gonna sue her because that song sucks. Totally a filler song. It's a nothing song. It's like, okay, we need you to write an album so that you can sell a bunch of songs based around the popularity of this one hit single that you're going to make a remix of and release as well.
To be fair, she probably didn't even wrote the song, so don't be too judgmental, guys. Come on.
Yeah, an AI wrote it.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. I found this the other day too. I guess this guy does like custom spray paint planets or whatever. So he's like making a planet. It's just kind of funny to listen. It's pretty short. I'll just play it real quick.
This is a custom painting for Mike Pankers. She wants a black and white planet. Right on top. I'll pull up the blue paper. Pump it up. Put it down. Swipe, swipe, swipe-a-roo. Peel. Dab, 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 dab. Black shadow. Like that. Cover it with the Shaw bowl. 50 cents at Walmart. Yeah.
That's my favorite part. Literally, this guy's using like 50-cent bowls and spray paint, and he's making pretty, they look pretty good. I'll drop the video. It doesn't look half bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll drop the vid.
Well, thanks.
Sounds to me like TV is CV saying that some guy is making planets in his basement with Walmart items.
Cool, dude.
I'll show you one. Glatt Lobe.
But you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Is he doing this outside in the snow?
It looks like I didn't even. It's probably in his garage or something. I don't know. But I just thought it was funny, just because he was using like a newspaper, like a cheap 50-cent bowl. You guys said he got from Walmart, and it actually turns out to look, like they're paying people to work for NASA, and this dude just whipped it together with some spray paint. I mean, not bad. Let me screenshot the final result. I'll post that.
Well, I'm always going to say it, man. Reminds me of perhaps my favorite hip-hop line. Goes, it doesn't take much, and that's messed up, because these people do a lot of simple shit to impress us.
I'm not impressed.
Oh, good.
Have you seen this one, Glaflobe? No, I'm sorry. I posted in the wrong chat. My bad.
CB, that's cool, though. He does. He nails it real quick.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Look at this. Look at this planet.
Oh, that's Pepperoni. Pepperoni Planet.
Yeah.
This is actually from
aged. Is that an age?
This was actually in the news. This was posted as a planet.
No.
And let me look it up. I cannot completely verify that claim, but it was in the news. It's some type of news article.
Don't say. You better be kidding.
Because that does look pretty like it does pretty much look like a pepperoni.
What?
Not if you're a Glober.
Well,
yeah. At quick glance, it looks like a sun or something.
Let me find it. Look. So it wasn't Twitter. So Twitter news, right? Let me just post what I found.
I'll put it in Google Lens and see what they find.
This is what I found about that planet.
I saw a physicist awe-inspiring photo of a distant red star. That's what comes up. Went viral. Hold up.
I'm set.
Okay. Here we go. Science and tech. A physicist's awe-inspiring photo of a distant red star went viral on Twitter. Then he revealed it was a slice of chorizo.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it wasn't pepperoni. You see, Glaflo, you were wrong. It was chorizo.
Chorizo.
Yeah, it's not the same thing as pepperoni.
Okay.
Pepperoni planet.
All right. So, what kind of culture is it? Still Hispanic culture? No, it's so Italian is pepperoni and chorizo is more Hispanic, right?
Spanish specifically.
Spanish.
I mean, we all can eat pepperoni and chorizo. It doesn't judge by your beliefs.
Well, no, I'm just asking what culture those foods originated from.
I was told that if I eat pepperoni, then I'm appropriating Italian culture, and that's racist.
No, I'm just wondering if that's where it comes from. The word.
I think chorizo is more European, and it was probably adopted by the underlayers of the Catholic nations. But I think it's Italian chorizo or something like that.
No, chorizo comes from Spain.
Oh, Spain! There you go.
I'm reading through the article on this. There's an interesting little line in here. So I guess people felt duped. A lot of people felt duped, and he said that. He explained that his intention was a cautionary tale in the end of viral astronomy images. Let us learn to be wary of arguments from authority as much as of the spontaneous eloquence of certain images. So he's saying don't just buy the stuff that you see just because.
But still, that doesn't disprove the globe. It doesn't prove the flat Earth. So, yeah, it's a globe. It has to be.
It just shows how gullible people are. They'll see a pepperoni planet and think it's real.
Well, I'm so gullible. I thought it was pepperoni. I need to rethink my life here.
Yeah. You were wrong. Just good thing you're considering.
Well, I mean, look, it was a delicious mistake.
It was a delicious mistake.
A delicious mistake.
I like that one. Yeah, it was a delicious mistake. Yeah.
But people actually bought it. That's the funny part.
Yeah. Of course, they buy everything that NASA says. Why wouldn't they do it for other people?
He also goes on to say he doesn't think that it would be as viral or as popular if he hadn't said that it was a James Webb photo. So people actually did think it was a James Webb picture. Oh, man.
Well, checkmate, flat earthers. There's a pepperoni in space.
Joke's on you. I don't play chess.
Does that mean that aliens are from space?
That means that aliens are made of pepperoni.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Spicy.
You know what? Now that you say it, Spain. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, if you can have Space Australia, you can have Space Spain.
Well, if you say spice or spicy from Australia, then it's spice.
Spicy.
It's just spice, mate.
Pepperoni spicy, mate.
It makes sense. It's a pepperoni planet. It's spicy.
It's spicy!
Can you make him say mate after that? That's spicy, mate.
It's spicy, mate!
Ah! Thank you.
Because it can either be spacey mate or spicy meat.
Well, that's why he said spicy meat, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Unless I'm attributing more cleverness than there was.
Yo, I'm only as clever as you think I am.
Yo, what's flat Earth?
Pardon?
What's up, Effies?
Yes,
how is
how is level actually being a definition making sense working for you guys?
It works
Sorry?
real world. Real world is how it works for me.
Yeah, how is like using all the practical definitions and throwing out all the bullshit ones that were invented 100 years ago?
What do you mean? Are you talking about going to the Latin or Greek or even further back, like Sumerian, Babylonian, like origins of words? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't. What? Can you,
No, but
can you ask your question one more time? Could you ask your question one more time?
Apparently not.
I know what he said. No, he's backing off already.
Level. I think he mentioned level.
I ain't backing off nothing. What you talking about? I'm
Well,
right
it's a
here.
good thing level
You're
doesn't
backing
mean
off
curve.
this dick.
So can you ask the question?
I'm right here. I ain't backing up. I'm right here to talk to you guys.
Can you ask the question one more time?
I just said, like, how is it using the practical definitions from 100 years ago and not the new NASA ones?
Can you be specific?
Oh, like level being something that has no elevation higher than lower instead of being a curvy, bendy ball.
What do you
Like,
mean?
isn't it so much more practical when you're building to assume level is straight and parallel and just build with it instead of assuming it curves in a ball?
Well, you don't. It's not. It's not.
You're coming as a flat earther. Gotcha.
But it's not even. You don't assume level. You establish level when you're building. I mean, like level is already level, and you're establishing with your materials level.
That's what I'm saying. But these people were saying that level is a circle.
Yeah, they are.
What kind of dumb shit? Have you ever tried to build a straight wall?
I coined it Lew's law. Check this out, right? Like, so up is up, down is down. It's that simple. And it's too simple for most people. Like, if you and I are holding hands and we both point up, straight up, according to them, we're not pointing in the same place.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's another definition. Up and down. You know, it used to just mean up and down, and then we have the new NASA definition, which is interior, exterior of a ball.
Is that the Lew's first law?
Yeah, that's actually the only real Lew's law. Like, the other ones we've been trying to build on it, and I've like coined a couple that sounded good at the time, but I was drunk.
Yeah, Lew. You got Lew's third law. Get low.
Yeah, get low, get low. That's Lew's third law. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, get low, get low. That's Lew's third law. We skipped the second, but we just filled it in. Like, we were like, you know what? Lew's third law is get low, get low.
Did you guys know that Lew established his 3 laws on a night when he was drinking, and the first law came off the first beer, the second law came off the second beer.
No, dude. No, you have to be primed first. You have to get primed. So, like, that might be the second law. Get primed. Yeah.
Yeah, like I was having a discussion with the Globers yesterday, and I was saying we practically use level to make straight lines, like the most perfect straight lines. We use a level to do that. And then, you know what the response was to me?
No.
They asked me, what about the Leaning Tower of Pisa? That was legitimately their response to me, dude. Like,
wow.
Legitimately, someone thought they were smart and was like, what about the Leaning Tower of Pisa, bro? And I was like, like, what?
You think you got something there, huh? Oh, man.
The guy literally had, like, pride in his voice when he was asking the question. And I was like, am I in real life right now? Like, is this real?
The Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's the first, bro. I gotta admit, that's the first time I've heard that one.
Should have asked him how he knows he's leaning.
That's what I said. I was like, thanks for another positive evidence. I can go there with my water level and tell you it's not level. Like, what? Like,
yeah, literally.
Bro, these people are... And I don't know, bro. These people are just sophists. It's fun when you actually get one of them that's a real Glober, and not just an anti-flat earther, because those guys are actually smart and they have their own observations and shit. But most of these guys, holy shit, like, just the worst time wasters I've met in my life.
I'm DJing at the Goose. Literally, I'm at the Goose. There, I have to go in. Thank you.
Why did your blinker like do it at that offbeat type shit? Like that's kind of fucked up.
Oh, just to wind you up. Literally, I have a sticker on there that's like too annoying.
I had to do some work. I was still entertaining that thought. Somebody asked me what I thought of the Artemis mission, and I was thinking that's kind of like, me going to Dr. Fauci for my medical information or something, right? Like, I'm not going to rely on NASA to confirm or deny my belief of what's going on, being that they're known liars, and that everything I've seen from them is embarrassingly bad, like not even close to being a deception, right? Like, yeah, it'd be like going to Fauci for medical advice. I'm not going to go to them to observe and speculate and analyze what they're doing to see if they're right or wrong or whatever, because I already know.
Well, does NASA even claim the shit they put out is real? Like, that's another thing I'm having a hard time with is, like, when you talk to these guys about this law shit and basically how, like, the government can't lie in a court of law, or you could go and sue them, but like the media can lie to you, and there's nothing illegal about it because it's technically entertainment. So, like, my question is NASA also under that technical umbrella of entertainment? Because if that was the case, then they could just legally be lying to us the whole time. Because, like, that's how the news gets away with lying, right? They're technically underneath entertainment as, like, a subsection in the law. And so you can lie in entertainment. It doesn't necessarily have to be true.
Speaking of entertainment, that kind of leads me to another thought I had, where relating to that, where, like, when I found out the CIA is behind most movie productions and stuff like that, like, kind of turned me off to watching movies and stuff. So same thing kind of applies for NASA. Like, knowing that they're deceivers and liars, I'm not going to consume their content. Like, there's no reason for me to watch it, right? I know it's a deception. It's brainwashing. It's there to mislead me and make me think a certain way. So I'm not going to subjugate myself to it.
Have you also heard that, like, certain people are more suggestible than others? And some people are so suggestible that you can tell them that, like, you could go up to them and say, like, I'm going to convince you to do this. And they would say, like, no, you're not going to. And then, like, you could literally do a technique, and they literally, even when they know you're trying to, like, impede your thoughts onto theirs, they still can't help it. And so basically, like, with things like NASA and watching it, like, you could consciously know that it's fucking bullshit, but even watching it unconsciously, some of that shit will sink in. You know what I mean?
Dude, the perfect audio clip that I think CB has would be the girl that Witsit talked to at the Milwaukee NBA Finals that was like, the Earth is flat. Oh shit, the Earth is flat. She goes,
I don't have that one on command. That one's brilliant.
Dude, that's the best. That was in Milwaukee for the finals. Yeah. That's when I went and met him. I was literally, I had dinner with him the night that he did that. Him and I had dinner at a brew pub, and then he left and went to the finals, and I went home. And then he went live, and that chick freaking did that shit. It was hilarious.
That's awesome.
I'm not sure who was talking a minute ago, but I kind of think that way about the entertainment, that it's there to make you more susceptible to other ideas. Like I think that's the main purpose, and that's why I don't subjugate myself to it, because it's sort of like a gateway drug or something. It plants seeds or whatever, just makes you more susceptible to whatever else that they're selling. So typically, even though I did watch the movie last night.
Right, like while you're consciously watching, like, say, a movie, and then you see like a globe in the background, you're consciously like, well, that's fake, but then subconsciously you're not noticing all the other fucking bullshit, like all the guys acting gay and shit. And it's just like, what is this shit? Like, what the fuck are these people showing me, honestly? I don't know, bro. It just feels like the more, like, almost like a veil, the more you see shit. I don't even understand. Like, it's like you can see shit once you've seen it once. And once you've seen it once, like, you just can't fucking stop seeing this dumb shit that they put in everything that they fucking release. But yeah, no, like, the news can legally lie to your ass. They can make up a whole ass story, and it can all be fake. And there's nothing you can legally do about it, because technically they're entertainment.
Yeah, man. I had the phase where I'm like, nope, none of it is touching my nothing. I don't want to see it. I don't want to click on it. I don't want to hear it. But I think I've gotten through that phase, and I'm in a place where I treat it like film sometimes. I don't do this very often, but like I just watched someone recommended a show called The Boys. And they were like, I would recommend it if you're already like sort of awake, red-pilled, whatever. And so I watched it, and it does have a lot of agendas in there. It's crazy. But now you can sort of
There's
view
a
it
lot
as
of
like
parallels to be
watching
drawn.
tape on these goofballs. Go ahead.
It's pretty wide open that there's a lot of parallels that you can draw from that show to what's happening in reality, but only the real truthers know how deep that it actually goes. They're kind of surface level, kind of not. But yeah, like when I watch movies now, like when I watched the movie last night, it's the entertainment for me is to point out all the things that they're trying to slip in. Like all the
there's layers to that shit. You're absolutely right. There's layers, but like, how do you know that you're seeing all the way through it? Like, if you can recognize, like, oh my god, I watched this movie years ago and I never saw that, and then now you watch it again, and you're like, given the information I have now, I see this. Like, how do you know that there's not more information that you're still missing? Like,
absolutely.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Everything you don't consciously perceive, you're gonna subconsciously perceive in the movie. And there's no way you can consciously perceive all of it. Bro, they even use the color of the scene to like influence your moods and shit like that.
Right.
Even the words in the background on a sign on the wall that goes by less than a second in a scene will fucking have some sort of subconscious effect. It's fucking crazy, this type of shit these people do.
That I gotta look this up. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's a. Let me Google this. But there's something in playwriting that sort of touches on what you just said. It's like, from what I remember.
Motif?
Sorry?
Is it a motif?
I'll have to look it up really quickly. There's a name for it. But idea, like what I remember off the top of my head is basically the saying is, if there's a sword or like a knife on the wall in Act 1, you can be sure that it will be used in Act 2. Like, things aren't just there randomly. So let me see if I can find what that's called in playwriting. Give me a second.
I already like where this is going, though. I get the point without you finding it.
Aestheticism.
Yeah. It's called foreshadowing. You always in a play or whatever else, you foreshadow the next scene to lead the suspense. It's a play on human on our emotions and everything else. It just to what it means to be human. Like, they're always leaving you hanging, having cliffhangers and whatever else. Like, they're very good at this. and they've been able to. I think they've been able to extrapolate it out on a very long term kind of play. Like you're gonna get sucked in. You're gonna try to take a side in something where even if you think that you're invulnerable because you're woke, you know, like you're gonna get sucked in. They're gonna get you. They're gonna use it. You're predictable. You're in their fucking grasp.
They understand how your brain works, and they're using it to manipulate you. And I might sound crazy on here to people listening in that, like, oh, I don't want to watch movies because I might be subject to CIA brainwashing. And they could say, like, oh, that's just a theory, that's crazy, whatever. But through my own observation and what my instinct is telling me, what I've observed, that's the case. I mean, I've watched the movies, and I can see where that idea originates from and why it has standing. So, yeah, and then what he was saying, what you don't know, that's what's going to get you. Like, I don't know how many layers it goes and what parts of my subconscious that they're actually reaching, and I'm unaware of how it's affecting me. So I think it's best to just avoid it because nobody's forcing me to watch that stuff.
Right, but then you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to be a societal outcast and be considered what do they call a monist? No, that's not the wrong thing. That's a religion thing. No, what is it called when you basically like what the Amish are? Well, technology, you throw it aside. You're going to ostracize yourself from society, essentially. If you can either play along and get along, or you can be an outcast. Those are the two options you're given.
I kind of like being an outcast. Doesn't bother me.
I like being unique. I like being different. I think all of us actually have that in common. I kind of like
my wife loves movies, and I watch them for her sake.
I like being a free thinker, thinking outside the bookends, being unique, having an identity. I kind of like that. I don't know about you guys. I think you guys do too. The people we fight, though, they're against all that.
I hit mute button. They're Agent Smith. Anytime the truth comes out, their role is to fight against it.
We're not fighting humans.
They're just being belligerent, and that wears out after a while.
Okay, I found it. God, it took me forever to find this. Apparently, it's called Chekhov's gun or Chekhov's rifle. A narrative principle that states that every element in a story must be necessary. Any irrelevant elements should be removed. Alternatively explained, suppose a writer features a gun in a story. If the writer features it, there must be a reason for it, such as it being fired later sometime in the plot. So
I like this. I really like this. It fits in also with the functionalist perspective in sociology. Nothing that exists in society exists without a function. If it has no function, it ceases to exist.
What? Like exists to your perception.
All things that exist within society serve a function. If it does not serve a function, it ceases to exist.
Yeah, I heard the statement clearly, but when I said what, it was more of the understanding, because if there's a rock on the ground, it doesn't just cease to exist if no one's using it. You know what I mean?
No. I'm not talking about physics. I'm talking about societal. It's sociology. So, like, yes, we all laugh at sociology. It's overstudied, over pushed in, education and stuff. But like, it's still very prominent and strong when it comes to like social engineering and the powers that be, the people who are trying to persuade society. They have to know how masses of people are steered from one place to another. And you have to understand in that case that all groups of people, so like flat earthers, for example, we would not exist if we didn't serve a function. There's a purpose. It's the same idea as how politicians will say, like, don't let a bad don't let a tragedy go to waste. Like, no matter what, everything has a function, a purpose, or it can be used or served. Like, it's if it has no use, then it just doesn't happen. Like, I mean, that might be backwards, but like, if it happens, then it's because it served a purpose.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like the people who study sociology at university are the one whose sociology is being weaponized against the most, to be honest with you. Like, say I actually found the real true secret to sociology and I was some fucking ancient Indian guy and I was like, okay, let's establish this caste system or whatever. And then years later, it's like the Enlightenment and the West people come over. I'd be like, man, these people are busting my secret. The best way to fucking get them is if I put a Trojan horse in their own sociology book. I mean, the book that you're fucking reading. Hold up. I'm almost done. Hold up. I'm almost done. It's like the book you're reading, right? I'm not saying you specifically. This is a general fucking scenario, but like the sociology textbook that these kids in university reading have more social engineering in it than actual sociology knowledge.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like the fact that in the United States, if you take a college degree, like that's one of the forced credits. You have to take sociology. And that's one of the big brainwashing propaganda fucking courses that they throw at you. They say, like, in order to get your degree, you have to understand like how people are so easily controlled, how people are manipulated, how the only things that exist because of us, essentially. Like, that's why I'm talking about this functionalist attitude in sociology. Like, they say, like, literally, like, there's different attitudes that they put into sociology. One of them is the functionalist perspective. And this is the one that I do think is important. I think that's the one that they're mostly following. Like, we will cancel you if you don't have a function. If you serve a function, you'll be allowed to live. You'll be allowed to grow, right? It's not the way that like in the very rudimentary way that I put it, like that by definition, like it can't. I forget who came up with it because that was a long time ago, but essentially, like, society, there's all different types of people with types of problems and ideas and everything and so on and so forth. But like, if a group of people, like an uprising or a niche group of people, starts to gain interest or popularity or power, then it's because it serves a function. And if it's a tool to create division, and not there, it would die on its own. It's almost like evolution in that way, where like it only serves a purpose for a period of time in a given place, and like that's when it exists, and after that it ceases to exist, or it puts itself into shadows, right? Like, when it becomes a topic, it's because it serves a function.
Yeah, but who defines the function? Like, say me and my buddies get together, we start a gang, and we start trafficking something. I'm not even going to say what we traffic. Let's just say we're trafficking some object
the government doesn't want us to traffic, and we have a gang, and it's whatever. Technically, me and my 5 guys have a society. It serves us a function. So wouldn't it just keep existing, right? Until what? People stop taking drugs or whatever? Like, who defines this function? Isn't everything you do in your life kind of...
Yeah, well, I mean, if you had to ask me personally, I would say who decides the function? Well, this shadowy class of elites, like they're the ones. They're way ahead of us, guys. Like, we're not beating them. Like, people might be appearing to become awake, but really they're falling into the next trap. That's just the way it is.
Demolishing them. We are pulverizing them. We're terrorizing them.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's hard to believe.
They can't sleep at night. They're tweaking the algorithms every second, just hoping and praying that our message doesn't get through, not even to one person.
Yeah, no, they're steering us in the directions they want it to go, creating tiny little corrals for us, echo chambers, so to speak.
I agree with David Avocado Wolf that said this is like a meme war. The memes slip through the algorithm, and they can't fight against that. So as long as we're able to communicate and present ideas very specifically like that, then maybe we will gain some traction if we could separate ourselves. But what you're talking about, they're creating, those are all tools of division, and their goal is to divide us, have us fighting amongst ourselves so that we're not fighting amongst them.
Dude.
And as far as that goes, man, yeah, they're crushing. They're fucking crushing.
They are crushing at that game, man. And division is at its peak right now, like at least in our lifetimes. At least in our lifetimes. Like, they like to talk about how racist fucking old folks were. Dude, we are more divided than when it came to any of that right now. Like, families are breaking up because of the shit that they've put us through recently.
So who do you think the shadow people are?
Shadow people? That's a deep ass question, man. Like,
the people on the top. Like, how do you think the hierarchy goes?
Yeah,
like, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me the very top, but you can just go up until the point where you think this is who I can visibly see is at the top. There might be someone above them.
No, you know damn well we're not allowed to name those people on the live stream, dude.
Who can't be named?
Interesting idea. I had a kind of mind-blowing to myself idea about this last night while I was watching a movie. But what if these people don't have the normal human lifespan that we have? That the ones that are really behind the scenes are possibly 300 years old or something by magic or some technology. I don't know. Say whatever you want. But yeah, like think in your own lifetime, it would be hard to gain that much control. But if you had multitudes of decades to learn different things and try different approaches, I think it could be pulled off by somebody who was an elder to the rest of humanity.
Can I add on to that?
Just an idea.
I have a more mundane idea even than that. My mundane idea is that you don't even really need to live 300 years per se. If you have 4 guys who live 80 years and they just write down all their knowledge and their most wise shit and actually teach their children what to do, it would be like the 4th generation guy lived 300 years, right? And so all you would have to do is prevent everyone else from passing down knowledge while making sure that you and your family passes down knowledge. You know what I mean? Like if I'm king on my side and I teach my prince
Yeah,
every
that's
way
the
to
more
be a good
feasible idea.
king, right? If I teach my prince how to be a good king and I prevent you from teaching your prince how to be a good king,
Yeah,
my kingdom's going to be more powerful.
it especially becomes devious when you purposely institute, because you now have power, disinformation. When you push disinformation on the people, that becomes pretty bad. And
Like
I kind of think that,
what if your grandpa was super knowledgeable, he knew everything about flat earth, yet he didn't have enough money, so you had to go to public school and you have to learn the curriculum of some other guy's family. You know what I mean?
well, here's the thing. I don't know of anybody who, I mean, sure, David Weiss showed that one old lady who claimed that they taught flat earth, but like, I've never met anybody who said that, like, or maybe I have, but I don't know, like one person who said that like their grandparents were taught flat earth. You know, like I don't think that they knew that the earth was flat. I really don't. I think in all the last 400 years at least, most people were under the presumption that the earth is a globe.
Right, but what I'm saying is, say some guy 3 generations ago figured it out. Damn, the earth is flat. Who would fucking care? Everyone has to go and memorize public school education anyways. You'd fail the public school education if you listened to the guy who found it out before. That's what I'm saying, dude. You don't need a guy who's immortal to hide all the knowledge. You just need to have everyone else mandatory go to your schooling and then just have your family learn the real truth. It'd be fucking easy. Isn't that what kings and queens and pharaohs did in the old days? Yeah, have the scribes teach my son and let the slaves learn nothing. They can learn how to fucking carry
If you're
bricks.
the ruling class, you will always protect your proprietary secrets. You know, like what keeps you in power, and it would be wise to lie to the public at any given time possible if they can trust you. And you would, yeah, there would be certain select people, even within your own family, you would be broken up though. Like there are those in your family that are trustworthy and that are not. I to me, it almost goes beyond, and I'm not a religious person, but spiritually, yes. And I would say that when it comes to that, I don't have a good answer. All I'm left with is saying that maybe there is like a, just good and evil battle, right? But that's not a satisfactory answer to me either.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like
I think
all the
Go ahead.
pharaohs or all the kings. Yeah, all pharaohs. Think about all the pharaohs that you learn about in Egyptian history. Think about all the fucking conquerors you learn about in history: Charlemagne, Alexander the Great, all these fucking guys, all these fucking kings, and all these kingdoms and whatever. Would they not just keep their knowledge to themselves? Why would you tell the fucking public? It doesn't make any sense. Like all those fucking Italian families, all those fucking
I just find it
Linguini or
hilarious.
whatever the fuck those guys.
Like nothing
Been
has
like
made
families for
sense
thousands of years. How do you maintain?
Nothing that we live in has made sense for at least since Trump got in. For God's sakes, let's say 9/11 or before that. Like shit just doesn't make sense. Like people try to make sense of it, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you seen those Bizarro World predictive programmings with Trump?
I'm just saying everything that they've pushed on us ever since basically the digitization of the media and we're living in this new information age, as they put it. Like, ever since we got fully enveloped in the information age, nothing has made sense. People are more confused than ever.
I'm in the store, so I'll just say real quick. So what Noah was saying is, I think they can lean on prophets or people like Edgar Mitchell to help obtain and information and sort things out for their plans and agendas.
So what was the deal with the guide stones?
It was a marketing tactic by a community that is solely dependent on like granite mining and slabs and like monuments and gravestones and shit like that. If you look at it, it's in the middle of nowhere. That's literally like the only thing that happens in that town. They dig up rocks. They make fucking gravestones and monuments out of them. And probably they got tired of the attention that they were getting. It was a publicity stunt. It was a publicity stunt.
It was just put there as a joke then?
Yeah. Also, right before the Guidestones got blowed up, I believe it changed ownership. The title of the land had just been sold, and then the Guidestones blowed up. It was on private property. The Guidestones weren't a public like monument or anything like that. It was on private property. Some guys claimed that they just showed up overnight. They made it a tourist attraction and so on and so forth. I don't know if you know that.
I guess that makes sense. I just wondered if there was anything to it having to do with the inscriptions.
No, I would tell you there's nothing to it. I mean, sure, the person who put them there, like, clearly had like a mindset, you know, but it was, I think it was meant to get people to be triggered and to show up there.
I assume when I say Edgar Mitchell, you guys all know who I'm talking about. But if you don't, you know, his backstory is he was able to tap into what they call the Akashic record. And if anybody, if you put any like credence to that, then the Akashic record supposedly sees time kind of from the outside, like, you know, it doesn't exist linear. It's the past, present, and future are all there. So if they were able to tap into that, like Edgar Mitchell supposedly was, then I think they could easily start to figure out things and how things could work. You know, if they put a plan forth, how would it map out into the future if they could possibly see the future through that method?
Yeah, the Akashic record is, as far as I understand it, is supposed to be some kind of basically a database of everything that has ever happened.
Myself, I think it's, I don't want to just use the word true, but for lack of a better word, through my experience, I think there's relevance to it. I think it's possible that people could tap into this place this type of information that's infinite. I mean, if there's an aether, it even leads more to the possibility of that being true. It'd kind of be one and the same. And of course, we know, or they say that these people are into magic. You know, if all the symbolism actually tells the tale of, you know, they're occultists and they're using magic, then that's always an avenue you can explore to. Well, I forgot Noah's original statement that he made about it, but yeah, I was just talking about that. I know, guys, pretty far out stuff. Definitely way off topic. I'll let y'all discuss. I got some hot roast my wife made.
Sounds delicious. Thanks for the content. It's always appreciated. I've been cooking myself, so thanks for giving us something to listen to.
How about throwing a wild card on this control and layers of controls in this whole thing? How about invasion of the host by other beings? People say possessions. Some people use science and call them parasites, manipulating the host to behave certain ways. Addictions, disease, and a spectrum of traits that are connected to foreign invaders to the body. About these controllers are being passed down certain. I mean, there is evidence that shows that things can be passed down by generation, by family, by the mother and the father, down to their children.
There's historical records of things that are similar to possession going back thousands of years. Yeah, I mean, all the descriptions appear to be a situation where you've got something that inhabits a human body and basically takes it over for its own use. Some of the descriptions do say that those things can transfer from one body to another. There are even some descriptions that claim that some of these things can inhabit more than one body at the same time.
Yep. Telling you, it's not a joke.
I mean, I suppose it's
the other day.
Something where, you know, the transference of that thing could happen from parents to children over generations, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure whether that would be normal. My best guess is that if something like that was going to hop hosts, it would just choose its favorite host and move.
I think some of that, where they say water has memory and our bodies are comprised of water, and somehow that relates to how trauma is passed down from generation to generation through one body to another. But there's an interesting idea that Dr. Bear Paul Lando puts forth about what our DNA actually is, or you know, it's misrepresented, and he provides a clearer picture of it. I'll try to link something, but if you guys don't know about the Alpha Vedic podcast,
and Dr. Barry Paul Lando, you should definitely check him out. It seems he is flat Earth side. He pretty much believes the same thing that Whitted believes. I don't know who came up with the idea first, or how many other people are putting forth this idea at all, but that the Earth isn't a toroid. I won't go on about him, but I do encourage you to check him out if you haven't already. And I'll try to link something here in a sec.
Just want to put for an example, there's a spectrum of expressions of manipulation of host by entities inside of the body. And this one is symbiote mediated host manipulation in another area that deserves further attention. A well-known example is Wolbachia, the most widespread symbiote of arthropods and nematodes. While many studies exist on the effects of Wolbachia on hot fitness, feminization of males, pathogenesis, male mortality. So feminization of males by parasitic infections. Yeah, sounds crazy.
Can you see parasites when you're on a plane out the window?
I think I can. Because the light at that perspective will allow me to see things in my eyes, moving around my eyes. It might be parasites, who knows?
That would explain how women run the world. They could have created this biochemical world.
Oh my God, that explains it all. I'm so awoken.
All hail the booty of the woman.
Now that you say that, it's been in the background of my mind that a lot of times, in the movies and the hierarchies, we always put the emperor and the king like he's on the top of the pyramid. But why is that? How about, is it possible that a feminine figure is on the back, on top of everything, just behind the curtain, instead of the old guy behind the curtain? Could it be a woman?
That's what they try to do. I mean, there's numerous examples of that. Take somebody like Cleopatra. Biggest problem is
what's the quote? There's something about behind every man is a powerful woman, or something like that. Like, or powerful man, powerful woman. Yeah, there's always a woman whispering in that man's ear, or in today's more woke culture, there's always somebody whispering into that person's ear. Freud, as far as Freud goes, everything is very sexual, like our motivations and drives.
She left me for a brown-eyed man, but I still don't seem to care.
You guys get that it's no joke.
Everything.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, my bad.
Everything is toroidal. I just want to correct that. Everything's toroidal, but it's the core that the Earth resides in. And I posted a link where Dr. Bear Paul Lando is describing just that. Seems to be the exact same viewpoint. So, yeah,
can you expand on that? Can you expand on what you said a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, he talks about it in the video. I posted a timestamp, but, everything's toroidal. The 7 chakras of the body are all toroids, and then the whole body itself. But he believes the inertial plane, the Taurus inertial plane, we live with on that plane. And he also goes into, and I'm trying to share this information with it because it came up in when he had those callers on the other night. We're like, well, what creates the physicality of it, and that would be like an alchemical process. And he describes how that works. Like he's Dr. Bear Paul Lando worked with like under Walter Russell and Rudolf Steiner and stuff. Like he's taking their work and moving forward with it. So yeah, it's he calls the aether a transmuting utility. It creates the elements that create the matter, which makes perfect sense, right? And then he describes how that works. You got carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and something. But those elements right there create everything else.
So I guess the theory is that this ether is the basic building block behind all the matter.
Yeah, and just that it exists in the first place, and there's no escape from it. You know, it is the all-encompassing everything around us, the immaterial and the material.
Yeah, but you've only come up with the ether out of the necessity to have it to try to explain your other preconceived ideas. Like it's a construct, an ideal that necessitates it, kind of like dark matter or dark energy. You haven't tested and found ether. You tried to.
No, I've never done that.
Not you. I'm just saying, like people have tried to, like, in order to try to fulfill another larger, overreaching, like, paradigm. You know, a way of thinking.
Right, because there has to be some explanation for existence. So which one's the viable one? And the heliocentrists put forth an idea. Doesn't make much sense. So what's the other alternative? And that would be the aether model.
Yeah,
but how does that work?
It's ignorant. Again, it's ignorant, like, to think that we can understand this. Like, no matter what model you take, there's so many holes and so many questions. Like, I'm not willing to buy onto it. I don't want to go around in this room saying ether explains it all. Like, that's a huge fucking claim.
That's fine with me. I just like thinking about things.
Yeah, please don't go around telling everybody that I can explain everything.
Well, like I said, he's a proponent of Rudolf Steiner. I think that guy had things pretty well figured out. What do they say? He wrote some insane amount of books over his lifetime, every day, like 5,000 pages or 500. I don't know exactly. But that guy has some really good working theory. And then what they do with it, pretty much nothing. There's only a few people that have the mindset, the capabilities to even continue where he left off.
Ether explain everything. Now explain ether.
Like I said, I really want to encourage a discussion between Dr. Bear Paul Lando and with it, so that they can flesh out ideas, because most of the stuff is over my head. I can comprehend it when they're speaking about it, but I'm not going to be the one to figure it all out. So I really want to contact them, either side, so they can get together, and I really want to hear that conversation, because if they both believe in the same model, that the ether exists, and he believes that he can explain the physicality of it, how does the earth exist within this field?
I love what you, like I said, I had dinner with him, like, dude, he's cool, but I don't agree with everything he says. And when it comes to this ether debate, I kind of think he's taking it a little bit too far, because all of a sudden you got guys like you who are saying ether explains the questions that we have. You don't have anything to go off of that. It's just a suspicion. You think there's something we're missing, or something that You know, like the, I don't know. There's it. No matter what, it's arrogant for us to think that we can answer these questions. Like it. Perhaps there's a chance to. Perhaps it's possible, but more than likely, you'll never figure it out. We've never been right in history. Why would we be right now, or 100 years ago?
Those are valid viewpoints, but kind of that's not the optimistic viewpoint.
I think there's definitely got to be a mechanism in place to experience what we to I don't know, set up or explain the setup that is in place, how things actually work under the mechanisms that are in place. But we're probably missing certain variables, like can we go to the heavens and science the heavens? I don't think we can. So I think that's why we're kind of like halfway there, and that's where we're gonna be at until Revelation or God explains the whole thing himself to us.
When he says it's not the optimistic viewpoint, I would argue that it's not optimistic or pessimistic that we're talking about. It's not about whether you want to find the answers or whether you want to stay in the dark or anything like that. It's just, it's a question that we're incapable of answering.
I think both points are valid, but I agree with Lou that there are things that we're not gonna be able to actually validate and demonstrate completely and have 100% certainty. There's stuff that, like talk about the heavens.
Our mind can't comprehend God's mind. It's just not even feasible.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can't verify the container. Like, we know it's there, but we can't verify it. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of silly to like pick and choose what we can talk about. I mean, some of this is a bit far out.
Absolutely. I'm not saying we can't talk about it either, but
I like talking about everything.
I don't think it's.
I'll entertain the idea. But you have to entertain my criticism of it as well, and we can progress that way.
But I also don't think you don't really have to conclude or make an argument that there is a container. In fact, it's an axiom that we're breathing and pressure requires containment. Like it's not an argument. It's not like this is something that we experience and that we utilize every day. Now,
right, but that's the same argument.
Ether as an overarching conceptual way to describe all of the other things that we do see as phenomena is not the same as accepting that there's containment because of the gas pressure that we experience, and we understand how to increase pressure, decrease pressure by decreasing the area. That's completely different.
And I will extend the container thing that the axiom or the antecedent to the container is a designer to put that in place. And you can extend that to the observations of the cycles of the luminaries, the design, that there is no coincidence that stuff is, there is a fingerprint on everything. So the antecedent to that.
No matter what I see it as an infinite regression fallacy, though. So, like, in what space and time was our non-space and time or whatever? You see what I'm saying? Like, you're always trying to put it in a box. No matter what it is, your understanding, it's within like a box of space and time, or relevance, like and place, and like
Like there's a limit
No
where
matter
you
what,
can reach, and there is a place that you cannot. Lou, you're saying that there is a limitation to what we can reach, and there is another area that we cannot reach to that place. And how are we gonna explain that we cannot even
we have
reach or demonstrate?
We have no comprehension of what is above our understanding.
But I can tell you that is above us has an input and effect in the place that we're in. But how does that work exactly? That is probably the wonder of many generations, our ancestors, and even us today.
I don't think that any generation before us could have any more knowledge than we have ourselves. Well, I mean, sure, they could be given different materials, but what I'm saying is, like, they don't have any. We don't have anything more to go off of than they do, and the same vice versa. We're given the same observations, like, and we can guess and we can think, and we can debate, but we cannot be actually given resolution to these questions.
Will there be revelation? People speak about revelation, things to be revealed. I mean, logical conclusions to certain things.
No, it doesn't make it definitive. It just means that this is the consensus.
Yeah, you can't really argue that. Like, logic does prove things, but you can't, fully prove anything. So where do you go from there?
Logic proves consistency.
What can logic prove by itself?
Logic can prove consistency. Logic isn't a scientific proof. It's a logical proof.
So give us an example.
Like, B comes after A.
Logic proves intelligence.
Yeah, and no information exists without previous information.
Without an informer?
Yeah, without an no. Logic can only exist with previous information.
Okay. Yeah.
It necessitates some kind of informer.
But what about like intuition and common sense? Is there a place for that without being taught something?
Common sense, when you break down common sense, good common sense, all it really is a logical mind.
Mims,
someone who's never been.
Go ahead, Mims. My bad.
I was going to say, someone who's never been taught logic but who has common sense is naturally logical.
So, a logical sequence of events in the creation, eh?
Yes.
I was going to touch on that a little bit. Like, what about, like, I mentioned, I've heard, I mentioned this before, like, we talk about the container. Does it logically follow that the container requires a designer or a creator of the container?
I would say that that's a leap of logic, but to say that pressure requires a container, I think that might be within the realm, and you can come to a consensus, but you can still never get that definitive answer. To say that it necessitates a divine being, like an all-knowing or anything, like that's a leap. That's a leap.
No, I didn't mean all-knowing, but a designer, an informer.
It does need an informer by necessity.
Okay. So what about the container itself and the act of the gases becoming?
How does it?
Hold on. That takes an engineering mindset. That's an engineer at work.
Yeah. How does it know to be a container?
There's no way that can happen by chance. Any other kind of random events could never cause gas being contained. So that we know it's got to be created, for one. Period. That's end of that statement. But in addition to that,
thank you for settling that.
But the engineering aspect is the main part that I want to hear about, and also
even though I asked Memes about this, and come on, guys,
I answered it for him. So I sorry, Memes.
No, yeah. How does it? You were gonna point that. you actually pointed out what I was going to say. So congratulations. It has purpose. The fact that it's a container means it has purpose. How do you have? I mean, how do you have something that has purpose without a purposer?
Yeah.
It has a function, but basing on a functional thing. Who gave its function? Who decided that it's going to function for what?
It would take somebody that is outside of that system in order to create that system. Because you couldn't have this purpose of, oh, we got gases, like how do I contain the gases? You can just put your arms over and go, okay, well, it's got to be like that. Okay, so it takes this intense, it takes a direct energy, a direct focus of energy for creating that, for that purpose.
Well, it takes the organization of energy. It takes the organization of conversion. And organization requires intelligence.
I would agree with most of this. So like this is talking about like there being a intelligent design, essentially, right? Like for lack of a better word. So now intelligent design, I can get on board with that. Now, most people here, I know for a fact, are speaking from a Christian point of view and are saying like this therefore means that the Christian Bible is true.
Not
I never
me.
said that.
I don't come from that viewpoint.
No, I know. I'm not talking about you, but there are I guess what I should point out. There are many. You all know. Don't play ignorant with me either. There are plenty of Christian pushers, thumpers, whatever.
Yeah, but I didn't want to go there because I'm trying to concentrate on the aspect that you're the opposite of what you're saying right now. Why you want to bring it to the Christians? You sounded like a Christian right now.
But but hold on. I don't think I have a Christian hat.
I went to Catholic
so anyway,
school.
Wait a second.
Too many people.
Look. I consider myself to be one that a deist, essentially. Like there has to be a creator, but I don't think I know the creator. I don't think I know who he is or what he stands for or anything like that. Okay,
but that's actually the same thing. But you would end up believing essentially the same thing that a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew would believe.
Yeah.
In that, despite the things that people would argue about, there has to be a primary mind that is responsible for everything.
Directive, I guess, is kind of where you're going. Like, that in your own words, I think probably, but like
a mind, outside this reality.
And I describe it often, especially in the side chats. I try not to do it too much in here anymore, but I talk about like these alternative ideas about the creator, and I see it more as like God's dream, like, or a thought. Like we're literally just a thought. Like he spoke us into existence in his image, which I think is his imagination. So he literally thought of us, and then it was so. Like that's literally how the book starts.
I know, but like ultimately that would be a theological discussion. But ultimately you need a primary creator.
And under that, the primary creator, we mentioned the container, but the container is one aspect. There is a bunch of mechanisms in place for the build that is what we experience and we are under.
Also, I got to point out that the idea of a creator is not a religious idea.
Yeah. Can you expand on that?
It's a necessary function.
Okay.
It's just a necessary previously existing.
Expanding on what I was saying earlier about the functionalist attitude, like if it only exists if it's necessary. It doesn't exist anymore if it's no longer necessary.
I'm not sure I follow that.
It's sociology. I was mentioning about sociology, like the functionalist perspective. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but like essentially every group in society only only exists out of function. Even if they're misled or whatever else, like they serve a function. If they're gaining traction or whatever else, like let's say Flat Earth was wrong, we're at least pointing out government corruption and freaking all kinds of other stuff. Like there's a function to this.
Yeah.
So and without that function, you'd no longer exist as a group.
You mean there would be no purpose to drive it existing?
Yeah, it would just
Right,
it
I
would
gotcha.
just drive itself to extinction essentially.
Right. I don't think that would apply to a creator.
No, this is what I'm saying. So from the functionalist perspective, a creator, this is why I would consider myself to be a deist. A creator is necessary. We see all of the results of just what we have around us is all proof of design, of a creator, of a. I think the religions are there to prey upon that and mislead you and corrupt you and to try to make you one of their little friggin', I don't know, is that the right word? You know, but like.
I've met bad deists. I've met bad religious people. I don't think religion does one thing or another to a person. And I think by and large, religion is a net good. And I'm not religious.
That's a funny little thing to throw in there. If you want to talk about like net good, I understand your point if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, like if I was a dictator, even if I was non-religious and had no beliefs, I would institute a religion. Because most people need structure in their lives. They even need moral structure.
Most people aren't smart enough to actually have these conversations.
Right. So, you know, it can get a little complicated.
But I guess what I'm talking about is amongst free thinkers and people who are capable.
What religion would you institute?
What religion would I institute? Well, I'm not getting into the details of what religion I would institute, because it was just a hypothetical anyway.
Depends what the dictator's agenda is. If it's about control, it would be a pacifist one. If it's about destroying and conquering, it would be a warring one, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem with a religion, a real religion, it would empower people, and I want that. Because they might overthrow you. I mean, if you were an evil dictator, that is.
How did we get off onto that? Oh, we're talking about the necessity of containment.
Probably my fault.
Oh, okay.
You've been in these side chats with me. Yeah, I talk about all kinds of crazy shit.
It's all right.
You said dictator. I said you might want to give him a religion.
Yeah, I would.
Faith is a powerful thing.
Yeah, it would depend on what kind of civilization I was trying to build. So
I just like to get to. Oh, you asked like how we got on that. I'm always trying to get people to think bigger. Like whatever you think you figured out, try to realize first that you still don't have it all figured out.
pot, meat, kettle.
Like with the sun and moon, do you think we can understand how those move and what makes them function? Or is that what you would call supernatural?
Oh, they could be shining through from another dimension. I have no idea.
It may be supernatural as far as our science. I'm unable to comprehend it. But there's a theory that, well, maybe we just have to have a much higher understanding of science, and then it will be science. But as far as now, it could be either natural or supernatural.
Well, it can never be science since it can't be analyzed as part of the physical and natural world. So it'll always be a supernatural problem.
At least we can, there is certain observations that indicate that the sun, the moon, wandering stars, and the stars, they all revolve and circuit around a certain region of the sky, like in a circuit. So there is a middle heaven or a middle area of the heavens that everything revolves around in cycles and patterns. So there's a pattern. Center point. Yeah.
There's a pattern. But like I said, it could be shining.
It cannot be scienced.
Yeah, it can't be science, but that's the problem. It could be shining through from another realm. We have no idea.
Yeah, that's what gets me about the container is it's invisible, and I mean, whatever it's made of, we have no clue.
Well, keep in mind, both models acknowledge a container, even though the anti-flat earthers like pretend like they don't have one. They claim that they live in a limited universe that is always expanding. They claim that it has basically a flat disk shape across the universe. They don't know what is happening near the edge or how the physics change when you get there. They project all their same questions about their own model onto us. We, because we say it's closer and more local, we now have the burden of proof, right? Like, well, if it's that close, then show me.
Oh, well, that's why I don't say. Obviously, though, I'm well past saying where the sun is. I don't know where it is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know if it's optical or not.
Yeah. No, but here's the thing is, like, flat Earth, even according to their own model, essentially is a flat Earth model. It's just a very big one.
Yeah, their container is a balloon that's ever expanding. It's the size of the universe. So
and when we say local, like local sun, local this, I kind of cringe a little bit because I'm like, you don't know how big or how far or how intense, like those lights are. You don't know, like,
Well, the technical use of the word local would mean part of the system's environment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like local would be like the solar system if we agreed in a solar system, like a heliocentric solar system.
Yeah, like if they were smart, they would be saying local sun because it would still work. If you were describing the solar system on the heliocentric model, you would describe all of it as the local. The local
And they
planet,
do
the
that
local sun.
themselves too. They do that. They isolate it. They say, well, when we start talking about speeds, like, well, we don't talk about the speed that the Earth is moving around the sun. We're talking about the moon in relation to the Earth. And then you start talking about the Earth around the sun and comparing it to, I don't know, other galaxies. And they're like, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this system, not that system, not our relationship to it. It's always localized, and they get to pick and choose when what they're saying. I don't know when what they're saying is valid or not. Because like, oh, you're just demonstrating your misunderstanding of our model. Like, I love one. Oh, fuck you. When you point out a hole in their system and they go, oh, you're demonstrating your lack of knowledge.
Well, I mean, it's like
Well
when you
offended.
talk to any fan about their hobby, they think they know more.
Yep.
I also, since I was there just now, talking about the expansion of their universe, I would like to point out the vacuum of the universe. Like, unless you have an input at the center of the universe or somewhere in the universe of energy, of matter, and so on, then if it is an infinitely expanding universe, then the vacuum would actually literally suck like a Hoover vacuum, because if you have the same amount of matter and more space that is expanding, then infinitely you would have more and more suction, literally like pulling back the plunger on reality.
Well, you would never have to.
You mean not what we experience now?
You would never experience it in the first place, because the universe would have started in equilibrium and still be in equilibrium. There would be no variation in pressure from one side to the other.
I'm talking about giving them like a ton of shit, and then even still, like, it's poking at the fact that they say like, oh, well, you misunderstand a vacuum. Like, do you think a vacuum sucks? Like, no, it doesn't suck. It just, no, what it does is it tries to, without
Lou,
a barrier.
are you ignoring a call?
Is who ignoring a call?
It was a ringtone, someone's ringtone.
Not mine.
I didn't hear anything.
Huh.
Ring, ring.
All right, never mind. My bad, Lou. Forgive me.
No, I will never.
Yes, you will.
No, not until fight night.
Yeah.
All right. Where was I?
The infinite expansions of the universe, they will have to equalize to the available volume. So the globe is an impossibility. Yes, Lou, we know that already.
The point being, yeah, exactly. Like they say that the vacuum of space wouldn't suck, but it in fact would if it's expanding. It's the same effect as if you put a plunger on the toilet and you held it there. Now it's not expanding, but as soon as you pull back on it, you're sucking because you're creating more volume without having an input of matter. Okay? Space would suck.
So gravity will have to be getting. Hey, Luke, gravity will have to be getting stronger to keep the same air pressure at sea level at the same rate, at the same amount of pressure. If the universe was expanding so fast, but everything is staying kind of like the same down here on the ground, wouldn't like the energy or the force that is causing whatever we're experiencing, wouldn't that have to be increasing to keep it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You'd have to have like I guess the galactic center. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's what they already claim. But it would have to have an input of matter in order for it to maintain pressure anywhere.
And pressure.
Well, there's one theory. I'm going to tell you about one theory they do have. Okay, that at the center of the universe, matter is still exploding out from the initial Big Bang.
Damn.
Yeah, so they're trying to cover that base.
See, that's what I figured.
Wow, wow! I never heard that. That explanation, Lou, you're debunked now.
Yeah. Sorry, Lou.
Thank you, NASA.com.
I heard it about.
That's the
20 years
definition.
ago.
That's a definition of a big bada boom. Still exploding to this day, 6-7 billion years after. Damn.
I like that big bada boom reference. Awesome job, Jim.
That beeping is me. Don't worry about it.
I knew it.
No. That's fresh. No noise was before. That was my oven reaching it. I'm making sourdough bread.
Back on the plane where the engineering was in effect. So the engineer would also have to know how all the natural laws align with each other and work with or against each other at the same time as you make the container.
Funny, hold on. On the galactic center thing, the input versus output thing. So if that was true, if they're already heading that one off, then it would also have to be inputting at the exact same rate as the output.
Increasing the input.
Well, it can only be inputting. It can only be inputting as much as there's outputting. I don't know how in favor that theory is, and I want to say it was Hawking who did it, because it's something I read like 20-something years ago.
Wait, the guy in the wheelchair?
I think it was him. It might have been him. I'm not sure. Like I said, this is just something I read a long time ago.
It sounds like a Hawking thing for sure.
It sounds like a retarded idea, yes.
I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying on the cosmic level, but us being in the center and being a contained system within ourselves, at the Earth system, no one's getting outside, so all of that is a non sequitur.
Actually, I think when you speak
flawed logic, you made a leap before you basically set up a faulty premise before you continued your outcome.
So Lou, let me bring it.
You guys are, not me.
Let me try to bring that into maybe reality's perspective, kind of like a flow into the system, like an input and an output at the same time, sort of like a flow.
Yeah. It's like having a garden hose in a barrel.
Okay.
That has a hole in it. The garden hose is keeping it full.
Continue on. Forgive my digression. Go ahead.
So they're saying that I'm talking in the reality perspective. That's a possibility because a lot of systems that we build, especially like electric system, they have to have some type of exchange, like a flow, right? And this heliocentric, that the input is coming from the Big Bang 7 billion years ago, and it's still to this day. It's not talking about this electric or this type of flow, that it might be more related to reality. Probably, I have a point there.
So how are they accounting for the inflow and outflow question? How are they dealing with that? What is their story on that?
I don't know.
I love asking questions.
Gravity, refraction.
I'm actually sure it probably is gravity. I'm not joking. It probably is gravity.
It would have to be a cosmic level. They have to just jump their whole schema up to another level that no one can ever, like, it has to be beyond magnitudes of jumping off. So the Earth, the whole thing. No curvature. Okay, jump to that next one. It's flying through space. Now that we got past that, and okay, now we have to get to another scale. We're at the solar system scale, and then we get up to the galactic scale, right?
The Galaga scale.
Well, don't they need gravity to form a planet?
Look. It's why. Look, it's all again. This is how we got into this. It's all constructs of men. It's our inability to just take it how it is and just instead what we do is try to make sense, make pattern recognition, try to make logic out of things that we don't really have a reason to believe it other than it fits our idea. It fits our model. It fits our... So these are things that we can't really fully, truly understand. We can try to find better ways to describe them to each other, but doesn't mean that that's what's actually taking place.
That's true.
No, but I think there's something to that. But the thing is that there is builds that we can put in place that work. Let's say like a battery or a magnet, and we can build them. But I don't know how they work, but they're doable and they work, right? They do a function. They're functional, but how and why they work, probably we don't know. But they do. Yeah. They do work.
Yeah. And to make up stories of things like that is just fallacious right at the start. But I don't know, man. It's like in my opinion.
Thank you, Sonny, for agreeing that you were being fallacious. You're welcome.
Yeah, I will whenever I am. But look, or I try to, not whenever I am. Yeah, impossible. But like in my opinion, they made a big mistake when they went against. When they went to this, we're moving through space at these unimaginable speeds. They made a mistake right here, but nobody feels it. No one feels it. They made a huge mistake right there. How large of a mistake could you possibly make if you're setting up a scenario? Oh, they'll never guess that they actually don't feel it. Huh? Another sunny moment.
I mean, it has to be increasing to keep what Lou was bringing up. It has to be increasing, but is it increasing, but you don't feel it? I mean, I don't know.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, perhaps you wouldn't feel it. You know, that has to do with scale, like you were saying. But what I'm saying is, like, all of this is just guesswork. They have an idea. In fact, we're doing it right now. We're saying in order for this idea to work, there would have to be an input. There would have to be an output, like for it to be expanding. And they would have to be equal in order or greater. It would have to, the source would have to actually have a greater output than there is an output in order to.
Well, that's not us. That's not us doing that, though. It's not us doing it. We're pointing out the flaw in their logic. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree. Yeah. But if we're going to entertain the idea to poke those flaws, you have to go down their logical train of thought and
poke holes
in that train of thought.
Yeah, for sure.
And a lot of people, I think you followed exactly what I was just saying there about like the energy input output rate. Like there's no such thing as a 100% efficient system either. Like it would have to be greater than the input, like in order to create an expanding universe.
Yeah, but you're trying to make sense out of an idea. And ideas don't have to make sense. They can just be made up. So that's the globe advantage right there. No, just make it up. Not the globe advantage, the heliocentric advantage. They can just make up whatever they want to and say, well, it makes sense.
Yeah, but when they say it makes sense, they say it makes sense on a globe, but where's the globe? Fantasyland. It makes sense in Fantasyland.
Well, it can't make sense in reality. Otherwise, who would believe it?
Yeah, that's why I point out it's a nonsensical claim when they claim the opposite of the experience and what we can demonstrate and what our senses dictate, and the extension that we do from testing with devices to confirm a lot of what we experience.
That's why they say you can't trust your senses, despite trusting your senses literally 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and they claim the opposite of what our senses indicate, so it's a nonsensical claim.
Yeah. That's your first laboratory, is your senses.
You can't trust your senses. Your senses are conspiring against you.
Talk about a conspiracy theory.
Well, anyway, like literally all this was pointing out when they say idiot flat earth or a vacuum doesn't suck like a vacuum cleaner. You can say you can say according to your model, the fucking space should actually suck.
Actually, Lou, no, it's serious. It blows. It doesn't suck.
It should blow.
I'm not joking. It'll blow.
Especially
because the pressure is blowing out from the high pressure area.
They're saying that at this certain place that some of it's leaking out. I've yet to have them tell me where this little spigot is that's spewing out gases out of the container. But we'll keep waiting for that. Right?
Dude, I'm fine with seeking equilibrium and the evacuation of the gases. That's good enough to destroy them. But literally, they claim that it doesn't suck, but it should if it's expanding.
Well, no, it would still be blowing.
Sonny, there could be a valve function. The containment could be there could be some type of valve function. Doesn't necessarily mean that there is no outflow out of the system.
Right. I'm waiting for on that.
Suck is a matter of perspective, because suck is an effect, but what's actually happening is you have high pressure, which is pushing out. So actually, it's blowing out. It doesn't. So if you want to be real technical, the pressure would blow out, not be sucked out, because
okay, I know what you're saying. Kind of like how we say that there is no such thing as cold energy. There's energy, and it's
and then there's lack of energy.
Yeah.
So space not only blows chunks, it actually blows gases too.
Yeah.
What a poor scenario to have that story to try to hold on to for dear life.
It's like when Mega Maid went from suck to blow.
I mean,
yeah, but what I was talking about was more of a relationship, not really like energy sucking and blowing, but more about like just vacuums and entropy and just how it works. High pressure to low pressure. In order to maintain any kind of standard anywhere within that whole entire system, which would be the cosmological system, like all of the universe. In order to maintain that anywhere, it would have to stay. Normalized, I guess, somehow. So they do claim you're in a closed system, but then they're double speaking by telling you that it's expanding.
Well,
they
if it's
want to have
expanding,
their static. They want to have their static universe at the same time they need it expanding, and so no new energy is coming in, but it is expanding, which makes no sense.
no, it's complete doublespeak.
Yeah.
Hello.
You're late. We already destroyed the globe, man.
Say what?
Yep, you miss it.
Hello,
Waiting for
Victor.
the glove proof.
Yeah, we're still looking for it.
Well,
Yeah.
you're not gonna find it, so just stop looking for it.
I don't think so, but okay. I'm still seeing all flat.
What's your question?
You were saying he's still seeing flat.
I mean, I do see curves when I walk around. They walk around too. I see flat stuff and I see curving stuff, but
Yeah, but you know what they say, Gemsy. You got to get them thin because they only get bigger, man.
not my wife.
Damn.
Just kidding. Yeah, it's not a globe. It's been debunked. Next. Lou debunked the globe many times over. That's why I'm a flat earther. I mean, that's not what I am, but yeah.
It's
I have
funny
a
how
t-shirt.
when my fucking rank changes, all of a sudden you fucking follow me.
You can't
Oh
argue
yeah,
against
I'm
loose
a
laws.
follower. Loose laws. Yeah, I heard that earlier, the loose laws, and I'm all for it.
Yeah. Good for you, man. I'm glad you see the light.
Yeah. You see the light, but sometimes you don't see the light. But you see the light, but you don't see the light. Yeah.
Sometimes you have the wool over your eyes.
Yeah. Sometimes you see clouds, and sometimes you see darkness.
I haven't seen the sun in like 10 days. It's been fucking brutal around here.
Oopsie. That's why you're so white.
I got a good tan, man. I work outside. Like it's just striped. Like under my shirt, it's white. You know, under my pants, it's white. But my arms and my freaking neck, fucking, I'm brown like you, brother.
Yeah, right. I doubt it.
Dude, I swear to God, you should. Dude, I'm like, yeah. My fucking neck and my face and my fucking arms are like seriously darker than a lot of Mexicans.
Hey, Lou, red doesn't mean brown.
No.
Red.
You get red.
Redneck doesn't mean
You get
brown.
red a little bit in the beginning of the season, but if you're out there right away, like you don't even get red. Like you just tan. You and you get a little bit dry and wrinkly, you know, but you don't really get red. If you're just out there all the time, it doesn't really fuck with you.
I can almost picture it. Almost.
Like if I was to go out to like to the beach and like show my fucking, you know, like I said, I'm usually wearing a shirt. Yeah, my back, that shit that never sees the sun, that's gonna get burned. That's gonna turn red.
Just jump, get some fat. Cook yourself under the sun.
No, don't you guys say like only burros and gringos walk around during the midday sun?
Yeah. If you think about it, you shouldn't be. You don't do that.
Especially in the South, you know. But I'm a northerner.
If you're too far north, you're definitely looking for that midday sun, noon sun. Yeah, feels good. But when you're closer to the
we get fucked up. Only during. Here's the thing: is like, dude, we get almost as hot as you guys do. Even being in Wisconsin, we get like almost as hot as you do, but with way higher humidity, which makes it like way harder to like shed your heat like that you're holding. So like yeah, like extremes of temperature, like you would have no fucking clue, man. We go from like super cold in the middle of winter to super hot and humid, like Mexico fucking levels in the middle of summer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the sun is doing that cycle that is closer to that area. Well, that's how it looks like.
Maybe that's why there used to be a bunch of giants living in your area.
Nah, I don't know about that, man. Another leap of logic. I got to call you on it.
Okay, well, we'll just go with the evidence they found and the first-hand accounts.
All right.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I'm going to give you actually 5 minutes to present giants in the Midwest.
Okay, sure.
Man, I'm sure you could produce something because there's stories of giants all over the place, but that's not good enough for me to say, like, yep, they were definitely real.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Now, if I found them myself, that would be another story, but I do have some information, and I will post that. 1 second. Coming right up.
We got some pretty cool places around here, actually, because, like, right through Wisconsin, like, it's where they claim, like, the Ice Age, like, the glacier melt ended. Like, they carved a lot of, like, big ruts. And so we got, like, this Ice Age trail. And above this trail, they claim that they can, like, dig up, like, you know, fucking Neanderthals and fucking mammoth bones and shit. And below this line, it's, like, flat. And then you go to, like, Illinois, and it's just, like, flat everywhere. But, so it's kind of it's interesting for sure.
Yeah. Where did that go?
Do we do the serpent mounds and all that shit? Kind of like the Nazca lines, something like that. Yeah, like there's all kinds of like old shit, you know, stones piled on top of each other with like the stories, you know, but it's just nothing more than stories. We don't know. There could have been giants. I'm not going to say that there weren't for sure, but saying just providing the benefit of the doubt is not proof to me. You have to like come up with positive evidence, not just like prove that they weren't.
Okay, so this guy's going through old newspaper reports from different areas all over the country and their first-hand accounts, whatever. Most of the time, the Smithsonian gets involved, and then those things, of course, we know what happens to that. To remain unsaid. There's just one.
Well, and there's also another thing to keep in mind too. Like, we have documented like medical reasons or whatnot for like giantism, like where people are larger than normal, but they also die earlier. I don't know if that counts for what you're trying to claim, what this side is trying to claim. Talking about like a healthy race of larger than average people, like much larger.
Yeah, up to 10 feet. I mean, well, even bigger. I mean, larger ones.
Yeah. Because like 10 feet is like the bottom range of what you guys seem to be talking about.
There's some reports of some being larger. Even some of the royalties. One of the kings, I think maybe King Alfred or something, was supposed to be. He had his bed was like 14 feet. He was like 12 foot tall.
Giants, though, as far as I know,
but you guys are gonna. There's gonna be people who are about to take it to miles and like mile tall, 5 mile tall, 100-mile tall people. I've heard people claim this in the server.
Yeah, it's speculation unless I go find it myself and dig it up. But I've heard of even here, of course, in California. But what notably that I'm finding more and more is that like all throughout the Midwest, but more often in the West, like in the Southwest, in like Arizona, California, they're finding whole cities that could have housed like 30 million people in these megatropolises, these huge that are like buried.
I don't know if that's actually like good science.
There's LIDAR. Listen, there's LIDAR in Guatemala and the Yucatan Peninsula. They found one area, I think it's about 10 square mile. They found over 60,000 edifices, buildings, and roads.
And dude, even still, how does that prove giants? Like
No, I know. I skipped.
I don't doubt that there were cities in the past that were very large. Like New York didn't always exist, and what was the New York before New York? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll just go with the oral stories that came down from the indigenous peoples that were here, and the first-hand accounts of people that were first moving west and what they found. So you can just go by those first-hand accounts because those books are out there. There's actual books that were written by people who were out there, apparently. These are old books from going back to like 1810, 1780s. Even earlier.
That's still very recent, in my opinion.
Yeah,
we've got a long history, according to them.
There's older ones.
Why is it that I can only trust 300 years worth of shit?
No, I know you can't trust the timing. Yeah, that's true. We can't trust that part of it. But I think like, for instance, the giants. Okay, we know there was a huge. Where the salt flats are, going all the way up to Salt Lake City, all the way from Nevada, where like Bonneville is, there was a huge inland sea they know about called Lake of Bonneville that covered a huge. So the Paiutes, what we know of the Paiutes, they were in Nevada in these areas, and their tradition says there was a huge lake there, and they used to do duck hunting, and there were giants called the Sitka. And they would come and raid their villages, steal the women and children, and eat them. So they eventually rounded them up in this cave called Lovelock Cave. This guy Lovelock found it while he was mining, trying to find ore, like gold, silver, things like that. So they found it. I forget what year he found it, but I think it's in the 20s. But when they found it, then what the oral tradition says is that they rounded them all up and they put them in this cave and they collapsed. It collapsed because of an earthquake, or they set it on fires. They set it on fire to try to smoke them out, and they didn't come out, and then it collapsed. And then when they later dug it out, they found 14 skeletons up to, I think, 12 foot tall. And they found moccasin that was like 16 inches long. They found duck decoys made of reed that were like triple the size of a normal modern day duck.
Yeah, but keep in mind also when it comes to this stuff, even according to them, in their evolution theory and all this other shit, like they talk about pygmy species of people, they talk about giants of people, but they say all of them died out, went extinct,
I think those are antediluvian people that were the giants of the biblical story. I do actually believe that was in America.
Hey guys, can I ask you a question? Is my mic working?
I believe that was in America.
My mic's not working.
Yeah, you're working, Dave. It's working, Dave.
I got one question. If we talk to Victor, we have my name Victor here. Talk to him. Go ahead.
Thanks, Dave. Hi, Victor. Lou and I don't have to talk nonstop.
Hello, Victor. What's your vector, Victor?
Sorry?
That's a Roger.
So I was doing another thing. So I was not paying attention.
Well, now we got you. What's your vector, Victor?
My what?
What's your vector, Victor?
I don't understand.
I'm going to give him the reference because you guys are so mean. Okay, it's a reference to a movie called Airplane. So you'll have to watch the Airplane movie. Check it out from the 70s. It's a laugh. It's a comedy. So what's your vector, Victor?
Okay. if you send me the film, I will see it.
I didn't even look. Is your name actually like Vector Victor or Victor Vector?
No, it's
Victor. Spanish name.
Oh, okay.
You're funny.
So Dave screwed that up. He messed me up. I blame Dave.
Go ahead. I added the Vector. He's just Victor. Hello, Victor. Do you think you live on the ball? If you do, tell us why. I'll shut up.
Okay, so weird.
All right, Victor. What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I just want to know if the Earth is flat or not, and I'm trying to do my own research. So here, I can.
It is. It is flat. Are you satisfied or no?
I think it's flat, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, you asked, you wanted to find out, and I'm telling you, like, it's flat. Like, you're correct.
Okay, so it's flat. Are you 100% sure about that?
I'm like 99.9999 repeating percent sure.
I'm 100%, 100%.
Yeah, really?
Yep.
You will put your hand in the fire.
I'd put my life on it.
I was I'm 90%. I don't know. I just talked to Zach from Decimal C YouTube channel.
Here's how we can settle. Here's what.
He's 3 million% about the flat Earth.
That's kind of over the top. But see, what throws it over the complete 100% even over the board is that if you can navigate across it using triangles and you get to your location, they are where the triangles lead you to using these celestial bodies and a flat horizontal plane. Done deal. It's over.
I don't know. I'm looking for real proofs with no doubts.
Oh, so now you're looking for proof. I thought you just wanted to find out. I told you it is flat.
Well, if it was not flat, then you would have an obstruction at a prescribed distance. This would be a prerequisite. It would have to be there. It would have to be repeatable every time.
Yeah, like laser experiments or long distance observations, like the famous one of Chicago.
So, how about this? Let's try the 3 points. Even whether or not you say you're coming from a flat Earth perspective. So, in your life, in your experience, have you ever observed the Earth to be curving?
No.
No, me neither. All right. In your life, in your experience, have you ever observed the Earth to be rotating, spinning, moving?
No, obviously not.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
In your life, well, or can you even point to somebody who can demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, like maintaining stable gas pressure next to a lower air pressure without a barrier.
No, but for example, I don't know if there is a dome or not. But as you say, if there is a vacuum, it's impossible. But I don't know many things.
Well, those are all good answers. So the answer is no, no, and no. Therefore, if you were to believe in such a thing, a model that's presented to you, then it would be just a belief and not based on knowledge, based on firsthand knowledge.
Víctor, ¿cómo estás, Víctor? Hola.
Yeah. Hola.
Víctor,
But
el antecedente para una presión de gases o de aires, el antecedente para eso es un contenedor. No puede tener presión de gases sin el contenedor.
Sí. Lo sé, pero no sé. A mí hace falta algo más.
Eso es la condición necesaria que está en el primer lugar como un antecedente para tener la segunda parte. La presión de gas es número 2 o B. El contenedor es A. Requieres A para tener B.
O sea, para ti, es que yo creo que necesito más para quererlo al 100%.
Yeah, I'll give you some definitions from the. There's many demonstrations about this. I'll give you some links.
No habla español, Jimsy. No habla.
Yeah, I wanted to say hi to Victor and at least greet him in Spanish, but we can speak Spanish and English, Victor. I mean, he hear English, but yeah.
Yeah. I understand.
Let me give you some readings because you're looking for information and demonstrations. I'll give you something in relation.
I need more.
To the gas pressure.
I need more. I need more to say that, to be sure 100% that the Earth is flat. I need more evidence.
The thing is, yeah, I get it. That description, that's a term, right? Well, you can describe something, but that doesn't necessarily make it to be that. You can describe your table in your house as flat and round, right? Like the round earth or the flat earth.
Jimsy, man,
you can describe it.
Jump in right away. Look, we see too far. Do you understand this? So, like, if you lived on a ball, then it's a geometric object. And a geometric object has physical limitations to what you can see. Light does not bend around a ball as you're looking past it, right? Like, it's physically there. So when we look at the Earth, we say, how big is the ball? Do you have a radius? The radius is said to be, what is it, like 25,000 miles in radius. So we can take that and say, well, like, if I had a sphere this large in front of me, this is what I would expect to see. But almost all the time when we make observations to try to see if that's what we see, we don't. We see much farther. That's not possible on a physical object of a certain size. We're always beating what we should expect to see if we lived on a globe the size of 24,901 miles radius.
Yeah. So it obviously is a mathematic model. Yeah. The globe and the flat Earth are very similar in mathematics. But for me to be sure, we need to keep scientific. We need more evidence.
Hey, Victor.
For example, the dome is not enough.
I tagged you with some links in reference to some of the demonstrations and the references for evidence about at least that topic, gas pressure, because remember, the claim of the globe has certain dimensions, certain foundations to it, and if you can demonstrate those claims, you can verify it, or you can falsify in reality the claims. Therefore, if the foundational claims of that is falsified, then it's not reality. Get it?
Yeah.
Because remember, the claim are very specific about the geometry, the conditions of the spinning ball going through the vacuum of space. That's why Lou asked you 3 questions about the curvature. You never seen it, you never experienced it, and there's been demonstrations and tests done that everything works on horizontal line of sight plane, and then the movement of the ground that you're standing on, it cannot be demonstrated. The opposite is true. It's motionless.
example-
The ground is motionless, so no motion to the ground. Go ahead.
But for example, with the vacuum and the gas pressure, why does no scientist say this if it's evident? I mean, if it's evident, why does no scientist say that? I mean, everyone is believing that.
Well, Victor, you gotta know the difference between science and pseudoscience. And you sometimes hear people in the TV claiming science, but they're actually pseudoscientists. So look for the definitions and the difference between those two, so you can tell the difference. Because if I say something and I say it's science, that doesn't means it is. It's just I said so, or believe me, bro.
Yeah, and I think it's a simple one. If someone told you that there is no a container but gravity, you will not believe. But
no, here's the problem. This is what I was saying earlier. Even your model, coming from the heliocentrism, you guys claim that you live in a closed system.
Yeah.
It's the same problem. You don't know what's outside of it.
But my question is, why are there why the majority of the scientists is believing this
Okay.
if it's evident?
Just about that, we know that there are scientists there at Antarctica, and in the year 2000, where the CIA did release this document, I'm gonna post, and so this, the Russians were at Antarctica, and in this document it says the Scientific Council of the Institute of Physics of the Earth. So and more. So this was 1957, 1 year before NASA. And what is important is that curious is that they are talking about the firmament and flat Earth. Of course, none of those scientists that are working there today will say anything, because they sign a contract and they can be killed. Simple as that. But there are some people that did work there, and they did release some information, and they were threatened to not speak anything more.
So yeah, Victor, just because a majority claims something or believes something, that doesn't make it true. Will you agree with that? Like, just because a bunch of people say, we believe this is true, that doesn't necessarily make it true.
Yeah, I agree. obviously.
And a lot of people, you probably heard this from some type of Glober argument, and that's totally fine. You probably heard some Glober saying, all of the scientists believe the Earth is a globe, therefore it is a globe. So that's a fallacy. That's a popular or appeal to authority or appeal to popularity fallacy that doesn't necessarily make it true. And it's even a fallacy to claim that all of the scientists claim that it is a globe, because that's not the case. A lot of so-called scientists don't agree with the even the people that say they believe it's a globe. They say, many of them, they say it's just a belief. They can't prove it. So that's not science. So remember, the shape of the Earth is a what is question, not a how is question. Because the scientific method establishes cause and effect relationships, right? And the geometry of the globe is a geometrical question. And I don't need to be a scientist to measure the table on my house, right? I don't need to be a scientist to measure something. So if there is a geometrical claim of a shape of something, the Earth, in this case, this claim comes with a baggage that includes dimensions. For example, the radius or the circumference of the Earth. You heard of these terms, right? The radius of the globe. So that radius will give you a specific drop of value over distance. So when we go to reality and we test and look for this drop value over distance, because, geometry, the ball, when we test for that drop, it's nowhere to be found in reality. You cannot find it in reality. The only place you can find this drop is in cartoons, depictions of the globe, but not in reality. So that's why there's people that say the Earth is not a globe, and we're not the first ones that describe or say the Earth is not a globe, because even your ancestors, you speak Spanish, you're probably from, I don't know, America, South America, some of these countries. When you look at the cosmology of your ancestors, they didn't claim a globe. They claim
it even comes down to our modern day, like what's found in the technical manuals and shit like that. Like when it comes to flying aircraft or guiding submarines or whatever else, they assume a flat and stationary plane. They have to when it comes to it's the reason why we say
anything practical, anything doable,
practically used. Yeah, that's an important part, because we say it's measurably it's visibly, measurably, and practically used as flat. And that practically used part often gets glazed over. Like in order for shit to work, you have to imagine a flat Earth. How fucked up is that?
Victor, the example that Lou is giving is that the aircraft manufacturers, when they're building an aircraft to make it practical, if you want to make if you're gonna get in an airplane, the airplane has to work, because you want to make it from point A to point B. So the builder, the engineers, when they build their aircraft, they have to assume a horizontal plane, a flat stationary plane, right? Because it's not.
You mean that they don't keep on mind the globe, right?
They don't use the globe for any of this. And the pilot that is operating the aircraft never takes into account any globe to operate it. And even you can extend it to, let's say, a war or a conflict scenario where the guy on the ground trying to shoot down the airplane, he's never taken into account the curvature or the movement of the ground to shoot down the airplane. So yeah, the globe in a practical scenario is not used for real things that we do in our day-to-days, like aircrafts, even navigation, like sea vessels, navigation using the luminaries and star charts and the angles to the luminaries, to the stars, to be able to know your position on the ground or on the waters, right? Celestial navigation. That they don't take into account the globe. The Glovers claim they do, but they use basically this triangle shapes. I'm not an expert on that. There's Sonny in here. He's an actual navigator. He can explain that side. If you have questions about navigation, Sonny, he navigated. He's been on sailboats and all that kind of stuff.
I would just point out where you said the Globers will say that they do. It's what you mean is like uninformed people, ignorant people will claim things that they know nothing about. So like they would assume that of course they would have to take that into consideration, but in fact they don't. They're ignorant.
Yeah, and you can extend that to communication systems. What was it, Victor? Because these gringos call you Victor or something like that. I don't know, but it's Victor. And the communication systems, like for example, the first transatlantic communication from the United States, the East United States, Massachusetts, to Scotland in Europe, the west of Europe, they were able to do a direct message connecting tower to tower with our relays from that's over 4,000 kilometers, over 3,000 miles from tower to tower, direct message. So that's a long distance to connect, to have a line of sight. If it was a globe, the tower, the transmitter and the receiver, they'll be basically, there should be a curve between those 2 points. Get it? On the geometry of the globe?
Hidden.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to connect because it goes parallel. It goes horizontally, line of sight towards from the transmitter to the receiver. And for another example, there was a communication from Germany to New Jersey, United States, and they describe it as direct messages with our relays, tower to tower, from Germany to New Jersey, United States. That's thousands of miles. And the other one is from England to Australia, over 10,000 miles distance, direct wireless transmission from tower to tower with our relays. I mean, the Glovers claim, because they're bouncing signals of the ionosphere. Have you heard this? They're bouncing the signals off the air of the ionosphere.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that idea of the ionosphere came out in 1947 by some other guy. I forgot the name right now, but we can look it up and verify this. The transmissions were done in the early 1800s, in the early 1900s. They were doing these transmissions, and they described them as direct messages. And now the Glovers are claiming, no, those people back then, they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know that they were bouncing the signals of the ionosphere to be able to transmit it and catch the transmitter, which is a ridiculous claim.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that's ridiculous is because even all the official documentation and white papers about how this transmission of those particular frequencies operate is on a linear fashion. Bada boom.
So you get it, Victor, right? There is evidence out there. It's just that there's a lot of technicalities that can be.
But if you have a document or something explaining how communications really work, send me by DM, please, because I want to research that by myself too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll send you a friend request. Right now I'm driving, so I cannot go through my files.
It's okay. I'll send him the 35 documents. We'll start there. and he can go on from that with his
Yeah,
own
about
research.
communications, please. Yeah.
This is about flight linear models, and I think there's about radio transmissions in there as well. 35 documents at least.
Yeah, I mean,
One
I
second.
trust
Are
you,
you able
but
to-
just to be sure. Yeah.
Victor, are you able to see the live stream voice text?
Real quick, Sonny, let me add this. Sonny, do you have a link for the wiki, the Flutter wiki that Indio made?
Is it down below somewhere by chance?
No, just search Indio, and if you search his name, he's gonna most likely post one of those links in, and then in that wiki there is probably hundreds of examples and references for many in referencing tests, observations, and communication systems that are in relation to what we're talking here.
Yeah, exactly. I'll pull that up. 1 second here.
It's a wiki that Indio made.
Has link embedder file. Let me pull up everything. One sec. Okay.
Victor.
I found one of them right here. So if you're able to see the live stream voice text, Victor, I'll tag you there. Do you know what I'm talking about? Live stream voice text, Victor?
Yes.
Tagged you. Okay, good. So there's the first one. I don't have my big screen in my eyes. So here's the first electromagnetic Hertz waves radiated horizontally from a vertical conductor. There's some. That's one thing. I'm still looking through Indio's postings. One moment. He's got some other things about light. Won't divert though. We'll stick with radio transmissions. 1 second. Still looking. I gotta get my big screen up here. Can't see the little screen anymore. Here's the Marconi. Let me see. Copy the link for this. It's this one.
Victor, that wiki that Sony posted has a lot of references to many examples, and it was made by someone in the server, but it has links after links that will bring you to the sources of the.
Is that the right
examples.
one? Did I get the right one? Let me see. Let me look.
Yeah, you posted one example that is inside of the wiki.
Good. So I see it now. I pulled it up. So we have the one that-
I know about this wiki.
Okay, good.
For the long distance observations, there are a lot of.
No, this is about radio transmissions. Still,
The wiki has a lot of examples, including long distance observations, infrareds, and communication systems. Yeah.
The one I just posted, the link I just posted is actual to the Marconi, the whole article. And so you'll have fun looking through that wiki. Yeah, thanks for helping me find that. Awesome stuff. I knew he had a bunch of information like this.
In that link, when you go to that link, you click main page. And then from main page, I think, what else? Main page, flatter observations. Flatter observations. And from there is probably hundreds of examples. I don't know, maybe 100. Wait, I got disconnected.
No, but I'm furiously going through all this information. That's a great wiki, man. I need to start looking through more of that myself.
It's a good wiki.
Mm-hmm. Here's some interesting statements by Helio actors. Don Pettit said he'd go to the moon in a nanosecond, but NASA destroyed all the technology. Oh. Elon Musk, you could tell it's real because it looks so fake. Robert Simon, it's Photoshop, but it has to be. Neil deGrasse, when asked what is gravity, I don't know. Next question. NASA engineer, actor Van Allenbelts. We must solve these challenges. This is in 2015, the Orion project, before we send humans through this region of space.
Sorry, moon mission.
Astronauts that just came back from the most momentous missions to the moon with sour grimaces on their faces, saying, I don't recall what stars you could see. I don't remember seeing any stars. Okay. Scott Kelly, astronaut. Something during the spacewalks, flecks of paint come off the ISS and they look like bubbles. And President Obama. We don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. Hey, I do a pretty good Obama, don't I? Dang. I'll have to work that up in my speech. I think I do just fine. How do you guys think I do it? Doing all right there? Over there in Illinois? Just kidding.
Doing okay. Well, remember, Victor, the Flat Earth Society, that's some type of group that is on the internet making ridiculous claims to...
Yeah.
The
I
Flat
think
Earth
it's
term...
controlled dissidents, yeah.
Yeah, the Flat Earth term is being weaponized to trigger some type of defense system mechanism in people's minds. So the term itself, when you say Flat Earth or Tierra Plana to someone, their emotions get triggered and they stop thinking logically because reasons or whatever. You know, the propaganda they've been given for a long time, the correlation to the term itself with being retarded, stupid, unscientific, and being a lesser human. If you believe the Earth is flat, or if you don't believe it's a globe, that means you're a lesser human. You are some type of dumb animal. I mean, you can say if you're a boy, you can say you're a girl if you believe so. But if you don't believe it's a globe, then you're dumb, stupid, and people can call you all type of names. Or if you're a boy and you believe you're a girl, it's totally fine.
Real.
Flurf's in here.
Victor, you know when probably whatever you live in, the structure that you're in at the moment, probably maybe a house or a building, where you're standing, that is most likely based on it was built with some reference based on level, un nivel.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Victor? So that level, you also use that level reference to put the TV on the wall and put the art paintings and do a lot of different things in the house that are in reference to the level structure, right?
Yeah.
So your neighbor, guess what? Your neighbor did the same thing, and his neighbor did the same thing. They use all the level reference from the horizontal level plane that is based on sea level, right? You heard that term, el nivel del mar, sea level.
Yeah.
So when you get to the shore, neighbor after neighbor, your neighbor level, the next neighbor level, horizontal, and then you make it to the neighbor that is at the shore, near the shore, and they base that level to the shore, to the sea level, right? You go across the sea. Let's say you are, I don't know, let's say you are in Mexico, let's say in Mexico, in the Gulf of Mexico, right? In the Mexican shore. And then you go across the sea towards Florida, the west of Florida, on that sea. When you reach the shore of Florida, guess what? That first house that you reach is gonna be using as a horizontal level to build the structure and hang the TV and the art. They're gonna use a level. Where is the curvature in between you at your house or at the shore in Mexico and the level at the seashore in the west of Florida? You get my point? There is no curvature between those points. It's horizontal level. So if you are standing in the shore of Mexico, in the Gulf of Mexico, and then I'm standing in Florida at the shore, and I'm pointing toward Mexico, and you're pointing towards Florida, we are pointing at each other horizontally.
Yeah, they said that because it's the Earth is too big, so we can appreciate. We can see the.
To see any curvature.
So you see the claim, Victor?
Obviously. I understand. Yeah.
You see, Victor, it's so big that you cannot see the curvature. It's so fast that you cannot feel the movement. It's so this and that you cannot prove the globe. It's a claim, a fallacy on top of fallacy. Claims that go in opposite way of what you actually experience and what your senses are indicating, and what you can demonstrate and verify with tests and repeated tests and observations. So they claim the opposite of what you observe and can test and what your senses are indicating, making their argument or their claim a nonsensical claim, because they're claiming the opposite of your senses, of what they experience. So it's nonsensical. You know it's curving because you don't see the curve. You know it's moving because you don't feel any movement. You know you're in the vacuum of space because you cannot have a gas pressure system without a container. I mean, it's the opposite of reality. That's the globe for you.
So,
and Victor, when you think about the globe, picture the globe in your mind. When you think, a lot of people say Earth. When you think globe Earth, do you picture something in your mind? I'm pretty sure you do. Do you see an image, Victor, in your mind when you say globe Earth?
Of course.
Yeah, you do. Does that picture looks like a cartoon?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. It's because it is a cartoon. The globe.
Okay, everything they show you is a cartoon in space. All of it.
But it has to be. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
See, if the Earth is not a globe, then there will be zero evidence of it being a globe. You see, so
that's how you know it's a globe, because there's no evidence.
No, it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, for me it's flat. Even I was debating, having debated with Glovers in other servers, and they show me Hubble photos, and they say that they are proofs I mean,
They tell you this is impossible in a flat Earth, but remember,
yeah.
I told you, Victor,
They
flat Earth.
confused explanation with proofs, and it's really hard.
Well, they actually will look at something like they're gonna say, "Look, a cell phone. Therefore, there is a globe because I have a cell phone."
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't follow logically, right? Oh, we have
My screensaver shows the globe. So
yeah. So the thing about flat Earth is that they are attacking an idea in their minds, or they're attacking some type of depiction. Right now, Victor, you can Google the term flat Earth, and you're gonna find a similar thing as the globe Earth. You're gonna find another cartoon. So they're giving you a secondary option that doesn't make sense in a globe. That's why they say, "Hey, this cartoon doesn't make sense in this other cartoon. So I like this cartoon better. Therefore, this one has to be real. And the other flat Earth cartoon that you're claiming, that's not real." But reality is none of those cartoons that they are being presented. Reality is the actual thing that you experience. It's the soil that gets between your toes and the water that you can drink or experience or jump in. You know, that's the real stuff. Not the cartoon that is being presented, either flat Earth or globe Earth.
we found we can see too far for your model to work. And then there should be X amount of curvature between point A and point B. And then there's a look, and there is no curvature. Or you can see lighthouses 100 miles away. You can see Chicago skyline 60 miles away, and it should be on the other side of a ball.
Yeah, have you seen the Hawaii Islands very recently? I have a video.
Do you have anything about that, Victor? Can you share it? Let me give you perms to post in the server. 1 second. So you can post whatever information you like to post in relation to the server topics.
Yeah, I can post in the live stream chat.
Oh, you got perms already. Yeah. Great. Yeah, Victor definitely it's allowed to have perms in the server. Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Guys are so Frenched.
Okay, give me a second.
Damien and everything.
Hawaii Islands from a rocket.
Oh wow! What is that?
You have to watch this video because it's quite interesting. The group of people launch a rocket at 90 kilometers of height, and they saw I don't know where, but okay. So watch the video and you will find what I mean.
This looks like a cartoon, though.
No, it's not. It's not like a cartoon.
I saw a line like there's.
That's a demonstration of distance from the apps that are available to determine that distance.
Or iFish, but look at minute like minute 1. First minute of the video. This is like a kind of proof, right?
Oh, it's pretty funky looking. Shasta, and it's pointing at a red I don't know. I think I've seen better flat Earth videos.
They are
Yeah, you're
globals.
you're overthinking it because the thing is, they're saying that someone is launching a rocket, right? And the rocket has some camera system or whatever, right? Cameras on it.
Yeah.
Rockets can be launched in reality. Does anybody disagree with that? I mean, you're saying there's
launch them, but they just go up, arc over, start going down, and then I believe.
And that is your opinion because not all rockets do the arc. But some flat earthers believe that this is the case 100%, but that's just a belief because some flat earthers do hold beliefs as well. Like all rockets do an arc and go away from our view. Not all rockets do. Not all rockets do that. It's funny, right?
At Cape Canaveral or whatever you call that place, Kennedy Space Station, they always seem to in the arc.
So you're saying that there is no possible way to send a rocket straight up, and all rockets.
But what do you think about the video?
Anyways, the video. So someone launched a rocket, which is doable. I don't think there's any debate about that.
Yeah. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah.
It's definitely possible. So let's not go there. There's no rockets in reality. So also we can attach cameras to the rockets. I don't think we can debate that. So with this observation, they're saying the rocket went 56 miles up, which I guess it's possible. I wouldn't be able to verify it, but let's take it for what they're claiming. And in the observation, it's showing the coast, then the water, and they're saying there is an island view, 200, 600 miles. I mean, somehow we possibly can verify it. It might be not right. They might be seeing something else, but yeah, when they move into the line that you're saying looks like a cartoon, that line they're putting Google View or Google Earth as to be able to do the distance measure that is based on whatever app they're using. You get that? They're not claiming they did the Google Earth. They didn't do the photography from Google Earth. You get that, right? There is a difference between the camera on the rocket and the view from Google Earth or whatever app they're using for the distance measure or the claim distance measure on the app. Those are two different things. Bro, are you there? The guy that said that it looks like a cartoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a cartoon, obviously, because they're going into the Google Earth or whatever app. But then there is a camera view.
Watching it. I was just watching with the sound off, and it just looked kind of. I was trying to follow what they were saying, but I'll have to look at it again with sound. Point of what they're trying.
I don't know. Whatever they're seeing at the distance, it could be something else. I'm not gonna say 100%, but my point was about the line that you're saying. That line was drawn on an app that is most likely Google Earth. Obviously, it's gonna look like cartoonish.
I mean, you've probably seen the amateur rocket people that went out to the desert somewhere and they shoot off this rocket as it's going up and the ground's getting farther and farther away, and all of a sudden it goes it drops like it hits something.
Yeah, that's an interesting video. Yeah. I also seen rockets myself that don't arc away from me, from the viewer, which was me looking at it, and it went straight up 90 degrees up to the sky. It was doing no arc at all, and I saw it for probably over 15 minutes, and it was just above my head, doing whatever it was doing up there. It was doing something up there. I don't know what exactly, but it almost looked like a boat on water, moving like creating a wake. But I wasn't looking to the horizon. I was looking up, straight up. And that rocket definitely didn't do the arc away from the viewer.
It's like they had an old saying, whatever goes up must come down.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, things just can't keep going up and up and up and up and up forever.
or hit the dome.
You guys want to see something interesting?
Yes.
Here, I'm posting it. It's the bottom link you want to click on. It's about the VSAT and BGAN system. You know, like satellite phones, right?
Phones?
Satellite phones. So they use either the BGAN system, the phones do, and the VSAT system, which is a very small aperture terminal, use the direct line of sight system to communicate. But this is an article to create a broadband network based solely off of satellite balloons.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
Memes, what I said about, some people claim that all rockets go in an arc, and me doing an observation myself of a rocket actually not doing the arc and going really high up. I don't discard the idea that there is no technology that is being used to send devices very high up on the layers above our heads.
Oh yeah, they're probably doing both, and for various reasons, right?
Yep.
But what happened with that rocket? I mean, if they don't do
anything I tell you would be a story.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to tell you definitively.
It was going to outer space, obviously.
I would be offering you. I would be offering you an explanation. Do we do explanations here?
No, we know the outer space thing is debunked. We know that, but we cannot throw the baby with the bathwater, saying that there is no possibility that the people that are creating these devices and the engineers that actually make these so-called satellites and they build actual devices, there's no way for us to debunk the idea that they actually send these devices very high up, not to the vacuum of space. For me, that's debunked. Not to the orbiting the globe stuff. That's definitely not the case. But sending technology very high up to the layers above, whatever limitations of there, or whatever altitudes they do, I wouldn't throw the baby with the bathwater. I'm pretty certain they do send devices high up with whatever means they do it.
Satelloons.
Yeah.
The devices, and they just use helium balloons and put them up kind of high, but
Yeah, but what's
maybe
the
that's all
fastest way to
satellites
get a
ever
helium?
were.
What's the fastest way to get a helium balloon to the stratosphere? A rocket, right?
Yeah.
If you got a rocket, you don't need the balloon, I guess.
Well, you load the balloon in the rocket, and when it gets up there, it releases it, and it rapidly inflates.
Oh, okay. Huh? I guess they could be doing that.
There is, how helium goes up?
They did that as Project Loon in 1964. That's when they started doing that.
I mean, where are we at on satellites in this room? I mean, are they a thing or not? I'm a little confused.
Yeah, satellites are satellite. What is a satellite? Define satellite. Because that's
a technology device that can orbit above your head, like a drone. It could be a satellite if it has you could do an orbit with it.
There are.
They all look like CGI contraptions to me. If you see
Well, yeah, the ones they show you on the news and the pictures of them floating in space, those are obviously CGI. But the ones that they're working on here on the ground that they show you pictures of and stuff, those are very real. But what they are is they're on high altitude platforms.
Yeah, and there are actually people that when you this is I think this is an important topic that maybe we can talk about, and right now we're touching. When people, actual engineers, build devices and they say they have worked with these devices and they send them whatever this aerospace engineer work on a piece of a satellite and he built whatever piece of it and he passed it to the next guy, and they at the end of the day they completely build some type of device that they're gonna send very high up, which whatever means rockets or balloons. People grab that aerospace or this engineer and they throw them under the bus and say, no, you're not doing any work, you're not an engineer, it's not possible. You know what I'm saying, Memes?
$dollars a day to play with, so they can hire people to build stuff. That doesn't mean it's going to outer space at the end of the day.
Right. No, we're not. Nobody here is claiming it's going out of space. We know that.
But I mean, if you're going to do the rocket show,
it's compartmentalization.
Yeah, if you're going to do the rocket show, it's for a reason. You're not just going to shoot a rocket up. You're going to shoot a rocket up, and it's going to have equipment on it, and you're going to put a balloon in orbit.
Hey, how about the balloon? I agree with the balloon, and we have many examples of that. But you know how helium goes up? You know, superfluid helium. Then there is one guy that speaks a lot about that. There is a description of no viscosity. Zero viscosity means that the fluid will continue to flow indefinitely. This state allows mass to transfer without the transfer of energy and provides the superfluid the ability to overcome friction and therefore overflows its container, right? So what is the chances that there might be a medium up there that they can possibly send maybe some type of device that might stay attached to that medium? Or I don't know.
Well,
I wouldn't throw that out of the equation.
It would be perfect because would you have wind or anything like that? I mean, you're in the helium, like at the highest level, that's where all the helium is going to go, isn't it? The helium and the hydrogen.
Exactly.
And it's a perfect altimeter. It can maintain height.
That's what I'm saying, but I've heard many people say, no, that's impossible. You can't do it. No, satellites are fake. All satellites are fake. I mean, come on, guys.
That's stupid. That's stupid. Because we have the VSAT system proves there's communications platforms above us. Period. Shooting straight up.
Everything
There is actual engineers. There is actual engineers that are very, very smart people that can build very sophisticated technology, and they actually work on these spaces and they build devices, and maybe they believe they're being sent to outer space, and that's probably a flaw in their conclusion. I will say their conclusion is flawed, that the device that they build is going to the vacuum of space, orbiting the globe Earth. Well, that most likely is a flawed conclusion, but I wouldn't discard the work that they've been doing.
The question is, in their paperwork, how are they defining space? 100,000 feet?
Yeah.
Are they defining space at 100,000 feet?
They've gone in low Earth orbit.
Yeah. Anytime they say low Earth orbit, they're talking about space, in quotations, that's 100,000 feet. That's really what they're talking about. In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. You can. There is ways to demonstrate that you can have an actual device going like this magnet or these metallic devices, and you could have them hovering in an orbit on top of a platform. Have you seen this? Quantum locking, and the funny part is that you require very low, very cold temperatures to accomplish this. And guess what? Very high up, it's very cold.
Very, very cold.
Freezing. Very, very cold. So if you can devise a device that can withstand those temperatures and maybe still operate. I don't know if that's even possible, but you can actually
No,
make a
what?
device hover and do an orbit without a balloon.
Orbit? What? Orbiting the ball Earth?
No,
Oh
orbit
my
means
God, you're missing
an orbit is circular. We're not
a
talking about
circle above your head, a circle above your head, like a
yeah,
drone
a
orbiting
circuit.
above your head. Yeah,
Yeah,
circle above your head.
just like girls on OnlyFans have orbiters. It's people who go around something.
Uh,
It's an orbiter.
hover around,
So
huh? They hover.
yeah, so we're not talking about an orbital trajectory. We're just talking about orbital. So they orbit above us in a circle. Or they're probably mostly stationary too.
I think
They
there's a
fly over
possibility
the
for that
globe
too.
Earth.
I
And
think
you never see a satellite up there. There's thousands of them supposedly, but they never see one.
No, there's thousands in the cartoon fantasy globe, which we know already is not real. But you cannot throw the whole thing out that there is nothing up there, that you cannot send anything up to the layers above in the sky. I mean,
It's weird that you said that it was cold up there because the other day I was wondering, okay, I said, how high is this ISS supposedly? And it's like 240 miles up. And I looked it up. Okay, that's in something they call the thermosphere. They say that it's like 3,000 degrees, varies from like, I don't know, 900 degrees to 3,000 degrees in that area, which would melt the whole damn thing. But they say,
that's on the globe. That's why we're not talking about the globe, because we know the globe is a fantasy. We already established that.
Same with these satellites. They're up in some 3,000 degree temperature. All their components would melt.
Hey, going back just a few seconds ago, you guys were talking about fans of whatever. That's short.
Only fan.
It's short for fanatic.
Yeah, but I was just using it as an example of.
No, that's why I thought it was. I think it was a good point to kind of like people are fans of the globe. They're fanatics for the globe.
They're NASA fanboys.
Yeah.
Fans,
have you ever seen the Zephyr drone?
No, I don't think I've seen that.
What's that?
It's a military drone.
And what does it do? Go real high?
Yeah, it can cruise above 70,000 feet. And I think the military said it did 36 days straight. No maintenance, fully unmanned, autonomous.
What about the MIT drone that has no move? The MIT drone that has no moving parts, that can fly very high up as well, I think, and has no moving parts.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen that one? Have you seen that one, memes? The MIT drone.
Engineers fly first ever plane with no moving parts. Let me open this up. Propelled via ionic wind. Since the first airplane took fire, have built and flown. Okay, this is not set of propellers, powered ionic wind, a silent but mighty flow of ions. If it's a good plane, the plane produces the ion. Okay.
I'm just saying we can't just claim everything is fake. Everything. I mean, the globe is fake, but not everything is.
The model's not fake. The model is real.
What do they do in Space Force if you join Space Force?
That's a drone. That's just a drone program. I mean, ostensibly the astronauts are part of NASA. The Air Force is the Air Force, so Space Force is the drone force. That's what it is. It's the drone force.
Yeah, but if they're labeled Space Force, that means everything they do is fake. Memes.
They fly drones around apparently, so that's what they do.
That means drones are fake.
Well, they fly around, but
the Zephyr is 82 foot wide and 165 pounds.
Never see it coming.
Well, it doesn't carry any ordnance or anything.
I was just quoting Obama. He said, I'm really good at killing people. Drones. A wedding party because he thinks there's a terrorist there. Oh, oops. Sorry, killed your whole family and friends. On Facebook, and there's this group called Friends of Flat Earth. It's just the most dumb glowers you ever heard saying the dumbest shit. Is like begging them, please come over here to 24/7 Flat Earth and educate us. It would be so great if you would do that.
You know what's funny is it was part of Alphabet, the Alphabet company that was funding Project Loon in 2011, and it got shut down. They said it wouldn't be profitable in 2022, and so they shut the project down. And then Alphabet handed it over to another subsidiary of its own entity. So another, dummy corporation that it operates. And now it's a military project. And Project Loon essentially will expand the BGAN. So the broadband network, you'll get 4G without any wires. In like the outback and in like the middle of like the rural waste.
I mean, you should be able to if you're going with off a satellite. There should be nothing in the way. So they have, 80 million mile Wi-Fi connections. They can just send files, back to Earth from Mars, and 80 million mile Wi-Fi connection. Kind of like how you can call the surface of the moon from your desk phone in Washington. Ooh, this is President Nixon. Phone call that goes 240,000 miles into the infinite vacuum of space. 59.
Until they decided to change the distance of the atmosphere. Right? They change it.
You mean the distance of the atmosphere? What do you mean?
Yeah, they say the atmosphere goes out to the moon now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Earth atmosphere where the moon is. Yeah.
They have to, because it has to be.
So it has to be. I love that guy. Yeah, it's photoshopped. This has to be because it's all fucking fake. That's why.
All right, I'm gonna take a little break. Go outside, get some fresh air. Until I get a good mount for my phone, I can't do the bike and the phone. But I'll be back shortly.
Here he goes. That's stuff to do, places to go.
Here, there's lots of articles on NASA like this.
Is the biggest purchaser in the world of helium.
Yep.
A lot of it for some reason. It's some comment on this guy's Facebook. You know, he posted like ships. There's some in the ocean, and they sort of trail back, and he's like, "See, they're over the curve," and all that. And I was just trying to say, no, you just zoom in on with a camera, and you see that there's no curve. They're just farther away, and the whole will come into view. They're like, "No, it won't. Are you stupid? Have you done it yourself? That's a lie. Quit lying." It's like, these guys are the dumbest people in the world. Even when I said there's no fucking measurable curvature, there's no hump of water. They didn't attack that point. Stupid.
Well, they're not stupid. They're just suffering from cognitive dissonance. It's painful. It's a painful process to go through.
It is just to build it back. Nanosecond. Destroyed that technology. Wait a second. You what now? You destroyed that technology. The greatest achievement of mankind ever, and you don't know where any of that shit is, so we can take a look at it. Interesting. 9 semi-trucks full of boxes of shit, and it all just disappears. What must it be like to be the director of NASA? Just goddamn bunch of garbage. Earthers are like putting them on blast how fake everything is. It's like everybody walking down the street now knows NASA's fake now. You hardly a person that is going to argue with you. Yeah, that looks pretty fake. Oh, James Webb telescope has brought us these pictures of, a galaxy 80,000 light years away, and here it is, and just looks like a of colors smeared around, and yeah, the ooh ah. I mean, to me, I've been looking at it so long. I see when something's fake as fuck. It's just obvious to me. Cool. That is all these claims. Some CGI, and then it comes with a bunch of claims. Distances, clear shot of the Earth that we live on. They can't put the moon and Earth ball spinning and all that stuff. Here's the video of the building of the ISS and the launching of the ISS and all this. Where's that video? That thing in the sky.
Don't wonder about that. That's just fantasy.
I'm being sarcastic. I know why there's no video of it, because it's horseshit. Set, a little movie set somewhere. Balls are on harnesses and using green screens. Spray. Look, I'm in no gravity. See, my hair's in a big chunk standing straight up. I brush my teeth and little water balls are going to go all over the place and get in the wires. No showers on the ISS. No law. Just throw their clothes away when they're dirty. Supposedly. Have a bathroom. Some little bucket they shit in. Spaceship like that, make it look like Star Trek, you know? You know? The corridors of the ship. The guys are supposedly on the ISS, he screws up and says, yeah, we're just, a few hundred miles away from you. He's talking supposedly, and he's kind of like admitting he's like a few states away. Like, he's going to screw on a bolt, and he drops the bolt, and the thing just goes floor clunk, just like if you're on Earth. You just fucking falls on the floor, of course.
Mr. Nose! How you doing, Mr. Nose? You've been unmuted, Mr. Nose.
Hey, what's up?
Everything good. How are you, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
yes.
Okay.
What brings you to the Flutter Discord, Mr. Nose?
Oh, I'm just tired of watching YouTube videos on it. I wanted to join a Discord. I joined a while ago, and then I tried to get permissions by coming in that channel, but you guys weren't here. And then somebody else had called me out on the BC a while ago too, and they didn't. And then nobody came on the other side. So,
all right, I'll give you BC verified since you spoke, verified your voice. You sound like you're not under 13. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah, definitely not under 13.
All right.
Not physically.
Not physically.
Flat earther for 15 years.
Oh, Mr. Nose?
No.
How do you know?
No, I haven't been for 15 years.
Hey, Mr. No, is it Mr. Nose or Mr. No sé? Because in Spanish, no sé means I don't know.
Oh no, it's Mr. Nose.
Hey,
you can see my my profile picture is a man made of a nose with glasses on.
Yes.
All right.
Do you have a particularly large nose?
Yes, I do.
That means that you do know, because people that can pass the thing, they know that, the smell test, many things.
Right. You took my corny joke.
Go ahead, make your joke.
I thought I was the old guy in here.
Come on, make your joke, dude. Go ahead.
That was exactly what I was going to say. I can't make it. What am I gonna do? Repeat you?
Yeah.
Sniff out a rat easily.
Hey, Mr. Nose, were you able to does the globe passes the smell test for you?
The globe doesn't pass the smell test for me. That's why I came here.
Oh, so you are Mr. Nose.
He knows.
Yes.
Globe, it's kind of smells fishy, right?
The nose
Yes, it
knows.
That's good. That's good. You live into your label there. It goes with the reputation. The reputation goes with the name. That's great.
Yes.
How do you figure? How do you figure? That Uranus doesn't smell like farts or rotten eggs.
Well, it doesn't smell like anything because it really doesn't exist like the way they say it does.
Just a luminary in the sky.
Yeah, exactly.
Blob of light. These planets on them, they're just like blobs of dancing light, just kind of undulating and stuff. It's not even a rock you can land a spaceship on,
What do you think, Mr. Nose? What do you think about that?
Pretty much exactly what you said. It's just light out in the sky. I mean, you see all these images they have of it; they're just absolutely doctored.
Perfectly circular ball planets,
But you do know that gases do smell like something, right? So there might be gases up there, and they probably smell.
That's why they named it Uranus. They got a whiff on the way to the moon. They're like, "Oh my God, what stinks? Oh, it's Uranus."
You know how gases get excited? Have you seen the noble gases next to a Tesla coil? How they'll give you like all these colors that we probably observe up there. I mean, that's just me speculating, obviously, but they might be telling the truth. They might be saying, "Hey, it's a gas giant, or it's gas up there." But
you have more faith in the people than I do. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
No, I don't have faith on that. I don't have any faith on their foundational claims, which doesn't have any foundations. But gases up there, it is a possibility. We have gases down here. Why wouldn't we have gases up there?
Because it's the vacuum of space.
Bro, you keep talking about the fantasy. I'm not talking about the fantasy. You're almost worse than a glober. You're a flat earther that only thinks about the globe. Isn't that an irony?
Their model, in their model, things don't.
A flat earther that thinks like a glober.
What they're claiming to example, come to find out a rocket engine cannot operate in a vacuum. There'll be no fire. It'll just little experiment.
How do you know? Have you ever been to a vacuum?
I'm trying to say, the guy had a little laboratory, and he had a vacuum, and he had he was light rocket engine thing, and lit it. And then when he put it in the vacuum, it wouldn't light. There's just, you got to have that air to get there, And there's nothing to push off of it if you're in a vacuum.
What does that has anything to do with the observations that we do up there about the luminaries and that phenomenon?
Okay, we shoot rockets into the vacuum of space, and the rockets just propel.
Who does that? Who does that?
God.
You said we? I don't do that.
I said they claim This
You
is
said
what they do.
we launch.
A we launch.
No, we don't. I mean, I've never launched a rocket. But anyways, yeah, no, yeah, we know
Mr. Nose. Mr. Nose.
at
What
least,
are your
at least Mr. Nose did say that the globe doesn't pass the smell test. So there you go. Globe has been debunked. I mean, he is Mr. Nose. You gotta
Yes,
trust him.
Exactly.
I believe that Flat Earth Truth has already destroyed the globe. It's a done deal. It's, in my
Yeah, it'll definitely take some time, and some major adjustments. If it all just comes out in the media immediately, I mean, you can't even imagine. I mean, the media is mainly controlled anyhow, but if it comes out through, regular circulation through the internet, the chaos is too much for them to endure, Because, I mean, if they're hiding this, they're hiding a lot more than just this,
Oh,
Yeah, but you don't have to label it flat earth truth either, because truth is truth and doesn't have any labels.
Exactly. Like I liked what the guy said before when I was in VC. He was talking about the lore. It's more of the globers who are developing this lore around their ideas, and they add all these things to make their ideas sound better and better. Flat Earth is mainly just the facts we see outside, what we can see. We can see the Earth is flat. We can understand that we're not moving at the speed. But the globers have developed this, huge plot around it for whatever reason, propaganda to just kind of endure their reign.
do you guys ever bring this lie down and get rid of it in our society, in our world?
Yeah, when I see the liar at the corner, that I heard him before saying, "Hey, the Earth is a spinning globe and asteroids are gonna hit you on the head." I know he's lying, so whenever he says something else, I'm like, "Thanks for the offer, but no, thank you."
Yeah, but they're entrenched no matter how ridiculous they are, no matter how many times they put out garbage video full of errors and mistakes, prove it's fake. They're just entrenched. And see how we can get out of academia and, the textbooks. And I don't see how that could ever happen.
I mean, it most likely have real life consequences. Like, you have to pay taxes. So one guy can say he made it to the moon or he gonna fly around the moon. They're taking these YouTubers on a flight to the moon. This YouTuber made a video. He said, "I'm literally going to the moon." And in the next sentence, he said, "I know that sounds ridiculous." The irony, right? It does sound ridiculous, right? And then he says, "I am going to fly around the moon." It's like me saying, "Hey, I'm going from the United States to India, and I'm gonna fly across Europe. So therefore, once I make it to India, I land on India. That means I made it to Spain, Portugal, I went to Spain, to the United Kingdom. I went to Ireland because I flew above those places."
It's not too good of an argument.
Well, he said he's going to the moon, but then he said, "I'm going to fly around the moon." Well, which one is it?
The goddamn moon, man. You know what that thing is.
They're sending up these amateur astronauts to fly to the moon. Or around the moon. I'm pretty sure that doesn't, for me, it doesn't pass the smell test yet.
Those took William Shatner up in his little dick-shaped rocket. Where did they go?
Very high up. Very high up. And then come back down. I mean, why not?
$. That's what you get to do, I guess. How about that Elon Musk thing where he put Tesla in orbit or whatever? I mean, how fake was that? So. A space agency. There is no space. There is no leaving. I mean, what the fuck?
There is space between you and I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you. Smell me from there.
Yeah, space is real because I'm occupying some of it right now.
Right. Are you occupying space-time or just...
And passing through space.
Walk to the bathroom, I'm passing through space.
Yeah. Just like time is passing, because, you know, that's what I think. Passing. I mean, there's only right now passing towards right now.
Really, yeah, the past is just sort of a thought, an idea, and the future is kind of just an idea and a imagination. The only thing that's actually real is the present moment, the ever-present moment. Here now. That little operation they did where supposedly there's an asteroid out there. They up there and they crashed it into the asteroid and changed the asteroid. So
Change the orbit of the asteroid?
this is the story they put it anyway.
You know, they say that the asteroid wasn't going towards Earth, but why? What if they change the orbit towards Earth? And now it's going to hit us.
It's for LA now. Woo! Thanks a lot. It's real. None of it's real.
So NASA might be either your savior or your destroyer. One of those.
I love the truth. God is or the devil to me. I mean, liars big forever, you know. I mean, the devil.
Bro, is that you on that photograph? Like the white beard?
I'm old.
I want to have beard like that. It doesn't grow like that for me.
Because you got bald patches.
No, I have a beard, but it's not as defined as yours.
I don't like to shave.
Well, Victor, we had a good conversation with Victor. He left, and Mr. Nose was cool. They're gone. No new people. Go ahead, take it over. Bring the Globers in.
Bring some of those dumbass globes that I saw on Facebook today over here. They would never dare come over here. They know better than that. Ideas are fucking ridiculous, and that we're onto something.
Yeah, they know better than going to Discord to speak with dumbass flat earthers.
Thing in the world over there, and they're, when they're typing in their on their page, for 1 minute over here. Like a lot of the globers that here and start, trying to argue their points. A lot of them might be agents of some sort working, because the normal is real hesitant to come in a room like this. They just know it's not going to work out. Because, we've been doing this for a while, and we've kind of heard every argument they come up with, so we're already ready for it. Let's see. Grenaded with this religion and or anything, and they're going to defend that shit to the death, because they don't have God and they don't have the real truth. So they have to cling to their liars even harder. Are we streaming on YouTube?
I hope not.
Excuse me. The YouTube people were over there. I'd like to invite any globers to come on in here and mix it up. Flurfs. Complete idiots over here. We need help. You could come and explain to us how the globe is real.
Did someone just jump in and say, "Are we streaming on YouTube?" I was listening.
They didn't say that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they fucking did. I just heard it.
He asked.
I just asked if that was happening. I didn't know.
Yes, we're always streaming on YouTube. That's why this is called a live stream channel. And this is the live stream room. Why would we call it live stream if we're not streaming on YouTube?
Technically, not always.
Or any other platform. I'm streaming on 4 different platforms right now. So it's always live. It's always live.
I was here like yesterday. You were like saying, "Oh, it was down and you didn't have internet."
Oh, no. Check this out.
Yes, you did say that.
There are certain platforms that are down, but I stream, and I don't just stream on YouTube. I stream.
Yeah, but when you don't have internet, when your ISP is down, you cannot stream on any platform.
Hey, but guess what happened when my internet was down? Flat Earth Dude was streaming.
Who cares about Flat Earth Dude?
He has more subscribers than I do, so.
All right, that counts then.
So anyway, yeah. Anytime you're in this room, assume you're alive. How about that?
I mean, if you are here, you definitely are alive.
Alive? I didn't say alive. I mean, assume you're live streaming somewhere.
But you're still alive. But you are still alive, right?
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah, that's my point.
Which is like, aren't you surprised sometimes when people are like, we're live. They just think they just found a YouTube channel and they joined a room called live stream and act. What? I'm live right now somewhere. It's like, well, you joined a room that says live stream.
Well, I'm an old guy.
Yeah, Helio. Not everyone is as young as you are, Helio. Come on.
No, I'm probably older than this guy that claims to be an old.
Yeah, right. You don't have a beard like his. There's no way.
I can't. He probably has a better beard. I'm so embarrassed.
He does. It's not probably.
Yeah, see, it's like, well, that's not my. I mean, yeah, I can't. My beard has gotten to the extent that is ever going to get. Some people can grow their beard all the way down to their dick, but I can't. It's just not in my
like
genes.
ZZ Top, ZZ Top beards.
Yeah, I can't grow a beard like that. I'm trying, but I can't. It's just.
Know that the drummer in ZZ Top, that's clean shaven. Beard.
Helio, why would you make a beard dick connection, bro? Come on.
I don't know. I mean, it's like women make a connection of their hair growing down to their ass. Why can't I make a beard down to my dick connection? What the fuck are you talking about?
If you want, you're a free American.
So when you say some people have done that, that doesn't mean you've done it, right? That means you saw someone else doing it. So if you saw a beard touching a dick, that's kind of gay, Helio.
Oh, it's really just length. We're just talking about length.
And it wasn't your beard.
We're talking about length from your head or from your chin to your groin or from the back of your head to your ass. Why are you trying to say something that I didn't say?
Because I never. This is the first time ever I thought about a beard and a dick in the same sentence.
Yeah.
You dream about it all the time.
Yeah, you dream about it all the time. That was a good comeback. I like that one. That was a good one. I like that. What do you think about that one, Jimsy?
I've never thought about it. How am I going to dream about it if I never thought about it?
No, I was talking about his comeback to you. That's fucking funny, man.
You haven't come back yet.
No, I didn't. It was the other dude that said it.
No, that doesn't count.
Cool if you're at the
Jimsy's always trying to get me on a gotcha. Captain Dan just freaking roasted your ass.
Roasted your ass.
Keep dreaming, Helio. Keep dreaming.
Fallacious claim that you're a homo who thinks about dicks and beards.
Dicks and beards?
Yeah, dicks and beards.
To be clear, you're hetero. We all know this. Joke.
Shit. Bad. This is what happens on a Saturday afternoon. Well, it's only 4:53.
Oh yeah, tonight I'll be up late tonight talking on Discord.
Hey,
where do you live? Mexico?
No. I live in my my bedroom. So anyway, what's funny? I was telling Dave, when I woke up this morning. Somebody was playing some stuff on the YouTube bot, but I wasn't aware of that because it was just running just like the live stream does. And I woke up, I bit my tongue extremely hard in my sleep. Like you bit your tongue before where you're bleeding and it's like, oh my God.
My tongue, you're chewing away.
I woke myself up biting my tongue, right? And this phrase, bite your tongue, means shut the fuck up, right? So, and as soon as that happened, I woke up and I started walking around. I was like, but I was thinking about doing some other live streams on different channels and figure this out, how to live stream everywhere.
Everywhere all the time.
It's like, bite my motherfucking tongue, bitch. What? So, I think it was a sign. It was a sign. I was just like, don't bite your tongue. Get your ass out there. Show everybody what we got going on. Not just me, everybody here. boom, everything.
I wanted you to not talk because you.
Yeah, it was a sign. It was a sign. I'm telling you guys. I woke up this morning biting my tongue in reality, and I was bleeding. I went and looked in the mirror. And I saw blood on my tongue, which it happened. But and then I woke up, sat in front of the computer, opened up a couple of different live streams. I got DLive back going on, and I opened up Odyssey live stream. I don't think anybody's watching them, but
Anthony,
but it's out there live. Denny,
message our gospel out there, just like the Christians in their gospel.
Christians in their gospel. What is their gospel? What is their gospel, Captain Dan? Since you know so much about it, what is it?
Jesus said, "Believe he dead, and then you will be saved."
Oh, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved.
We're saying, believe.
Is it that simple? Yeah, believe in the flat earth and you shall be saved. Yeah, it's not that simple as far as all that goes. And it's not as simple as that, with the Christian
doctrine. But the Christians, they really want to cling on to the idea that, okay, all you got to do, just believe these couple ideas and I'm saved forever. There's no chance of me, I'm once saved, always saved. I believe these ideas. I think there's a little bit more to believing in it than that.
How about the follow-up? It's just like, hey, believe in the flat earth and thou shalt know that the earth is flat. It's not that simple.
And then there's really believing like you take actions accordingly to this thing you believe. You know what I'm saying? Belief could just be something in your head like, yeah, I believe George Washington had wooden teeth, You believe that.
That was a good example. Washington had
wooden teeth in your life. But...
Well, speaking of teeth, I heard like some of the ancient royalty, which I actually think this probably, they used to use bleach to clean their teeth. It would just rot away. So then they had to create wooden teeth to chew shit because they put bleach on their teeth. What the fuck?
They got some kind of bad teeth. Some way. That big toothy smile,
It's just like, did they have their servants brush bleach on their teeth in a certain way to make them look white, or I don't know.
Say that.
I don't know, man.
It's talking about servants doing something. They have this position called the groom of the stool.
I remember that one. Yeah,
and it's a guy who waits in the bathroom when the queen, takes a dump. The stool steps up and wipes her royal ass.
Yeah, so she doesn't have to get her hands involved in the process.
Are you guys kidding, or is that a real thing?
Oh, yeah, look it up, bro. Groom of the stool. Look it up.
Groom of the stool. Come on, bro.
Royalty. They do not wipe their own butts.
Do you think, dude? That was a real thing for the royalty. Look it up. As far as going to the bathroom, for me, I don't want anybody else involved in my duties.
Involved in that particular.
Yeah. No, I don't want a groom. I can take care of my shit all together. Taking a shower, taking a shit. I don't want anybody else involved at all.
How about those guys that work in, like a hotel or something? They got this restroom and there's a guy in there, an attendant. He sits there all day. And people come in and take a big dump in the stall.
Yeah, it's like in a public toilet where it's just like you got a guy standing there holding a towel and it's just like, hey, I'm going to give you a tip for me walking in there taking a piss and taking a shit. And he has to sit there and smell people's shit all day. And what the hell is that?
I know, what a job.
They're saying that job no longer exists. You guys think that's real? They said 1901 was the last appointment.
I
1901.
don't think that. I think people probably still do that, but not 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 in the
I just
public
never heard of that,
sense.
so I looked
But,
it up.
yeah,
Who
it's just
knows?
weird.
This
It's
is
just
what Wikipedia-
what are they? Is it a steward or whatever? Somebody that stands in the bathroom and just gives you. They're just like they stand there and have to smell people's shit all day. No, man, don't. You couldn't pay me enough.
Someone's gotta do
Well,
it.
actually, you could pay me enough. I'd stand there and smell people's shit all day for $300,000 a year.
I would do it.
How about 100,000 here? 100.
Yeah, I'd do it for 100,000. Yeah,
How about 50? 50,000.
yeah, I'd probably do it for 50. All right.
How about 25?
No less than that. No less than that. No.
He's the bottom line. That's it.
Hand out some fucking towels when they wash their hands and accommodate the bathroom, and I would make them feel like shit when they walked out. It was like, I'll do it for 50,000 a year plus tips. Like, sorry you had to. I'm sorry you had to smell my dookie hole when you're walking. Give me $50. I'll take it.
You went from 300,000 to 50,000 in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know. That's how you negotiate. What the fuck are you talking about?
Went in there and you took a big nasty crap. You would of course tip the guy like, here, dude. I'm sorry.
Sorry you have to smell my shit. Here's a $50 tip. And it's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bitch.
Yeah.
I'm getting $50,000 to smell your shit. All right, cool. I'm down with it.
The live stream just turned into a shit show.
It's my fault. My bad, guys. Let's get it back on track.
That painted on the door. Welcome to the shit show.
literally, Jimsy, you're right. Let's get it back on track. That was funny. You have to admit that was funny. Let's move forward. And Captain Dan, it's Captain Dan's fault though, not mine.
Took everybody off course with my big.
I like that meme. Miguel keeps rolling them out.
Prove the glow.
Rolling them
wanna
out.
prove the glow.
That's Miguel.
I'm looking at this meme and I'm not kidding.
He just keeps rolling them out. And it's like once the end of the roll, then there's a shit show.
It says when you want to prove the globe. I'm not getting the joke. I'm missing it. Can someone help me?
You're at the end of the roll. There's no globe. No, at the toilet paper roll, there's a cylinder. If you want to go with the cylinder globe.
Me, I've seen a million memes. This is the first one I'm going, what? I don't get it.
Hey, Miguel, have you seen a lot of Miguel's memes?
Probably.
He's on top of everything. I think Miguel has more memes than anyone has ever. Look at that newest one. He's just like Globe Earth model. Trying to fill a basket that has holes in it with water.
Get either. Is there water in that thing? I don't get it.
Oh my god! See, like when I talk to my mom, I'm like, "Look at this joke," and she's like, "I don't get it." I'm like, you know what?
I'm turning it into
It
that.
doesn't
person.
work if you a joke doesn't work if you have to explain it to someone. So it's just like that's the most frustrating thing. If you have to explain a joke to someone, then it's lost already.
Obviously, and most memes you can't miss it, but a little bit. He's got like a laundry basket, and it's his Globe Earth model.
Yeah, he has a water pump. He's trying to fill a basket with water.
Oh,
and there's
okay.
holes in it.
Look like a white stick.
See, the joke is lost already on you.
Oh, I get it. Thank
now
you so much.
Get it.
time with
See, nobody's laughing because you missed the joke in the first one.
how's the one above it? Please explain that one for me.
No, I don't want to explain jokes. Hey, Miguel, how about you jump your ass in here and explain your fucking jokes?
Just help me out real quick. Citizen, I'm like Joe Biden. Okay.
This is like, if you don't get the joke right at first, it's not a joke to you anymore. Then it becomes a struggle to help you understand how the joke is funny. It's just like, that's the weirdest thing to me. Like, hey, when you show a joke to somebody or like a meme or, a little, and they're like, I don't get it.
But
you do. You don't get
once
it.
I realize I don't get it, then I really want to get it.
Now you sound like a Glober.
I mean, is it out of toilet paper because a Glober is out of explanations?
Hey, Miguel, I know you're listening, bro. Get your ass in here and explain the toilet paper roll to this.
So they say boats go over the horizon, but what happened to the sideways, left and right? There's no curvature, so where is your globe?
Meme yourself.
When you are watching the ocean far away, what happened to the curvature sideways? There's no curvature. So
there's curvature on the toilet roll.
So they say boats go over the horizon, but there's no curvature sideways. That's the joke.
You go to the horizon, but there's no curvature sideways.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it a little bit.
What's more the distance from you to the horizon? On front of the ocean or sideways? Sideways has more more distance. So what happened to the curvature?
I don't blame him for not understanding it. Listen, I mean, what he's saying is that when you stand on the beach and you see the horizon, and that's supposed to be Earth's curvature, according to most people that think the Earth is a globe, right?
Oh, you should explain that difference there.
When you look to the left or to the right, you still see the same horizon. This is ridiculous.
The same
Miguel.
curvature, the same ball.
Yeah, man. All right, Captain. That's basically all of it. Yeah. Miguel, you did a good job explaining.
Surprised at these Globers I was talking to earlier.
So you live. It's like the horizon is the curve, but we live on a ball, but it doesn't descend left or right. That's basically it, right, Miguel?
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you so much for clearing that up.
So now it's not funny anymore because we had to explain the joke to you.
Helio, that's how you know it's a ball because it doesn't look like a ball.
No shit.
Because
so it's not funny anymore.
It's not a ball. That's how you know it is.
Is ever that funny?
And by the way,
it's not funny in the first place because they're lying about this stupid ball. But anyway,
I get to think about being in a bathroom and then there's no toilet paper. You're like, oh crap. Use.
So in the year 2016, 2017, I was traveling by train here in Portugal, near the coastline, the coastline, between Lisbon and Oporto cities. And so I was watching I was traveling by train, and I was watching the ocean far away. And so I know this rail track they made level, and I'm watching through the window the ocean, and what happened to the curvature, sideways. I never saw that, and
that horizon just looks the whole time on the train. Every time you look, it's just flat as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, exactly. So that was the main proof to me to wake up. And most of Globers they are not smart enough to wake up.
Because they think, that horizon line, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. So if a boat went farther than that line, you'd start going around the curve. It's such a juvenile idea that she's blown away immediately.
Yeah, because they say, boats go over the horizon, but you are look forward, and if you look sideways, what happened to that curvature? You never saw that.
Yeah, the whole idea you got going here is what looks sideways. What about that angle?
Exactly.
Say we look out in the ocean, and guys can only see so far. So maybe 10 miles out, say that's the length that you're going to be able to see, and your mind and your optics should meet the sky at that point. That's the way our eyes work. It's not where there's a globe and it's been. That's not even remotely the case. It's just perspective.
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing we had to analyze this toilet paper roll meme.
Glad you think so.
Maybe there's a lot of people listening that didn't get it.
You didn't hear anybody else piping up and explaining it.
No, but seriously, I mean, like I said, I mean, sometimes when a joke's funny to me, it's not funny to someone who's like, you don't get it.
Oh, wow.
So Miguel, I want you to pipe up every time you post a meme and explain your meme. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Again, you listen to me with no explanation. No. Trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward equally in all directions. No curvature from left to right. There cannot be curvature from far. What's it say? Far to far or any other direction.
Well, sure. I mean, just imagine yourself. You're standing on a beach. You look at the horizon. You might have a theodolite with you, or you might have a theodolite app on your phone, which is just as good. I mean, according to most globies. And then you...
if you're looking at a ship out there, and it as the farther away it gets smaller and smaller. It disappears.
No. We're talking about the horizon, not ships on the horizon. We're talking about the horizon itself.
And I was just going to say that's the same thing with the sun. The way we see it, it comes up in the east. All of a sudden, at noon, it's over our head. In the afternoon, it's going away, and as it goes away, it gets smaller and smaller, and it looks like it's going downward. And it's just an object away from us.
No, it ascends. If you're standing in one spot, if you could stand, which most people can, throughout the entire day, you can stand in one spot, you will see the sun. Or I would recommend if you did this, stand in one spot toward the sun rise and watch the sun ascend above the horizon, and then it'll be above your head, depending on where you are, which latitude. It proves a local sun. The entire thing proves a local sun. They're stupid anyway. Then you turn around and then you watch it descend toward the horizon. It has nothing to do with globe Earth whatsoever.
Amazing that we have these just normal explanations for things. Just like, no, due to the black holes in the stratosphere on a refractive day, those calculations could be questionable.
What's just like I used to think about, the globe. I used to wonder, it's like, I would be able to defend that if if I was in that mindset, because I could actually do what our detractors do. I could do that, but I really don't think that's plausible anymore.
You only want to
Not because I'm ignorant about it, just because I just don't think it's plausible.
I could never be gun ho convincing people about something that I wasn't totally sure that I'm telling the truth. You know what I mean? It'd be like if your job was to do a documentary on JFK assassination, and you're just going to show how Oswald did everything. You know, see, that's
people have tried to do that. See, it's not plausible. It's not plausible.
It puts him in a really difficult position. Like,
see, I've looked into that. You know, the JFK assassination. What they say about what happened with Oswald. That's not plausible.
They managed to get him into that building to be the patsy. And he was just there working.
Yeah, you go over all the details, and you're not the freak. It's not plausible what they said, what he did. It's not plausible whatsoever.
I mean, he was shooting through a bunch of trees at a really far, away car with a tiny little head. You know, you have to shoot through the trees, and plus he got these shots off faster than that rifle could do it. I mean, if you're a top marksman, expert, you have a really hard time.
It's like, well, you're saying it's not plausible, but is it possible? No, it's not possible because it's not plausible. That's why it's not possible. And they're like, well, I mean, just the same thing with this stupid globe thing. They're like, well, are you saying it's not possible or not plausible? It's like, what do you mean? What's the definition of plausible? Well, plausibly, we can, with with that type of idea, it's like you can kind of put yourself in a, with their stupid space-time theory and all that kind of shit. Oh, it's plausible, but it's not possible because of our observation. It's not possible.
But that's how he did it, because he couldn't do it.
Say that again, Jimsy.
I said that's how he did it, because he couldn't do it.
Bro.
Hey, Jimsy, you're breaking up. What were you going to say, says who? Go ahead.
Before the point gets lost today, did you guys watch Ball Busters at all?
No, I didn't see
it. If you didn't, all right. So you were just talking about, the distance to the sun. And I'll give you the long story short of it, but they were talking about the parallel rays that is supposed to be coming from the sun, correct, right, according to Eratosthenes and physics in the shadows, and it all has to be parallel, even though we know it's not. Well, they debunked the parallel light rays essentially today by doing it with something very simple, and all it is that the shadows cast by moonlight are the same size as the shadows cast by sunlight. So because we know that, quote unquote, right, we know that the moon is much closer, at least according to their model, it debunks any parallel light rays because the shadows cast by the light are the same. So Eratosthenes is totally destroyed, and any assertion of parallel light rays has been debunked. So you guys have fun with that toy.
I'm going to have to listen back to that one. Sounds good.
Is we get these pictures, and here's the sun nestled in the clouds right above us, and there's these rays splayed out, and you're like, wait a second, that thing's supposed to be 94 million miles away. What's it doing right up in the clouds here? And why are the rays all splayed out? They should be all straight down.
Hey, does any flat earther in here, do you guys think the sun, I'm talking about the sun in the sky, is somewhere?
Definitely somewhere.
Where is it?
It's over there.
4 million miles away. I feel like it's about, maybe 1,000 miles away or something. So it's real close.
That's a deep question, isn't it? This is like talk about philosophy, right? I know where Earth is. It's right here. I don't have a fucking clue where the sun is.
I think what it is they know that they don't
I know
have
what it does, but I don't know where it is.
any of these answers. So just say, well, we can't just be science and say we don't know anything. We got to act like we know shit, like, okay, the sun is precisely 94.7 million miles away. Of course, we know this through trigonometry. Of course, it's elementary, done in the 15th century by guys with scopes that look like a Cracker Jack box. They fit. Understand?
No, sure, but I mean, seeing the heliocentric idea, they say, well, I know where the sun is, I know where the Earth is in the solar system. This is why we see what we see from Earth through this idea. Now, our observations from Earth don't match necessarily what we see. And I mean, it seems redundant sometimes to say this, a lot of times.
The crazy speeds they say that everything is going. The sun,
sure,
all the planets following it, spinning around, orbiting each other. Everything's going like 1,000 times faster than a bullet out of a gun, But every time there's something in space, the moon is right there. Nothing's fucking moving. The ISS is just doesn't even look like it's moving. Where's all this fucking motion? They say the ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour, but when they show them do something, it just looks like it's just sitting there.
You can't see the ISS. The only place you see the ISS is on television. But the sun, moon, and stars, we do see moving.
Just pointing out how lame their claims are, their stories. They don't check out.
Sure, but it checks out for the majority of the population, right?
It's so ludicrous.
Because they saw it on TV. The calendars are based off the pattern of the sun, moon, and stars. They're even named, all the months and days are named after the sun, moon, and stars. Doesn't matter what you see on TV about space.
Present a heliocentric model where the sun just sits in one spot, and then we orbit around.
Listen, their heliocentric model only exists through pretty much Hollywood and a modern understanding. These calendars were built a long time ago. The pattern of the sun, moon, and stars exists only because people on Earth observe these patterns moving over and over and over again. Now,
that's all reality based. People going, okay, a day is this long, the night is this long.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
That's fine.
That's where the calendars came from.
I'm just talking about the problem is they could have a heliocentric model that doesn't all over the place. You could have planets, orbiting the thing and make more sense. But when you add that extra layer of everything is shooting through infinite space forever, speeds you can't even wrap.
Whose idea was that? About everything we observe could be infinite space.
Because they have the Big Bang, they have to tell you, okay, yeah, everything is still shooting through space from that big explosion. That's why they have to have all this motion.
When did that idea start? Because long before that idea started, everybody was pretty familiar with Earth and the way we experience it. When did this idea of the Big Bang and we're the third rock from the sun. You know, one part of the
Escape from some Jesuit freak in the 1500s.
I don't think. Well, I mean, maybe, yeah.
I mean, and plus, from a religious person who are trying to teach God made the world, and it comes from the Catholics. They come out and say, no, it's just a random accident.
Hey, the leader of the Catholics now just came out and said that God is Satan. So I mean, what are you supposed to do with that?
Completely over the edge too. The whole Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, but it's not about religion. It's about what we observe physically here on Earth. In reality, we have control of our own psyche and spirit. What we experience here on Earth in reality.
It'd be nice if we just had that to work with, but what happened is these evil, have some agenda.
You can't control what your family and friends think about it. You can't control that.
Helio, what do you mean that the Catholic said God is Satan? What do you mean? Helio!
Oh, I'm listening. Let me look it up. I'm going to show you. Hold on.
Did the Pope
Francis
say that?
said that God is Satan? Yes.
Yeah. He's about due for a real dumb statement again. I mean, this guy said some crazy shit.
Yeah, Pope Francis is
He should have got, fired.
Well, I mean, I was raised Catholic, so, Jamsey, no. And you know what I learned? You know what I learned about the Bible through the Catholic Church? Nothing.
Just nothing.
18 years
You're
being
just
raised
dumb
Catholic. I didn't
back
learn
then.
shit about the Bible.
Oh, yeah. If you go to Catholic Church, you won't learn jack shit about a Bible. You'd have to do that all on your own. They don't.
I learned a lot about the Catholic religion, but I didn't learn anything about the Bible.
They're not a fan of the Bible, dude.
No. They're huge fans of the Bible, but that's not what the church is about. They're not about the Bible. They're about the Roman religion. But anyway, this isn't a religious discussion. But I'm going to back up what I said about Pope Francis. He is freaking saying that Satan is God.
It does say in the Bible that Satan is the god of this world, so maybe that's what he's talking about.
Okay, because he's a gentle truth teller.
Yeah.
Where's your proof? Where's your proof?
Well, your proof. So I don't know. I just saw a post on Facebook. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I've seen popes kiss the Quran and say they worship the same God. So I mean, what is is the God of the Quran the same God as the God of Christians or Catholics?
He's trying to organize a one world religion where you have, Native American witch doctors and African voodoo. Everybody's invited, the Hindus and the Buddhists. He want to bring them all in under the Pope,
Hey, I'm not against that. I'm just saying that I'm not against that because we are spiritual beings. We all live on Earth, and we're created. I'm not against that, but the way that the Catholic Church has domination over everything, they have their own state in Italy, so that's a different form, and they're the most powerful religion in the world. So there's a big difference in just believing something and having that much power.
Yeah, see, the thing is with this all-inclusive business, the people who aren't inclusive are these Bible-believing Christians who are going to say,
"Oh, that's what Catholic means." That's what Catholic means.
Word,
universal. Yes.
Yeah, they would love to burn every Protestant as a heretic. That's what they used to do. But
yeah, and you know what's the sad part about it? Since we're talking about it, is oh shit. It's I was thinking it was late night, but whatever. It's middle of the afternoon. For most people, Catholic means universal, and all of the Protestant churches are cucks to the Catholic Church. I said it. Boom.
Yeah, when they broke away, they still kept a bunch of the junk that the Catholics were doing.
I've been part of both, and I completely see the entire thing. So
it's kind of like a business. It's like a business model. When you go to church, they got to put on a show.
They all have steeples, on top of their churches, which is it's a symbol to Baal. Anyway, see,
I have a whole.
I rarely talk about religion or whatever, but that's where I stand on it. But whatever.
There is a pretty big connection though with the Tavistock Institute and all these. Yeah, they all submit under the same authorities. There's a lot of Protestants that go to seminaries that get all of their information, like all their little pamphlets and crap.
It's just like how many Christians are flat earthers? Most Christians are globies, and they're just like, they just like go to church and do Sunday rituals and stuff. They don't give a shit about what we're talking about. They just
it's like fast food Christians. They just hop into church.
Talking about
McDonald's.
They just join that club and they feel like, okay, this is what I do to go to heaven, and they're just
not to say that everybody that's a Christian should be flat Earth or whatever, but it should be a consideration. Go ahead, Jamesy. You were trying to break in. So.
Well, there is
and I'm not even a Christian. I'm just pointing out the obvious. But
I was supposed to say that there's a verse that says to study to show thyself approved, though. So we're supposed to study and research and look into things. Being willfully ignorant,
They don't do that in these modern churches. Yeah. The pastor comes out and he's cherry picked 2 verses out of the whole Bible and it presents them in a way that weren't even intended to be understood, and then makes some point he's making up. You know what I mean? People are going home and studying the scripture and comparing the verse here with the Old Testament. Very few, really.
They don't know how to compare and contrast anything. They just want to listen to a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, it's just general understanding. We're not. Nobody's trying.
It's not all churches. I know it's not all, but there's a lot. There's enough. There's enough to comment.
Generalities,
yeah. And they'll just then. Oh, and the manipulation though, because the waves and frequencies of the actual music when they get that worship orchestra playing, and they've already preached a message, it's kind of like it's tickling your feels. And they get that music going and they pass the offering plate and people just dumping their money in there trying to buy brownie points with God. And it's like, that's manipulation. That is very manipulative. Yeah, that is very manipulative.
Those meetings, like you go to the big meeting in an arena somewhere, they'll have this worship band come out and play like these repetitive, like for 45 minutes, and the whole crowd loses himself in the music, blah blah blah, right?
Yep,
so by the time that preacher comes out, you're fully invested in I'm here and this is God talking to me, and I got the Holy Spirit, and what I mean, you've dropped all your skepticism if there was any. You see what I'm saying? It's a technique about group think. You're in a crowd, people have to do what the crowd's doing. You know what I mean? Can you guys hear?
Yeah. Everybody's thinking.
I was grabbing.
I'm
something.
thinking, and I'm dealing with some shit.
I wanted to post the etymology for the word enchantment, because that's what we're talking about here is enchanting, and they use singing. Like they use singing and mantras and get in people's heads. They basically can program your thoughts.
Music.
They can do the writing.
Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
I was just say they don't have to read your mind when they can do the writing. They'll program your thoughts and have you saying this stuff until you believe it. And it's not churches.
Yeah, music and chants is
everything. Yeah.
But check this out. Music and chants is intrinsically connected to spirituality, which is
Yeah, I
not
believe all
necessarily a
music's
bad
worship.
thing. Which is not necessarily a bad thing.
It just depends on
What I
what
say,
you're worshiping, right?
I say I'm not a Christian, but I support it
They know the power
when
of
it's
the music.
understood correctly. And so a lot of people say, "Well, you're definitely not a Christian because you can't be a Christian if you don't literally believe the way I believe." No,
They're really like that, yeah. Some
yeah,
I
that's
just
what they say. But you
define
can believe whatever
these
you
words
want to believe
here
about me, but no, it's not the way it works.
with like religion and worship. Like the definitions that people often attribute to them aren't what they actually mean, though. Like, so I got the real meanings here, like about obligation and reverence, and how worship is actually talking about the worthiness of something, like the acknowledgement of worth. When people assume that it's something else.
It's acceptance. It's overall acceptance. Yeah, yes.
They were taught that worshiping God is singing these songs,
It's worthship. It's worthship.
Yeah.
You just walk around in a state of, oh God, you are the greatest, oh God.
But what they do isn't worship. It's not real praise and worship. What they're doing is mind control, and they're trying to get you to buy their doctrine and then pay them money so that they can keep their little racket going. Because that's not how the body, like the physical body, your actual body, that's the church. Like that's the temple that your soul resides within, not some building that you go to.
It's the only place that any reality exists. Is right inside your soul and your mind.
Yeah, it says like to go to a building to go find God, like that's ridiculous. I can go out in the forest and go hang out with like the damn wilderness critters in the trees and go chill with God. Like he's everywhere, like where two or three are gathered. So, but they made a racket out of it and they try and fleece the flock. It's the same old story, different people.
Wow, Ethergrass, man, you're almost on the same page I am right now. I didn't know we were almost there.
I think a lot of people, just good people, will look at Christianity and come to the same conclusions. We kind of see what's going on after all these years.
Don't get me wrong. I believe in the Bible. I believe it's absolutely true. I believe the people who are trying to teach it to people are liars, though, and they're using it as a form of manipulation for people who are ignorant of what's in there so that they can control them and get them to pay for all this stuff, so they can have fancy cars and do stupid shit. You seen Creflo Dollar stomping on some money? All these other people?
Oh, God, man. I watched Creflo Dollar years ago. He has some good things to say, but it's just like you can. Anyway, when you do a church, and I think he was in L.A. right? Big.
Those guys just make millions of dollars a month.
It's like I can speak really well in front of thousands and thousands of people, and they'll just send me money. Like, bitch, I don't want.
They got
money. I don't want money. I'm saying the shit that I'm saying because I want you to understand that you don't need
the way you get God to bless you.
You don't want money.
To bless you, you have to sow seeds into their ministry, and then now God's happy with you. You sowed a big seed. Now they promise you God has got to pay you back.
I mean, that scam was brought out a long time ago. So they have different ways to scam people.
What is the word? The prosperity gospel. Yeah, that's bull
prosperity.
Because you don't get blessings for hopes and wishes and like farts in the air. Like, oh, maybe he'll help me. No, you got to put feet to your faith and go do something with it. This right here, though, if you skip ahead to 45 seconds in, and you're gonna see this jackass stomping on money right on the altar. This is such blasphemy. This is bullcrap. Materialism in every way. Like this is exactly what the problem is at the highest level.
That fat cat preacher, what he's doing is saying, look, I'm super rich, like I know you want to be. I have airplanes. I stay in $5,000 a night hotel rooms. I live like a rock star. And I know that's what you guys want. So since I have accomplished that, trust me to tell you you're going to get rich. And now
it's just like God bless me with this, and if you do what I do, which you can't do what he does, so it's just send me your $2, send me your $50. You know what I mean?
Or they'll say seed money. And you send me your seed money, and then all of a sudden God's going to start growing some stuff. And that's not how it works. You can't just send somebody $1 and God's going to like front you a mill. It's not going to work.
That's the devil's work.
Yeah, that's some devil. That's some fusion stuff.
They pull out verses like God's going to pay you back like fold or something. God said that he can't lie. So,
and whether or not the devil spiritually or physically exists in your mind, that's the devil's work. If you support some of these motherfuckers that do this shit,
you got to be the dumbest people on earth.
Well,
I just look at these.
It's not about being dumb. It's you're gullible. You're gullible.
Yeah, it's that they love too much.
You got to be
too much. And God, it sucks.
I know, but these people are phony as hell. They get exposed all over the place. It just reeks of fakeness and manipulation.
Right, and that's why we come out and try to say what we can to expose them. But for the most part, there's almost nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, you can't do nothing about it. But it's amazing to see. Like, who are these supposed Christian people that can't get that this is garbage? What the hell's wrong with you?
I like what she did, though. She goes straight up to him and calls him out, walks right up to him, and he gets mad.
Wait, what did she say to him? I can't play. We can't play the video on here. But what did she say to him?
She goes, Copeland, I was just wondering, you said that you couldn't fly commercial because you'd be in a aluminum tube with a bunch of demons, and I was just wondering, you think your people are demons? He's like, I never said that, don't you ever say I said that. Meanwhile, there's videotape of him saying that exactly.
Yeah.
So
he's a total piece of shit. Anybody that still follows Kenneth Copeland is a fucking idiot.
God. This guy, look at his
I
eyes.
follow the memes about him.
Yeah, the memes. Yeah. What do you remember that when the CV thing came out? They had that video.
Oh my God! A jackass. He's like,
I'm gonna blow the wind of God. Remember that one?
Oh, he says he's going. That's what I was looking up. He's gonna blow it away, and he starts blowing.
That video is so funny.
And he goes, "It's over. The pandemic's over." Because I said, "What?"
Do you know about those guys? Are judgment on a sinful nation. That's what they are. Every type of a preacher on those guys, they're judgment on a sinful nation. They want the preacher that's going to give them the message that they want, because their hearts are full of wickedness and deceit. So they want that.
Yeah, God.
So it's
sad truth. A lot of people may not realize this entire Protestant movement across America is essentially a branch of the Roman Catholic Church. Yeah, this is my opinion, and maybe you don't realize. Maybe a lot of people don't realize it, but
most of them are real.
There's a lot of denominations, right, that are out there, and everybody wants to point fingers at how bad they are so that they can excuse their badness, right? But that's not the case. So if you point at some group or entities and like, because of these guys, I'm just gonna be wicked as hell because everybody's going to hell anyways. No. The thing is, man, there is a way to follow the right way, and the right way is how it was told in the story of the Bible. It's like when Yeshua called out his followers, he didn't like build a church, like a massive mega church. He was preaching the unpopular message, which nobody really wanted to adhere to. So actually, he would turn people away from. He wouldn't preach Kenneth Copeland's mega church message. He would preach the one that would like, hey, if you're going to follow me, I'm homeless. So think about that. And so everybody's like, well, who's this homeless guy? Why are we going to follow him? So he was just preaching about truth. And if you heard the truth, then that's what you were coming to. But people right now, they want the comfort, and their itching ears are getting that with Kenneth Copeland and the like. So, but here's the thing: a lot of people want to just throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, everything is just all just full of crap, and it's not. And so that's the only thing I would say.
No, you're right. Have you seen the movie Dances with Wolves?
I like that movie a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So when the West came into this country, the Easterners were pretty much kind of saying, I mean, they had some troubles amongst themselves. Of course, there was war going on between the tribes, all over the place. But the white man was coming. But they believed in God. In my opinion, it's the same God. It's the same God.
American, like the way they lived,
Native Americans,
spiritual connect, because there's no stores, there's no commerce, there's just hunt it and find it and make it, and
here's what happened. The Native American has the spoken word, and the people who were gifted the written word, when they came here, they were supposed to unite with them, and they didn't. They conquested them, which then turned them against them, and then, of course, putting them at odds with the people who were supposed to give them the written word, they became enemies to them. So now they've, like everybody, because of the divisions, there's a lot of people with their own thoughts of like what their religion is. So everybody's speaking truth in some way. They're just misaligned with the part that shouldn't be. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of truth in what these religions are talking about, but when you like overall look at them, they look like they're all just like there's some people that are just following traditions of men. They're not following God's ways. They're following their own ways.
Well,
So
I mean, when you see these churches pop up, I believe that there was a thing called authentic Christianity, but it only lasted for a certain amount of years, and it all came to an end. And after it ended, all you have left is this fake Christianity that popped up that doesn't have a real Holy Spirit anymore. They don't have that kind of power.
Right here.
It's a little hard to explain, but I don't believe Christ came here with the intention of starting this organization like a Christianity that's just going to go on forever and ever.
Well, to be honest, if you read Matthew chapter 5, that's all you have to do. If you want to understand what the kingdom of heaven actually is, just read Matthew chapter 5.
I got a pretty good, because I cared about this stuff.
I'm not saying you don't. Anyway,
understanding of it makes a lot more sense than what you'll be hearing in these churches. God,
what's interesting?
Well, the churches don't preach Matthew chapter 5. You just read it. Just read it in the Bible.
I read it. What's it say in chapter 5 that's so special?
yeah, people are just ready to throw like everything out all at once, and you need not look any further than flat Earth. Think about this. We're speaking of truth in here, and when somebody talks about the flat Earth society and whatever, it's like that's not us. That you can't represent that. And somebody would say, well, shoot, there's so many iterations of flat Earth. Why don't we throw it all away? Because it's useless. And you're like, no, we're not going to throw away truth just because somebody's misrepresenting us. That's the whole point about truth. When you misrepresent it and you misinform people about it, people get jaded. They start to get factions. They hate it. They'll just be like, I'll rail against it. Might as well because everybody's phony anyway. Hypocrisy everywhere. And they throw the baby out with the bathwater and just live sinful lives because of it. But that's the thing. Like, if you don't stand up for truth, then who will? Who's the buffer? Who's going to say, no, this is flat Earth. This is what it's about. And whatever else you make up is basically your own ideas. It has nothing to do with that. So we have to stand up for truth at some point,
Well, it's just like, it's just like I said, read Matthew chapter 5. And he said, well, just read it. I can. Do you want me to?
Not the whole chapter, but what in there specifically?
What? Why not?
It's pretty long. I'm just saying what it's specifically.
It's not very long. It's not very long. You want me to read it?
Yeah, I'm heading back off of my break, but I would like to later on get into a conversation.
Cool, Miggy. What's so scary? I mean, it's called the Sermon on the Mount. This is where Jesus described the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, it took me a long time to figure out what the heck is he talking about exactly, kingdom of heaven. What did he mean by that? exactly, because one, that means the new covenant, another church.
No. He didn't describe the kingdom. He didn't describe the new covenant in that. The new covenant was described in the Old Testament, but anyway. But the Sermon on the Mount. Anyway.
He says
the words speak for the words in Matthew chapter 5 speak for themselves. This is humanity. If you don't understand them, go ahead.
The meek shall inherit the earth. Now you got to stop right and go. Okay, what exactly does he mean by that? You mean inherit the earth from who exactly? Like, how does that all work?
Every single phrase in that chapter has context involved, and it's also associated with other context. But anyway,
it's
strength under control.
It's just like Devin. If you want me to read it, I'll read it because it's freaking awesome. But anyway.
Go ahead. Let's take a minute and hear the Sermon on the Mount.
You want me to read it? I'll pull it up.
No, you brought it up.
You want the NIV or the KJV?
KJV, please.
Really, KJV?
The King's English. It's the authorized version. Those other versions are
the Biblioteca.
Let's see. Sermon on the Mount.
I just gave the definition, the etymological definition for the word meek, and it's pretty interesting. It says strength under control. So most people think of meek, they'll think of somebody who's like weak and powerless, like they literally can't do anything, but that's not what meek means. Meek basically means like
I'll tell you
having
what,
a sword,
guy who could kick your ass
choosing not to use it.
I'm willing to read it, but I don't want to read the entire thing out without just like going by, phrase by phrase and giving some commentary on it. And this isn't a religious discussion. This is just text, historical text. We'll just analyze it as historical text.
Revered passages. So yeah, it's worth.
Well, sure. I mean, I revere it. So it's not. I mean, dude, I'm the one that brought it up. So yeah. So anyway.
Come on, Haley, just admit it. This is just to piss off Lou.
No. Lou hasn't talked all night. I haven't fucking thought about Lou. I mean, I have thought about Lou because no. Yeah, I love Lou, man. I mean, even though we all have our pissing contests with each other. I love Lou, man. To the ends of the earth, Lunatic is one of my favorite people. Let's see.
Are you gonna read something or?
Yeah, I'm about to read the Sermon on the Mount. And I prefer the NIV for the sake of I'm not going to do the KJV. It's very similar, and it pretty much follows the same thing. Now, this is the precursor to the sermon. Now, when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him, and he began to teach them. He said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Blessed are, yeah. So the poor in spirit. What do you think that means? The poor in spirit.
I've thought about this for years. Does that mean humble? or does it mean you're lacking spirit in some way?
Well, I mean, this is where you kind of this is an interpretation from the Greek.
Yeah, that terminology would have like made total sense in that culture, and it's obviously translated into English. But in the original language, in the culture, they would know exactly what he was saying.
Well, in spirit, I mean, it still means the same thing. It's spirit. Blessed are the poor in spirit.
Maybe that means like if you're a rich person, you don't even act rich. Your spirit, the poor people. You're just a humble.
Humble is what it means. Yeah, I went to Strong's Concordance and I looked up the word that specific word, poor.
So poor, poor doesn't necessarily, and poor can mean many things and different. All right, so blessed are the poor in spirit, which are. Let's go the whole phrase. This is Matthew chapter 5, verse 3. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Because if there are the opposite of poor is rich, right? So
rich in spirit would almost seem like you're like
rich in spirit is their kingdom is not in heaven, right?
Rich in spirit, you're walking around thinking how great you are and how you're better than everybody else. You know what I mean? That's the wrong attitude.
There's another thing too.
This is what confused everything, with this
heart being a vessel, and there's only one spirit, right? One spirit of truth.
So awesome about this chapter.
You only have one, but if you have many, right? If you have many different spirits, then you don't got the right one. You don't have that one pure Holy Spirit. You've got like a bunch of unclean spirits. So you're rich in spirits, but it ain't the one that you want. And that's another thing, is the metaphor of the word spirit, because it's ruach, or I guess pneumos.
Right.
What's it, pneumos?
Yeah, ruach is spirit. Right. Yeah.
Ruach and pneuma, which it has to do with your emotions and the kind of your intentions.
Hey, but check this out. People that go to church and whatever they're doing, and they think are they poor or rich in spirit? I don't even know what rich in spirit means. But, people go to church and they don't necessarily get into these deep discussions like we do here.
I mean, like they're kind of shallow. There's no real depth.
Are they poor or rich in spirit?
See what I'm saying about this Sermon on the Mount? Like, you got to make sure, like, you're not sure what he's saying. You have to sit and think about everything.
Exactly. That's why we have to go step by step here. So let's go to the next verse, because we can spend hours on that one. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted.
Okay, so
it's like mourn. I mean, you can pick different times you mourn.
There's a condition coming in the new.
Yeah, it comes later. Yeah,
things are going to change, and you're going to be in a better place.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's a caveat.
Says, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. All of a sudden, heaven was going to open up, and people are going to get to go there now.
Right. I think 4 and 5 would be like connected. So, blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Right.
Everybody else is going to heaven, but the meek, okay, you guys can just have the earth. We're going to heaven.
Well, it's just like going back to verse 3, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. It's like, we're sitting here talking about spirituality. It's like, we know, but nobody else knows. But now the meek are the ones who don't know, that think they know, they're going to inherit the earth, and it's like, how many spiritual people are going to, it's like, this is what we were talking about, people that are high spiritual leaders, people are just like, I'm going to send them my money because, God's going to bless me because I sent my money there. It's That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay.
Matthew chapter.
What about this one?
Go for it.
What about this one? Right, there'll be no more tears, no more sorrow, right?
He's referring to like when you get to the New Jerusalem that's right around the corner, that's at hand. There's going to be no more crying, and you're
Right.
mourning now because your husband died. But when you
Why you guys skipping over what I was bringing up?
Hey,
You
check
have
out
to.
this picture
You
I
have to
just
go
sent
through
over
the
real quick.
whole. You have to go. This
This is a
is
live stream.
Jesus' sermon on the Mount.
Yeah, I know. I was just using another one, but
I get it.
But what's outside? What's outside the city?
Jesus at this point didn't care about what anybody in Jerusalem or anybody else thought. This is
and
what
that
he
generation
is telling the people in that journey. Well, it doesn't matter what generation. This is the words.
because people today walking around thinking Jesus is coming back and the book of Revelation is going to come to pass. It was all about that period of time and those people and that situation, and it's all been fulfilled. And that's
All right.
good.
So the last verse I said was, "Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth." Check this next verse out. "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled."
When you get to the New Jerusalem, you lived your
He
whole
wasn't
life
talking about, this isn't a book of Revelation. I'm talking about what Jesus said when he was standing on the Mount of
what he
Olives
means
and
when he
gave his.
says the kingdom of heaven and the earth and things like that. Like, what's he really talking about?
He's talking about the kingdom of heaven.
It came out of heaven. It's a you can't touch it, you can't see it. The kingdom doesn't come with observation, but it's a spiritual place where
That's what I'm. All right, now you're getting it. You're getting
when
closer.
the old Jerusalem burned down.
No. Okay, you guys are getting closer. Anyway. So,
When you get
blessed
to
are
the New
those who
Jerusalem-
hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called what? Anyone know? The next one?
Children
of God.
Yeah.
Their big reward is they get to be called.
Are war makers called children of God? No.
Pelosi called MS-13 gang members children.
No. The only people that are called children of God are the peacemakers.
Well,
Pure
it doesn't
of
say
heart.
only.
You got to have a pure heart, you see.
Yeah.
That's what God's looking at.
Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven, for in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You're of the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven, the Creator. Anyway, that's not the entire Sermon on the Mount, but that's the
Pretty
main
much.
part of it. Thanks God for. I think it's really important for everyone to read that. Everybody should read that. I don't care if you believer or not believer.
You know what happened in 70 AD, right?
What, Dan?
You know what happened in 70 AD?
70 AD. What happened? Not sure. What do you mean?
That's when Titus, the Romans, completely ended up destroying, obliterating Jerusalem, the temple, the holy city. A million Jews.
Yeah, I knew it sounded familiar. Yeah.
Wrote about when you see, the holy people completely shattered. You'll know that all things have been fulfilled. That was the end.
Sure, but there's a lot of understanding. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. 70 AD. It's starting to come back to me.
Teach you that in church.
Yeah, some of the histories about the world, like with the tradition of the Romans and the history of Romans and Northern Europe and everything that happened. That's what we're told. What about the rest of the world? What happened with those motherfuckers? I mean, were they just... Why aren't we taught their traditions and histories? As Western people.
Yeah, you learn all about Chinese culture and all their history.
Dude, well, only thing people are taught in the West about China is they have a Great Wall. That's pretty much it. And they're communists. That's all we know about them.
All right. Dude, that's totally why Trump was always talking about it, man. He's jealous of how great their wall is.
He's like, they have a magnificent, beautiful wall. It's unbelievable.
Beautiful wall. Yeah. I mean, just look. I mean, this is how dumb everybody is. It's just like, I'd rather accept the dumb history instead of the real history. I'll just go ahead and accept your story. Whatever happened in the past couple 100 years, that's good enough. My government is going to take care of me.
That's what they're lying about. All the history we've been given could be a lie, as far as we know.
Dude, I mean, it's just like...
that wall's built backwards.
Dude, I mean, it's just like, look at what they've given to us. I mean, we have even in religion and education, history, everything, and news propaganda, movies, and all that. Only thing we have that we can verify in reality is less than 200 years old. And we don't really have a lot of contact with the Eastern countries. They have plenty of history of their own that they don't share with us, and or maybe they're trying to, but the West is like, we got our fucking story about the world, and here it is, and that's what we're supposed to believe. I mean, just like fucking Santa Claus. Welcome to Christmas. And I have a meme that I often share during Christmas time, and I'm going to share it right fucking now.
Gentlemen, the Christmas meme. Drum roll, please.
It's Jesus and Santa Claus together saying, "Let's get this money, Jesus.
Get this."
It's a fake like Family Guy, Rick and Morty Jesus. So it's not like the real one. It's the imposter. It's imposter Jesus. He's sus.
What does anybody have a real picture of Jesus? Oh no, It's whatever interpretation of Jesus you want it to be. You know?
Yeah.
Even God,
You know what I mean, though.
In the beginning, God said, "Listen, and I'm going to be your only God. Follow me." A second thing, don't make like pictures of me and paintings of me and statues to supposedly be.
Are you? You're talking about the first commandment. I think that's what you were talking about.
The people, if they start making the things in heaven, they'll start worshiping
You
them.
know, the first commandment, which Moses came down and saw people like fucking cows or something, and then he he got the commandments from God, and then he was really pissed, and he threw them down and broke them, and then he had to go back and get some new ones made.
Get another pair.
He had to download it from the cloud, put it back on the tablet.
Tablet, I love that.
Well, okay, so question. Have you guys heard, and I'm sure you have, Dan, you talked about pictures, the Shroud of Turin. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I think it could be legit. I like to think so. I like to think that what happened was he's so special that even back then he decided, I'm going to make a photographic image of myself on the way out. And so at the moment the resurrection, the life came into that corpse or whatever that's wrapped in the linens, it like there's a puff of light or whatever, it like made a reverse.
I take that back. They weren't. Moses didn't see them, you know, fornicating with cattle. What actually happened? He came down and they had built a golden calf because they grew up in Egypt. I know the story. I mean, I was just making a joke. If you guys can't get a fucking joke, then you just whatever.
In charge, and he went around. Collected gold from everybody. Okay, we're gonna make a golden idol. You know, Moses has been gone quite a while.
Yeah, man, I know the story. I was just making a joke. If you don't get
We love you, Julio, man. It was all good, dude.
I just want to make sure that people just like, Dennis said the fucking Jews were fucking calves, you know, after Moses came down from the mountain, you know, whatever.
It was Mount Sinai.
They're having orgies and shit, you know, around.
Yeah, they were doing that too.
No, that was Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah.
No. They were doing that shit too under the.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wait, you think they were doing that stuff when they left? Because that was the Exodus that the guys that left Egypt ended up going to. You think that they were doing that stuff too? Damn.
Yeah, they didn't have any rules yet.
Pretty like, yeah. They were like, all right, well, they were all. Well, I mean, it's a story. I don't think it literally happened, but. That's when Moses was up there waiting for God to give him the rules for however they're supposed to live. They collected all the gold and built a calf. And it's like we got saved from him. You guys don't know
so many times.
Yeah, but it's just like, dude.
They threw God under the bus when Moses was gone. He said, "Hey, the Mimi's not here."
Like, and not long after that, he got rid of half of them when they were crossing a certain point. He just like opened up the earth and swallowed half of these fucking.
Oh yeah.
No, after
you guys remember that shit?
Yeah, everybody was like, "Screw you, Moses," and then the earth just kind of.
Yeah, just opened up and fucking swallowed them up. And they're like, "Ooh, all right." Dude, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you guys, if you don't know shit about the Bible, you got to know shit about the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
God don't fuck around. That's all I'm saying.
Dan, the reason I was asking about the Shroud of Turin is because the apparent thing is the cloth that he was wrapped in the tomb. It was the energy that apparently the tomb was hit with that resurrected Jesus, brought him back to life. It caused almost like an X-ray image to come onto the linens.
That's
now,
what I just said.
Is okay, cool. Sorry, dude. I apologize profusely.
The same conclusion.
Okay, cool. So they took. Have you seen the statue that they were able to create off of the shroud?
You want to put that in text chat?
No, yeah, I'll throw it in for sure. He apparently, they say, based on the model, Jesus was 6'1", long limbs and shorter torso.
He had the wounds in his wrists and in his feet on that thing.
Yeah, dude, and the side too.
Wait. Where does it give dimensions of Jesus? Where's dimensions of Jesus in the Bible?
Helio.
Just like him, just to
From the
leave
shroud.
a picture.
From the shroud.
It's the room exactly. They just took the image right off the shroud, and they were able to create this image.
The shroud of Turin. Yeah, go ahead. I don't even mess.
They'll probably put an AI brain in it and make it the Antichrist or something.
Yeah, I discount Shadow of Turin as any evidence for anything. But anyway,
do you? Okay.
You guys can.
Nah,
you guys
yeah,
can have it all you want.
I'm sorry I butted in earlier before Helio. I misunderstood I just jumped in and I misunderstood the conversation.
No, that's cool, man. If people want to, talk about that, I've considered it before. I just don't even. I don't even talk about it anymore. I'm not saying. Well, I don't think we should talk about it on here, but I don't think it's. If you guys want to talk about it,
yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, we had a nice little spiritual chat there. We could move on to the next thing. I should push on this video and see what this thing looks like.
EWTN. Come on, gangs. Come on, Kiwi. Come on.
I'm going to have to watch this whole thing later. I bet you this is like the closest thing you're going to get to what he really looked like, though.
No,
sorry, that was out of line.
Hey, man, everybody has to go through their process, man. Dude, we all did.
Detail on that thing, and it was just from a flash under some linen.
Man, dude, it took me a long time to get to where I am. So whatever you have to research to find your way to truth, I'm just like, oh. And like I
so, a lot of experts have come out and said this thing is a forgery made in 1300.
Oh, it's something. I'm not saying it's not something to consider. But
we don't know about this. We have some wonder in life. We go, ooh, maybe it's fake, maybe it's not. Like on this, I know it's fake, but this one, I think it might be legit. Be fake as hell. I wouldn't bother me.
What from?
You remember? Did any of y'all see Preacher? There's a show called Preacher.
Oh yeah. Well, I watched 2 seasons.
So you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about them cloning from the Shroud of Turin and making the retarded Jesus?
Yeah.
No. That's right. It would have.
It was blasphemous. Yeah, but I wouldn't put it past them trying.
Dude, have you seen
cloning Jesus out there?
I watch. Have you seen what's that show they have on Stars? Oh God! Speaking of that, there's too many holy people here. I won't talk about some other shows that I've watched.
That image.
So,
any picture of a man on those claws. I mean, burial. I mean, why do you have this image?
Oh, I remember the name of the show, American Gods. Have you guys watched that one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, if you're easily offended about Christianity, don't watch it.
About preachers and stuff.
Yeah, it's a Stars original series. I think there's 3 seasons. I thought it was pretty cool, but it's based off of a novel series. But I haven't listened to the audiobook or read the novels, but the TV show was pretty cool. But it's not for Bible literalist Christians.
Media, movies and TV shows.
Yeah, it's a Hollywood.
Rub me the
kinda
wrong
like-
way pretty
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to expose yourself sometimes.
I'll look at stuff. I at least I know how to. I know what I'm looking
It's
at.
a really good. As far as TV series goes, I think it's a really good series. I mean, it's well done. Hollywood production. I'll say that much about it. It's called American Gods. But anyway. But it's definitely pagan. That's all I'm going to say about it. Watch
Okay.
it or don't. Watch it or don't. Do what it do.
Somebody says the Shroud of Turin is interesting. Still a nothing burger, in my opinion.
I saw that.
So interesting if it's a nothing burger.
Well, I mean, it sort of is. I mean, you can't. It's a nothing burger like we landed on the moon.
Oh, the image of the Lord Jesus Christ after he got resurrected. Who could have created this forgery? What genius? I wonder what it would cost to buy the Shroud of Turin if you're like Elon Musk. I would like to buy the Shroud of Turin, please.
Or I would like to buy something that would replicate the Shroud of Turin to make it look real and everyone would believe it. I'll pay you $3 billion.
$1 billion is my offer.
Shit, I could do it for $300,000. Goddamn. Maybe even less than that.
If he buys, then he's going to take a flake of blood and clone that blood and create a new Jesus.
All you have to do is go under certain Catholic altars and just take a bone from Jesus, that are under the altars of the Catholic churches.
Oh, this is all that.
Yeah, and you're getting way off into some of the Catholic traditions and stuff.
Yes, these are the bones of John the Baptist. Of course
it's just like
he saved his head all these centuries.
Oh, we cloned it. We
like,
cloned
how
Peter.
real
He's
is
the new
all
Pope.
this shit? This is all that shit's as real as going to the moon. See,
it's a lie. This is the scam when you come here.
No. The cloning, that's actually real though.
The what? The gloaming? The gleaming?
The cloning. Well, not like that, but cloning.
The gleaning.
Have you heard Marshall?
I'm just playing cat.
Donald Marshall. Have you heard of this guy?
Who? Marshall? Who's that?
Yeah, he's this guy that when the subject of cloning came up, you got to look up Donald Marshall and let him talk about. He talks about the cloning centers. He's been there, how it works. Take it or leave it. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but anybody could be. But
What's that? Do you have a YouTube video?
just type in Donald in a search engine, and
Donald
you'll get
Marshall.
one guy.
Hey Dan, in your opinion, should we talk about the cloning on here? Because
not really.
To be honest, I think that I'm suspicious about certain Hollywood characters that they've been either replaced or cloned by other actors.
I have seen a lot of pictures where you see the celebrity, 1 year, and 3 years later, they just look a lot off. They just look kind of almost too different to be the same person. It's just something wrong.
I mean, how about Dave Chappelle? What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I heard this YouTube video with this guy claiming to be Dave Chappelle's cousin, super close, grew up with Dave.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
All that,
Same,
and
same
he was
video.
swearing to God, he's like, when he came back, that was not my cousin.
And she was like, that is not him.
Did look fucking weird. He's like all buffed and kind of,
But yeah, he looks different, but still just as funny. But he looks a little swole.
Yeah, he just looks off. And I thought he was, when he first came out like that, I didn't think he was quite as funny as I remembered him. But he
disappeared for a few years, and then his story when he came back, his story was that Comedy Central said, "We'll give you $50 million if you let us regulate." Because he had a couple seasons on Comedy Central, and they were like, "Well, we want to sign you for this, and I'll give you $50 million." And he was like, "Well, but we have to control everything." And that's his story. It's like, "Well, I'm Dave Chappelle, bitch. You ain't gonna control me."
And we'll just go to the press and tell everybody in the world you're a crackhead addict and fuck you over, you know.
Dave Chappelle's done that.
He ran that. He's like, fuck that. And then news stories came out.
No, like you remember that though? When he was like, when he told him on the phone that they were gonna lie about him and make him look like everybody would think he's on coke and crack and stuff before he got off the plane, and they did.
Yeah.
And that's around the wrong people.
Dave was never. Even when he made when he first got hot on the what was that movie he made with Jim Brewer? High. What the is the name of the movie?
A goofy movie where they get the
where he was a janitor and he got the weed for everybody. It is anyway. That's where he got started. Half baked. Yeah, that's what it was. And then he that's where he hit. And but anyway, he started doing stand up and stuff, and that's where he's a legend as far as stand up goes.
He had the great Dave Chappelle skit shows, and then that went over so
yeah,
great.
No, because Comedy Central signed him for that. And they were like, "Hey, now that everybody loves you, we want to sign you for $50 million, and you can't say this."
Handlers,
bitch,
do everything we say, and you're.
I can't say what.
This guy just came in the chat in the lobby. He's like, "Is this server a joke?" I said, "No, you're thinking of NASA."
Hey, we're just talking. We're talking shit amongst each other. If new people want to talk, they have priority. If new people join.
No, this guy waiter. He was asking, "Is this server a joke?" And I'm like, "No, you're thinking of NASA." And yeah,
just keeping it real in here, man.
Yeah, anybody that wants to,
he's like, "What?"
We're talking shit to each other all night long. But if you we're live streaming. Click on the Discord link. Jump your ass in here. Talk to us. You have priority.
The universe together, in like minutes.
The reason this live stream exists is for you to come in here and talk to us and tell us how ridiculous we are.
Just here to help.
And come laugh at us and tell us we're stupid, and then prove it. Try and prove it. Just try and prove that we're dumb and we don't know anything.
Or on the contrary, we're as ridiculous as you are. So come in here and show us.
Hey, there we go.
Show us that we're on the same page. I mean, you have the same questions, or you should have the same questions that we have about what they've been telling us about the reality of this universe.
Yeah. We should all have questions by now.
I'd definitely suggest that they research their own model first, though, so they at least know what they believe.
Sure, but
Same.
not everyone does. I mean, we've been doing this for quite a while, but at the same time, the only reason that someone that is
They want you to tell them, man.
no. If I tell them and they're just like, "I believe you," I mean, like, well, then fuck off.
If they
Don't believe me. Believe your own eyes. You know, believe your own mind. Believe your spirit. I mean, this is what we're here for. Don't believe
Real quick,
me.
that they don't
I'm
even
just
know
some
their
guy
own mind.
talking about it on the internet. You have to figure this shit out yourself. Nobody here is trying to convince you. You found us for a reason. You know.
To believe every doctrine we teach over here. We're a cult.
Yeah, we don't do that here. And as a matter of fact, you got a whole room of flat earthers here. We could argue about religions and freaking different doctrines all fucking night long.
We're still
But we
divided
don't.
under
But we
the
don't.
phone.
But we don't. So if this was a religious server, then
A sermon right now.
wow, I don't even know what would happen. It'd be insane. I couldn't imagine what it would
Oh,
look
like,
like
you
if
know,
everybody just argued their
real
beliefs
church.
about the Bible or different religions.
But real for once.
Yeah. I don't know.
No
Religion's not real.
It isn't, you know. It exists, but
Well, it's a form of belief.
well,
Isn't it? Are you saying religion is not a form of belief?
believing something and then really hook, line, and sinker thinking something is the case.
By definition, I mean, because we often, it's like by definition, what do you mean by
Like, here's an
level?
Let's say you went to church, right? And they taught you, look, Jesus said, people are gonna burn in a hell fires for all eternity if they don't accept this message. If you really believe that, you'd be like, oh my God, my neighbors, my friends, I gotta go talk to them so they don't go to this horrible place, That's what you're
That's
like, you
not
really believe that.
religion. That's not religion. I mean, that is religion, but
Of where one of these ideas.
Why would you walk around and tell people that they're going to burn in hell if they don't believe in Jesus Christ? Who would actually do that to people?
That's what Christianity's been for 2,000 years. People running around saying that. Yeah,
Okay.
they show you, oh, God's good. It's fun to be a Christian. But bottom line, if you don't do this thing, you're going to be put in fire forever and ever and ever and ever. I don't think God's like that.
Listen.
Can't see it.
Now, listen. You've been to church before, right?
Many different.
Yes. Just say yes. Is that
Catholic.
You were raised Catholic?
Good taste of that.
I've been told.
Can you answer one question that I'm saying? Dan, have you been to church?
Yeah, we just established that. I said, been many churches. I've worked in ministries.
And you've been to Catholic and Protestant churches?
Sure.
When you go to church, do they say, if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you're headed straight for hell? That's the gospel of Jesus Christ.
I haven't heard that in a Catholic
That's not
church.
the exact gospel, but that's the other part of it, that there's
Is that the main focus? Believe in me or you're going to burn in hell.
Yeah.
I've heard that in Pentecostal churches.
No. I've been to plenty of Pentecostal churches. They don't say that.
I've heard them say that. I've heard those
Hey,
preachers get up
safe
there and shout out that shit about hellfire and brimstone and crap.
It's not popular now because it scares people away and they're trying to make money. But
No. Well, it's about making. You know what? And that with that type of preaching turns people into lunacy, and everybody thinks they're crazy. It's like, well, you don't believe the same way as me, or you're a lunatic. Believe the same way I do. And then, I've seen that too. But as far as like general understanding about the Bible, just like we were talking about reading through the book of, the fifth chapter of Matthew, this is that was the general understanding for Christianity. And I think those principles that Jesus was bringing forth through that, it stands for many different cultures, and you will find that out if you actually and it has nothing to do with I believe this, therefore I'm going to heaven, or I believe this and God forgives me, but I can practice another way, and I'm like in Catholic terms, I'm in purgatory, or I'm, I believe this, but then I might or not, maybe somewhere be in like purgatory, or I'm headed towards hell, or I crossed the river of Hades, and all this kind of shit. What the entire fuck is going on with this religious nonsense?
Oh, you got to figure out, is any of it true? Is all of it true? You got to.
This only exists. I mean, it doesn't only exist in Western culture, but, bro, man, don't you realize that Westerners are only half of humanity? There are people living in the East that are people of God too, but they don't even practice Christianity. Are they all dead to Christianity or spirituality or anything like that?
It's not even half. But anyway, what do they do? If you believe in this, or you'll be burning in hell. What do they do with the still contemplating crowd, or the undecided, or the just plain confused? What do they do with them?
Or just plain people that are living in a culture. What's so bad about that? No, I mean, but spirituality is a thing amongst most Eastern people east of our Western culture, and they love spirituality.
I found out
they love it, and we love it. We appreciate it when we go to a fucking Chinese restaurant. It's like, hey, you have your Buddhas and shit. It's like, yeah. The Buddha.
I found out Buddhists have a hell too. You evil person, you'll go to a hell in Buddhism too.
Yeah, but you don't burn. You don't burn forever.
I think there's a lot of misunderstandings in those verses, and he is talking to a certain people at a certain time, as the age was ending and the new situation was starting, and
no, sir. I'm just saying, everyone in Western consider the Eastern, even like Russia. I mean, it's like people are so shallow in the Western culture that they never consider the rest of the world. As far as religion and spirituality goes,
we think wacky stuff, and we're correct. So that's why.
Yeah, we're fucking pompous assholes.
Big giant asses. Yeah. Thing again with Christianity, it's so exclusive. It's like this is the only way. You see that talking about the one world church earlier. This is why
thou shalt
the
not be
Christians are not
undecided or confused, or I will strike you down. Just
can't be mushy the religion. That's exactly what
with a bolt of fucking lightning. Don't. You cannot. You have to be decided.
Either believe the way that the Christians do here in the West, or thou shalt burn in hell forever and torture, and you'll be with the devil, your creator. But your creator
After a
is
million
really
years.
After a million years,
Getting warmed up.
millions and millions of years.
You just be getting started on your torture after a million years.
Speaking of millions and millions of years, I'm busy outside. Like a lot of times I'm outside and I'm looking at minerals, rocks, and things. I know it sounds very boring to most people, but I found the most amazing things along this hillside where the rain had just washed down the steep hill. I had just been in a mineralogist center in the park here around the museum center area where I live here. It used to be the exposition in 1915, but I digress. So the museum area has a gemologist, and I happened to stop in there because I have some that I've collected that I want to find out. So I went there, and then right after I go looking in these rocks, and I find these shells, and like the shells that they showed they have these displays of shells in the gemologist place on display, big glass displays showing shells and things from now they say, take this with a grain of salt, the Pleistocene, the Miocene, all those different periods of time, right? And I'm finding shells in the hillside probably about 10 miles from the seashore coming out of this hillside by the handful. I mean, okay, I mean, I know it's kind of maybe a change of subject, but
What do you mean when you say shell? A full-on seashell?
Seashells, all different types: mussel shells, clam shells, snail shells, different types of snail shells, like all these shells. And not only that, these amazing rocks. Like, so I take them home and wash them off, and the amazing like pink granite. Like, this is some heavy duty. Like, there's stuff like granite, marble. Like, it's just like I wondered, like, how did all of this rock get here in these seasonal creek beds? Big, huge chunks of quartz that looked like they must have been boulders, thousands or hundreds of pounds rolling down a creek bed, being cracked into pieces. Think about it. Yeah. I don't know. This is amazing. Earth is amazing to me. Like, how all those different types of rocks got to where I'm looking at them now, and I'm seeing like ages and ages. Who knows how old they are, but ages of different types of stones that don't correlate. Why they're all there together? It's really weird. Strangest thing ever. So I suggest people go out and look around outside, unless you live in permafrost area, like Gladflow. Holy shit. It's probably freezing up there. Don't go digging around in the snow up there, Gladflow. I'm just kidding. Anyway, decided...
I'm not digging around in the snow. I am driving around in it, though, a lot. And it's a son of a bitch hassle. Yeah.
I bet. Well, in the summer, you'll probably have time to like go to some seasonal creek beds, streams, things like that. I don't know. There's places to explore, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm going to pay for Jesse Gordon to get his ass up here and measure some fucking lakes with me. Little
Lakes.
squeaky son of a bitch.
10,000 Lakes State. Thank you.
Yeah. I got to drive. I love you guys. I got to pay attention here.
All right. Hey, later, man.
All right.
Has anybody here found any kind of minerals, like a big piece of gold anywhere? Or has anybody done any panning for gold or looked for minerals? Any
Gems.
Gems, yeah.
Yeah, gems.
Yeah.
Sapphire, zircon.
That's the way, yeah, right.
I think I panned for gold at Knott's Berry Farm.
Right. It's probably
I did some gold painting as a kid.
Yeah, man. See, I was told that there's like gold in every single stream and creek, basically. So
Hey,
you just know where.
I saw some grains. Someone went to the beach, got some grains of sand, and they put them under a microscope and blew them up really huge. And at each grain of sand, it was like gorgeous colors and like amazing looking. It was really wild.
Amazing. Like I find these stones that like I've never seen colors like that in these stones with smooth sides and like I don't know, like they were just cracked at just the right thing and made a perfectly smooth face.
Probably from tumbling, river tumbling, maybe.
There's one I have that's black. I picked up. I think I have it. It looked very unusual. It looked like a chipped off. It was just chipped off a piece, and I'm gonna see if it's magnetic.
You know, like say you're walking down the street and there's little rocks laying around, you know, rocks, right? That we always see, right? Just normal little rocks. How old are those rocks, would you say? Are we talking thousands of years old?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question because, like, listen, when I lived in Washington State, I found a piece of pumice that was from Mount Rainier when it blew something like they say more than 10,000 years ago, 8,000, 9,000, I don't know. And it was 60 miles east of my location. Now, the person back behind me, there in their backyard, they were digging this out of stumps just like I was, and they found about 6 feet down under the stump. They found a Stone Age.
The questions are often more important than the answer.
They found a flint knife, and they said they took it to the University of Washington. They took this flint knife there, and they said it was from 9,500 years ago. From there was wandering bands of tribes, and they also found along the coastal areas of Washington, Oregon, and California. And they found this. That's what the university said. UW said it was 9,500 years old. And they also found charcoal.
Answer that you were seeking.
Hold on.
I see what you're saying there.
Someone's talking right over me.
Dude,
I think it's somebody.
I don't know why I stink so bad.
I hear someone hopping.
How long ago did I take that shower? Like 2 days?
It's someone
I'm
talking.
I'm just going to take a shower like every other day. Fuck that, man.
Is that someone talking to you, Dan, in the background?
I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So it was like
I did take a blast here recently.
He's hot micing. I muted him for his safety. Anyway, he might give away some bathing secrets. Anyway, that's what he sounded like. He was talking about bathing. Excuse me. Anyway.
Oh Lord.
I don't know how we got the bathing from rocks and minerals.
Back on topic.
You can have it. Anyway.
Did you guys catch the latest Ballbusters today?
No, tell us about it.
Well, they're calling it another globe killer. It's the destruction of the heliocentric model. More additional destruction. As if it wasn't dead already. Leave it alone, it's dead already. No. So it spawns from the whole Eratosthenes argument, right? Where, you know, you got your shadows. Well, apparently, right, during a full moon, you can use a sundial the exact same way you can as if it was the sun. and tell the time with it, right? And that it also casts the exact same shadows, right? It casts the exact same shadows. So if you use the full moon to do the Eratosthenes quote experiment, right? Not experiment. You get the same results. But there's a big problem with that. The moon isn't claimed to be, hundreds of times bigger than the Earth and 93 million miles away. It's significantly claimed to be closer, a lot closer to the Earth and much smaller than the Earth. So there goes the parallel rays idea in the garbage. They got problems, right? They got problems because they can't justify that. They can't. There's no apologetics for that. What are they going to say? What are they going to say, that the moon is 238,000 miles away, but the Earth's flat? What are they going to say?
I'd say they're up against a globe and a hard place.
Right. Yeah, I'm just getting the basic idea of it. I'd suggest people go watch the presentation that is made about it. It goes into more detail. Brian and Adam and QE has broken it down and explained it all better than I can explain it.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Oh God, all of these questions, all these silly questions in the lobby.
We should break them down just like we did with the live stream chats. Let's see. Let me see what you're talking about. Off to the lobby, la 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 la. Let's see, where are we going? Past the server log, voice log, the mod log, the login, red pill music, strolling by the rehab, detention, Cogdis, the Helio Cult convention, and the usual suspects. We have a couple in the Reese check-in one. Let's look at the lobby. Yes. Guys have been busy.
Oh God, this guy just said the same old. Oh, such a. They need to get more creative.
Are you talking
Why don't all the flat earthers get together and throw in their money together so they could build a rocket and go see for themselves? The same thing is like, why don't you go to Antarctica, or why don't you this, why don't you that? Like, we don't have to. We already
There's gotta
did.
be plenty of fun. Yeah, why don't they just show us the curvature of Earth and avoid all that excess chatter?
But that's my point, though, is we've already got ancestral flat earthers who have already done this, went up there, and saw that it's level. So why would we do it again?
Plus, everybody on their side saying they use it as flat and stationary. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah. They're the ones making a grandiose claim about a magic curve that they can't show us a picture of. I mean, those who make grandiose claims require grand evidence. So we're not the ones making the grand claim.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh God, this dude's brain would melt if you showed him Shatner talking about how NASA's just an agency that makes up shit. That they're basically like the government's Hollywood branch.
Well, people that think in little memes like money, 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 like there's something going on. That's a diminished kind of mindset, I would say.
Very low vibration, carnal thinking, very fleshy.
Yeah. Like somebody that just like relies on these little blurbs of like info that they like get like a rush from or something, like they're a crackhead. It's kind of the primitive part of the mind, if you could say that. I mean, well, I shouldn't even say that. I think that's a misnomer. I don't think we have a primitive side of the mind. Take that back.
I kind of do. I think we have but it's not like that. It's not like caveman type primitive. It's more like when you were a baby.
A more
type of
basic
primitive.
one. Yeah, a more basic one where we have just basic fundamental needs, cravings for foods. Like those are fundamental things that we really don't have control. Hunger.
And it manifests in the elders. You see some of them, they act like a 4-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
One of my favorite dementia, Alzheimer's things that ever happened. Like that sounds so bad to begin with, but just hear me out. Both of this person's like parents both got Alzheimer's or whatever, so they forgot they got divorced. And then they started acting like they were married again and hanging out with one another, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. Like they completely forgot why they were mad at one another. It just
See, no, I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
So it's like one of the few times I've seen something really good come out of something so dark. That, and I thought how they were chatting, like they're just bantering with one another and talking a little crap, but it was kind of cute. It's like they just kind of reverted back to their previous state.
Just think, if we were all messed up like me and Nancy, then we would have something else that we could unite together in a common cause with our not knowing who we are anymore or where we are. Did that sound like Reagan?
Wait,
no, probably not.
But if every single person in the world forgot everything, then would anybody be mad at one another? Like, would war stop, or would it get worse?
Nancy and I
completely forgot.
Yeah, Nancy and I forgot what we were mad about. I would say that's pretty great.
Yeah, I've been hoping this waiter dude will join into the VC and actually chat because they're kind of asking silly questions.
Yeah, why don't they get VC verified?
He said why, and I said we shall answer your questions if you are willing to answer ours.
Mm-hmm. For intellectual, exchange. That's what we're here about. Go to the VC check-in. VC1. Okay, dokie.
Ah, yes, boredom, the perfect reason to research flat Earth. He's not here to research, though. This person says they're here to argue about the Earth being a sphere. I'm not here to research or debate, just to argue about it, I guess.
Okay, so I'm going to be with you shortly. We have Bluebird, Chris Webby. Let me see who's who here. Bluebird, no rolls. Chris Webby, no rolls. Graham is one of us. And, of course, and Dr. Astroscientist Esquire, PhD, is his hand.
God, oh, God.
Radwin is a rad dude. Let me see. Maybe I'll go pop my head in there.
Oh, man.
Okay, how about about 4 or 5 or 6 of us that we have here right now go into the VC check-in one, just for giggles.
I tried. I don't think I have access, so I'll just chill here.
You know, to VC check-in? Ooh, wait a minute. Bluebird, you're already here. Okay. All right, so you're in. Did you speak, Bluebird? Was that you? Hello? Bluebird, you have control of your mic. Are you there? All right, gonna have to speak up, bro. And then we can give you yeah, you're not muted. You can speak up. Okay, hold on. If a couple of us could go into VC check-in. Wait a minute, there might only be flat earthers in there. Okay, let's see. Who else do we have? We have new here. We have one person coming in from VC check-in shortly. Should be anyway.
Waiter, I told Waiter that the foundation of the universe doesn't move, and he's like, "Why not?" I'm like, I don't know. I didn't build it.
Wait a minute. Say that. What was the question again?
I told him that the foundation of the universe doesn't move. And he said, "Why not?" And I said, "I don't know. I didn't build it."
I know that's an interesting. They do ask us questions that only God can answer. That's pretty. I'm like, thanks for the raise, or like the. I didn't know like I had increased to that kind of level, but I don't know. I guess it's common though. It's something we're talking about is unknown to most people. You know? So it stands to reason that they wouldn't understand it. It probably seems kind of outlandish. I never really thought of it on that aspect of it seeming outlandish, because when I discovered it, it just fell into place with the ocean and the seashore and what I was seeing out there over the water. So it just fell right in place and boom, boom, boom. I was like, there's no freaking denying it now. Once I saw that water, I was like, I could tell those distances. I could go look on a chart, a nautical chart or a map, even tell me what those locations are, distances are. And there's supposed to be a whole bunch of curvature. Obviously, it's not there. And I'm seeing hillsides and mountains way further off in the distance that would be obscured by thousands of feet, no doubt.
Yeah.
So, but if people are just like internet warriors or whatever you want to call it, that they really don't have, maybe they don't have much outside experience with the world outside the earth, like traveling around, going to different places. Maybe they haven't been to too many places. I don't know. I mean, of course, there's some that say they have, you know, there's the anti-flat earthers that they claim they've done everything. They've even invented barometers and freaking all kinds of stuff. They manufactured gyroscopes and freaking. Anyway, I digress with that.
We'll get militant about it.
They invented new directions. We have the magnetic west, but leaving them, you know, separate. If there's people that are just curious that come in. It must seem kind of weird if you never encountered this question before, which a lot of people probably haven't, right? Because look, I went 58 years. I never freaking thought about it that much. Yeah, I did when I was off laying down reading a book. Oh, yeah, the stars, the space, like nebula and all this stuff way out there. It's only in my imagination, though, right? All of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they really got everybody hardcore when those Nova programs came out and they had all this fantastical imagery and the great narrations. The 90s was really good for that. Like, there's tons of brainwashing going on. Millions and millions of years ago. Tell you how you're like some kind of weird ape that evolved from a fish fart, and you live on a spinning ball speck in the middle of like nowhere.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, guys.
Isn't it as simple as just like, hey, I want to know why or how. Now, how is, you know, the science part, but why? But no matter what side you stand on or whatever, these pseudoscientists or whatever, we can call each other names all day. This is the creation story, right? We're trying to figure out how this happened, right?
Yeah.
Shape of Earth, regardless. Humans are conscious beings, right? And we're very curious, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. So how did this happen? Now, some humans are predisposed to a certain predilection about I want the Earth to be this spinning ball, your third rock from the sun, and this is how. And we have evidence for space universes, and which they have no evidence for it. Otherwise, they would have shut us down long ago. But other humans are like us are just going, what? I used to think that was a possibility, but now that I've looked into it this much, this stupid third rock from the sun solar system shit is out of this world. Literally, because it's not possible. Anyway, I love you guys. Just wanted to say that.
This guy, he asked about the flat Earth model, and I'm like, which Earth model is the real one? Because they're all different.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's just like, which one do you prefer? The one that we actually experience, or the one that you're going to make up every 15 seconds?
Yeah, they have like 100 different balls, and they're all different. Like some of the continents, you have a little Africa, and some you've got a big Africa.
Yeah, I found this GIF on the little GIF thing on the Discord, and I don't know why it works, but it does. It's like, no shit. That's what we've been saying the whole time. But it looks flat, therefore it is, isn't it? No, it's not flat. It's a globe, even though it looks flat. Okay. Did your grandma tell you that? Who told you that? You just don't understand science, you retard.
You troglodytes. You come out of the cave and come look at reality. Read a book.
It's like,
Cretins.
It's like, I could traverse the earth. Looks flat the entire way. It's like, you just went all across the earth and you didn't find the curve? You went all the way around the earth and it looked flat. But you went around the round earth, right? So that means it's round, right? No, I just went from one point to another in a straight line. I was going from one point to another in a straight line. Flat.
They'll convince you that a 2x4 is a globe if you let them.
Hell yeah, they would.
I mean, it's obviously straight. You can make it level, but oh no, it must be a globe.
It's half-ass flat. It's half-ass flat, half-ass globe.
It's like the logic what people use when they look up at the moon and
we got
the
a
other
new one.
celestial bodies. They're like, well, it's a globe, so the Earth has to be a globe too. Sure, next time I go to the bowling alley, I'm going to say, look at the bowling pins. They're bowling pin shaped, therefore the ball must be bowling pin shaped too. Like that's the level of science we're working with here.
It's just like observational things, with Earth. I mean, they've sort of put this in a science realm when they look into the sky.
This Galileo guy.
How is that science? I mean, we do science here on Earth, but how's looking into the cosmos, quote unquote cosmos?
This Galileo kid just called Nathan. He's like, bro, are you stupid or dumb? And all he's trying to do is show him to like.
Are you guys in a lobby? I heard you guys like.
Yeah, he's like looking at.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Nathan's like looking at images as a proof, and then this guy just tries to insult him. I'm like,
I see
Oh my
some
God.
people in VC check, and is this going to be like a good Saturday night? Let's get it rolling.
He also tried to say that images taken by robots can't be edited. Like, they can't edit them. I'm like, oh
Hey,
my
try
God.
to get him. Try to get him in here in the VC.
I tried. I told him, VC,
All right,
man,
yeah.
come on, let's do this. And he's not joining. Like,
Well, there's some people in VC check-in. Who's that? We got.
oh, maybe they were. No.
Let's see, we got. Everybody's got roles there. No, Bluebird is VC verified now.
God, there are a lot of them. Oh my God. I guess.
Nah, but they're all rolled.
I guess it's that time of day.
Bluebird's newbie. Let's see. Yeah, if we can get some of the people from the lobby that are so sure about themselves to come in here and really talk to us. So roll that. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Bush's baked beans.
He accidentally mistyped globe and called it a glob.
Hey,
You
man,
don't measure a whole ass glob, bruh.
I do a typo every once in a while.
It reminds me of when Renegade would always like call it like the globe glob blob. And like use a bunch of other weird words.
Well, it's like I always say. I mean, what globe are you speaking of? You know, you live on Earth just like I do. Which globe do you speak of? And they're like, yeah, well, Saturn. Oh, I've seen Saturn in the telescope. Well, it's been a long time since I've looked at the lobby.
Yeah, he's not joining. He's just ignoring.
Oh man, the lobby is so bad. Maybe I need to get in there and steel man some of the shit in there. I mean, anybody that's in here that deals with the lobby shit, man, congratulations. 'Cause
The more I look at Earth, the more it looks like an impact crater with water flooding into it.
What the fuck?
Like a crater in a massive flat plain. Like if you look at it.
You mean from overhead?
Yeah, like something massive fell from heaven and just boom, put a big old crater in the ice.
Where did you see that?
Well, just, looking at flat Earth, the shape. Some of the images that David Weiss shows. And I will say images, they're not actually pictures, but speculation as to what's past the ice wall.
So are you saying that could have been the beginning of creation and that's how God did it?
I'm not sure how God did it. I won't know till I get a chance to ask him, sir.
Where did you get this stupid crater idea?
Just looking at it, I was looking at the moon one night and I was looking at the craters and I was like, well, Earth kind of looks like a bowl shaped like a crater and a sheet of ice. And I don't know, just thinking for myself.
I didn't mean stupid. I mean, yeah, because we all have speculations. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I have in my brain that I don't tell you.
I'm not going to walk in here and try and tell anybody that that's what it is, but I've often...
Yeah, I didn't mean to say stupid. My bad.
It's all good, man. Just thinking, wondering.
I'm sorry if I offended you, but I didn't mean to. Yeah, there's so much shit going on in my brain that I never tell you guys about speculations about creation.
I thought about Earth being a giant battery at one time too, because looking at the flat Earth and the south all around the outside perimeter and then the north only in the middle, I thought, well, what if God created Earth as a sort of battery that sustains itself, like what are they called? The batteries, the Iraqi batteries or whatever they were. They found a bunch of batteries over in the Middle East that were made in clay jars. Thinking, well, what if the Earth is just like a power source of some kind?
Well, that you're talking about the hieroglyphics where they saw like a big light bulb.
Oh well, they actually had the artifacts too, like the clay jars that they made. The Baghdad battery, I guess it's called. I don't know.
I
Could have
know
been
what
made
you're
up.
talking
I'm not
about.
sure.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, as far as the power goes, I mean, it's not. As far as we know, there's not enough power to like power cities or anything like that. But I mean, who knows? Because it may be misunderstood. Could be like a simple, just simple way that you could connect it to the ether, which is a controversial thing right now. Just be like, dude, light everything up right now.
Do you guys believe that oil is an abundant source, or do you think that it is what they say it is, like this fossil fuel shit?
I think the oil is the blood of Earth.
How do you think tar plays into that? Do you think tar is another potential liquid or like of Earth?
Tar is an effect of geological kind of functions. But tar has oil in it, but it's just a different place in the geological column.
It's like a different phase of it.
Yeah. It's just thicker. It is biological. Why are you asking about tar?
Just thinking about the lifebloods of Earth, like tar. I'm not so sure about lava anymore. I used to believe that we were a floating mass known as a crust, floating on a sea of lava inside of a ball. Now I'm not so sure.
Well, and to be honest, I used to think that too because I was ignorant. But if you look into what they say about Earth, that magma isn't even close to the crust. The crust of Earth is very, very thin. So it's just like we're not floating around on a sea of magma.
Yeah.
It's just like they admit that now. But this is kind of the nonsense that they fed us when we were little kids, and so it's so weird.
Yeah, there's been no amendments made to science. They just keep writing that same old fucking narrative, and it never updates. Like, when is the science update coming?
Yeah, but it's just like, and then they come at us saying, "Why are you questioning the shit that we've already known that was disproven?" And it's just like, bitch, get on the fucking TV and tell everybody that you're not swimming on a sea of magma.
New people in the chat, guys. If you just want to say hello, we have Bluebird. I'm not sure. Is Stellion new? Stellion?
I'm here.
Hello, Bluebird. Welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Good to
What brings you
hear.
here today?
Honestly, I don't believe in the flat Earth, but I'm just like listening to things while doing other things. I just saw the live stream on YouTube, so I just joined.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thank
you. By the way, this is the best place that you'll find here on Earth to talk about this subject, Earth itself.
You know what? I like your voice. That does sound pretty nice.
Sure, I can get pretty bombastic, but I can also. I'm just telling you, You'll meet a lot of people here if you are comfortable in this situation. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
I mean, I've literally only talked in the like how they verify you, but that's all.
All right, cool. So you're brand new here. But I'm not talking about Discord. I'm not talking about Discord. I'm like sometimes it's a fairly popular subject. In recent times, have you ever talked to anyone in public or?
Oh yeah, I've talked in public, and there's not really much argument since everyone believes it's
a globe, right?
Yeah, so I haven't really argued about it.
All right, cool. But you found your way here. You're talking to genuine flat earthers. No one here is trying to convince you. If you have questions for us, you can go ahead and ask them. Yeah.
I mean, the big question: why do you think it is flat?
I'm glad you didn't say believe. Congratulations.
Sorry.
Yeah, you said think. Cool. That's cool. Oh, I used to think the Earth was a globe, and so you're asking why we think the Earth is flat. Who wants to answer it? Go ahead.
I'll go. Observations, man.
This guy can't even read. Oh my god. I'm just like reread what I said.
Hey, listen. This kid came in, being genuine. He said, "Why do you think the Earth is flat?" Answer the question. No reason to disparage or anything like that. Just answer the question. We're talking to every day. We talk to new people. That's what we're here for.
Healy, I just checked the guy in. What do you got going on here? We're here to answer his questions. What's going on with you?
My answer was observations. I observe it being flat. It doesn't appear globular to me. That's my reason.
How have you observed it?
With my eyes, any way I can.
I mean,
outside of NASA, outside of SpaceX, and outside of any space agency, I see what I can with my own eyes.
Like with telescopes? Something?
I've never been to an observatory, if that's what you mean. I've owned small, at-home telescopes.
Oh, right. Like, how would you, come to that conclusion with what you have? Because, we're just, the public people. We don't really have access to
there's more to it. I understand. There's more to it than that. I mean, as far as observations goes, it's not only what I see, it's also what I experience with my other senses. I observe with my other senses. I think about, I don't feel like I'm in motion. I know when I'm in motion. I know what kinetic energy is. I know what acceleration, deceleration is.
Oh, like how you feel like in a car is different too.
Right. Like if you're in a train, right, and you start out in the back of the train and you start trying to walk towards the front of the train, you're going to feel that natural resistance against you as you try to accelerate. And when you're walking towards the back of the train, it's going to push you towards the back of the train because you have that natural acceleration working against you. I don't feel that when I walk east. I don't feel a push when I walk west. I can stand on one foot and I'm perfectly balanced. I don't feel like I'm spinning in 12 different directions at once. Pardon my exaggeration.
So so that means not only do you think it doesn't rotate, but you think that it's completely stationary in space? Or...
No, not in space. That's where a lot of flat earthers and globe earthers disconnect, because a lot of globe earthers think that flat earthers think that it's like a CD or a disk floating around the sun in the heliocentric model. Not many of us believe that. We believe that we are like the basement of the universe. We are flat. We don't move, and we don't know how big Earth is. I mean, a lot of us can speculate, but
what do you think's outside, around?
Don't know. No clue.
So, do you think there's something, or you just don't know? Or there's nothing?
Beyond what I know, I don't know. I can assume all day, but at the end of the day, that's assuming.
One thing we do know is that there's gas pressure here. That's measurable. That requires a container in every instance in reality.
how would that help?
Well, that means we're a contained system. So what they told you that was outer space cannot exist.
I mean, what if it's something like a vacuum? Like, you know how you could remove all of the air and then it's completely separate to outside? Or if it's something like that where...
Okay, so what you're invoking is a vacuum. A vacuum also requires a container.
Mm-hmm.
See, the whole thing about the container is this. If what they're saying is correct and it's an open system, because they're saying they can go in and out, like from this place to another place, right?
Yeah.
So what they're saying is either they're able to violate the second law of thermodynamics, or they're lying about where they're going and the conditions that they're going to.
Why would you think they're lying?
Because no one has ever violated the second law of thermodynamics. That's why.
What is that?
Because it's impossible. It's an axiom. The gas laws are something that are immutable. That means unchangeable. They're always the way that we've tested them. These are things that are so well known in reality that they call them laws, natural laws. They're not saying this is something that's you're able to adjust anyway. It just is what it is. In every instance that we check it, there's no such thing as gas pressure without a container. You wouldn't even know gas pressure existed unless you had a container to assist you.
Yeah, because I guess so, because there's like no comparison between other pressures of gas. But then it comes to this. Why would you think that the scientists are lying to us? Because I mean, scientists don't like all work together. There's like, you know, they're different people. They want to all come to different conclusions that they think is correct. So
Right.
Why would the majority of them lie?
It's a religious preference on their part. Quite simply, the whole heliocentric model came from a Jesuit priest named Georges Lemaitre, good friends with Einstein and a lot of heliocentric other cohorts that were in those places, in the halls of the physics, major universities and so forth around the turn of the 19th
Sonny, I dropped the etymology for the words religion and worship and the definition there in the live stream.
So you have to go back to what all of the high priests of the heliocentric order have said, like Copernicus, Newton. All these people are saying basically they're high up in the church, almost every single one. They're either minor clergy or they're related to high up and bishops and popes and other high and all of them. Newton, Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo.
Can we talk about density layering? I have a point to make. I have more of a question. If a fish was to jump out of the water into thin air, would that fish then be in a vacuum?
I don't think so. I think a vacuum's just...
It's a less dense medium, correct?
I don't actually know the definition. I just thought a vacuum there's nothing in it.
We know that there's heavy gases like hexafluoride that you can fill a fish tank with, and you can float an aluminum boat on top of a layer of gas. Have you seen these experiments? If not, I can send a link.
Is the link like a video, or is it just the website?
It would be a video. I'd have to go to it real quick, and let me do that while I'm talking. Anyways, you can float.
Well, I mean, I'm loading I got one that I'm loading, but you could do the real one.
Okay. I'll let somebody else talk for a minute while I do this, because I'll either butcher one or both.
Okay.
No, I got you. You talk, and I'm sending the video, but he can mute the sound. It's the same one you're talking about.
Okay.
Besides that, I want to go into the subject of like. So you've probably gotten this a lot. So it's more of question. Actually, forget that. But people will probably always ask you, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't we just walk off the edge? What do you think about that?
We don't know how far the edge goes. We don't know where the edge of the edge is.
So, the Earth is flat, so it would just be like all around us, right?
Beyond Antarctica, we don't know how far the ice goes. It could extend for a couple of miles. It could go till infinity. I'm not sure.
And we don't know how much around or if there's openings or any of that. None of that can be verified by.
Don't know if it's even a circle. Don't know what the shape of a lake is, so it's really hard to say.
Yep. We don't know where all the shorelines could possibly be around us. We have no idea.
So,
like, there could be another Earth out there somewhere. We don't know beyond what we know. Anything past that speculation, they won't let us go explore Antarctica.
Which is speculation. The Flutter said it's just speculation. Multiple Earths.
Yeah.
So you know the world map.
The what?
The world map.
Yeah, I got one on my wall. It's flight paths from location airport to airport. That's the world map I use.
So what would happen if you just went from like Russia to America? Because those are on opposite sides.
I guess
is it laid out like that?
I guess it's like 6,500 miles or something, isn't it, from Alaska to Russia?
You have to fly around the North Pole, though, right?
It's probably hard to say. I think those numbers are kind of skewed as well because you're near the north. But whatever the case is, if you're moving like that across the flat plain over oceans, let's say, where was I going with that? You're going to be traveling around, let's say, a circular pattern around the north center. So your compass would be leading you to the west, let's say, if you're moving to the west, continually around that central magnetic point in the center of our Earth.
Are you looking in the live stream text, Bluebird, so you can see the map?
Oh wait, I'm not. Hold on.
Yeah, take a look at some of those images and videos.
But it's the channel above the live stream that we're in. It's the text channel above the live stream.
Oh yeah, I see it.
But let's preface this. Let's preface all of this because we're showing these maps. None of us are saying that any of these projections are what Earth really actually is. They're only concepts. Maps are only concepts.
Okay, I also would preface it with I posted a World War II U.S. military flight path map that they used with the distances so they don't run out of fuel.
Yeah,
so these
very
all
important.
When it comes to like aeroplanes.
It's quite telling that they would use that and they're straight lines, and that makes sense when you talk about emergency landings, so forth, so on.
Sonny, also, there's a scale on that map, so you can pick your own distances.
Okay, that's nice. I'm looking at it right now. It's very different from, what I'm used to.
We're just giving you like that map that I posted. That's like the UN flag. That's a map that's inside the UN. Stuff
World
like
Health
that.
Organization. They have the same 33-degree map.
Okay, cool.
So they're actually putting it right out in your face with the UN flag, but nobody wants to see that. They just want to ignore that.
Here, I got the World Health Organization here too. Let me post that.
Yeah,
and I believe if you count the pieces in there should be 33 sections. 2, 3,
That's the World Health Organization, which is also the UN if you take out the snake. So the snakes are taking care of us.
Yep, there's 33 sections inside that UN map, or World Health Organization map.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's interesting, 33. We're not going to go into the whole conspiracy aspect of it. We're trying to keep it on par about the shape of Earth, but yeah.
Oh,
That's
so
a deeper
there's
rabbit
another
hole.
part to this.
Yep, of course.
Is it? Do you think there's then a different Discord server to do with that?
I mean, there's a lot of money to be made from the space program, and the biggest Hollywood theater in the world happens to be at NASA. I mean, it's hard not to say that, or it's hard to say that without sounding like a conspiracy nut, but there's a lot of money to be made in all these images and losing moon telemetry data. It's a very profitable business to have a fish tank where we record things and have green screens and wire harnesses everywhere. Very profitable.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, I mean, yeah, when it was a space agency, sure, but then when it started getting government subsidies and taxpayer dollars started to go into it without our consent, then, there's incentive. Occam's razor, man.
Any other points you'd like to say?
Oh shit! Pick a direction.
Claims.
Yeah, planes. Go for it. Yeah.
Oh no, we don't make any claims. Actually, the Globe is the one that makes all of the claims. Globe makes a claim that it's round and it floats in the vacuum of space. It has water on it and gas and dirt. And inside a vacuum, that would never exist. So that's not a claim. That's the fact. From us.
I don't think the vacuum has to exist at all.
Only by what NASA says vacuum of space.
Well, of course. I mean,
that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about NASA's vacuum of space.
Their claim.
Correct. NASA's vacuum of space cannot exist because when you do that, if water will boil into gas at that point, it all gets sucked out of the vacuum. So there's no barrier.
So with this video that I posted earlier with the buoyancy and gas layer density, we can all do the experiment where we take different consistencies of sugar and food coloring, and we can put it in a long test tube, and we can make the rainbow colored water that sits on top of each other. Well, you can also do that with gas too. It's just a less dense medium. It's more wispy than water is. You can float objects on heavy gases within lighter gases, as if like you see clouds floating in the sky on their layer. And I don't know if most people, if you ever look at the bottom of clouds on a calm day, they are sitting on a flat layer. I believe you can do the same thing with gases. Light gases rise to the top, heavy gases sink to the bottom.
Entropy will still increase over time, and eventually that gas will disperse into the surrounding medium.
That's correct.
Aren't some clouds higher and lower than other clouds, though?
Yeah, I believe that has to do with pressure too, which, pressure is interesting. Like, if you just completely remove the vacuum altogether, things start making more sense.
Why would there be different pressure in different areas?
Like, they're all floating on their own layer, and some clouds are heavier than other clouds, and they'll sink to a lower layer. The storm clouds sit really low.
I just posted 2 different cloud layers. See it?
Yeah.
One at the top is moving completely south, and the one on the bottom is moving east.
Right.
So why
it's not that different from being underwater. We're just in a far less dense medium. I don't think there has to be a vacuum up there.
We'll talk to NASA about that. We're not the ones saying there's a vacuum up there.
Right.
So you guys said that you know, we don't know anything about what's like around the Earth, outside of the Earth. But what about the sun?
You just said we don't know anything that's outside of the Earth. So what about the sun? What does that mean?
I mean,
we can only speculate about what the sun is, man. Whether it's inside a firmament, outside a firmament, whether there's a firmament. You know, there's a lot of speculation other than where we are right here, right now. Like, a lot of people have trouble distinguishing the sky from the Earth. Like, if you look out at the horizon, there's a clear dividing line between Earth and the sky. People like to look up at the sky and say, oh, well, the moon is round, so too must be the Earth. I have a problem with that. Too many people don't spend enough time looking down at Earth to figure out what Earth is.
I mean, I thought the Earth was round because gravity makes it that way, because it'd be the easiest form for gravity to push it in. So,
right, okay. So when you came in, you were asking why we think it's flat. Now I'm going to ask you something. Why do you think it's a?
You cut that.
Did I? Oh, why do you think it's a globe?
Well, when something's really big in space, the gravity becomes bigger. Like, it gains. Sorry, I can't argue really, but
it's not an argument.
It gains gravity, so right. Like,
he asked me why you think you live on a globe, okay? And you immediately said because of space.
Why do you think that there's space?
First off, his logical thinking is he lives on a ball because of space. And now that's two illogical things to think of. First off, if you woke up from being in a coma, okay, you woke up from being in a coma and didn't know anything, and you walked out to the beach and you looked out, you would not think you lived on a ball, even if you stood there for 24 hours and saw the sun go overhead and the moon go overhead, you wouldn't think you lived on a ball. So you have to jump to conclusions.
People did think that.
You have to jump to conclusions to think you live on a ball.
Well, ever since you were in kindergarten, dude, ever since you've been watching movies, it's always been there. The globe has always been there to smack you in the face ever since you were old enough to look at the TV, man. It's always been there. Like, if you were a little kid and you grew up in the jungle and nobody ever taught you about a globe or gravity or Milky Ways or galaxies or any of this crap, bro. If you grew up out there in the sticks, right, would you ever even come to the conclusion that you live on a spinning ball? And because some other asshole said that we do, we just do?
I mean, people, right. Most of the people used to think that, you know, what you guys think until
1958 when they started changing the encyclopedia.
19,000 years, bro.
And before they started doing all of that in the education system, like let's say the ancient civilizations were expert architects cutting stone and having high technology in concrete and construction of megalithic proportions.
Maps worked before the globe, bro.
And not only that, alignments with celestial bodies. All these people were flat earthers, Aztecs, Incas, Mayans, you name it, the Chaldeans, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, all flat earthers, the Egyptians, flat earthers, North Africans, flat earthers.
They use the stars to navigate, dude, and those stars have not changed at all. No matter how many billions of light years we fly through space, the North Star has not budged, bro.
Yeah. And,
how can that be?
And I digress because there's a long list, but we could go ancient Hebrew, ancient indigenous American, Navajo, the Cherokee, the Iroquois, like all different nations that were here.
The Norse, the Vikings,
flat earthers. They all had similar stories. As far as even death, afterlife stories, the Egyptians and the Native Americans and some of the tribes, exactly right. Exactly the same as far as their transition, their exit into Orion, traveling across. being carried like on a chariot. So Native Americans and Egyptians having the same afterlife story. And also Native Americans having Paleo Egyptian hieroglyphs, an older simplified version of Egyptian, and Paleo Hebrew, some of the tribes carrying with them the oldest renditions of the Lord's Prayer in Paleo Hebrew.
Yeah, Paleo Hebrew. Yeah, the first Hebrew. That's what the jade tablets are written on. I guess. I that's what I heard as Paleo Hebrew.
So I was trying to also make the connection between that America actually is the ancient world, the old world. They lied about all of it. But anyway, they were all flat earthers. That's the point. All the mound builders, like all across America, all the pyramid builders, from Palenque to Cusco.
But would that really prove anything if they were before?
Just that they were flat earthers and they were using a horizontal plane to lay out their architecture that still holds today. And you could still see where their alignment was with those celestial bodies using a horizontal plane to get elevation angles. That is required. What's required to do that is right triangles. You can't have the bottom surface where you're getting the elevation angles, a curved surface.
I mean, yeah, that's how it was laid out at the time.
Mm-hmm. And they use sea level, which sea level is the same level everywhere on Earth. And if you were all standing at sea level, thousands of you at different seashores, and you all pointed up, they're all pointed to the same up. There's no angular difference in up from anyone anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, people in Australia are not upside down.
Nope.
They are on the
Those
same
are
up and
out.
down as you and me.
Or horizontal. You could point to where Australia is right now.
Yeah.
And you would be pointing your arm. Your arm would be horizontal, pointed out across the oceans. You'd be pointed towards Australia if you knew the exact cardinal direction.
Okay, so let's just say you're in Australia. Wouldn't you see different stars in the night sky than if you were in America?
You do.
You'd see the Southern Cross, and it moves along the horizon.
Now, would that be the same thing if you were inside of a big arena and you were on one side of it and you had images on the inside that you could look up at let's say this place, like a big sports center or something like that, looking up at the ceiling, and then what if you move to the other side? Wouldn't you see a different patterns?
I think you'd still be able to see the same stars.
You could, and that's possible. The south, the North Star has been seen as far as we know several times at 23 degrees south latitude. Any degree south latitude is out of the question on a globe.
I do see some of the same stars as in the north.
If you're past the equator, you cannot see through the sagitta of a curved surface.
We do share some same stars.
But some are on a blind spot.
Right, but you've moved to a different area, so there's not going to be the exact same thing above you as in another location.
It should be.
Why would there be? It's the same as that would be like expecting you to
directly
have
above you still, but given how
not
far they
directly
are,
above you.
like you know how like if you're just standing outside and you walk and you look up, the clouds don't really seem to move. They kind of go with you. I feel like that would be the same case with stars.
Well, actually, I can see clouds right now that look a lot further into the distance.
Oh, are you talking about parallax, dude? Like the distance between stars from a distance?
I wasn't talking or anything. Excuse me. I can see clouds out on the horizon right now, towards the horizon, and they look like they're a long way away, but for somebody else, they're directly above them. It's the same principle. All right, please continue. I'll mute.
Okay, wait. Give me a sec.
I stepped out of the room, and what happened? That was the end.
He has to go talk to the streamer who sent him to get more coaching on the questions.
I'd say he was invited to a different Flat Earth server. That's my guess.
Well, that was still an interesting conversation. I think we gave him plenty of room to speak. I hope. Seemed like there was plenty of room in there for him, to voice his questions and so forth. And to not be able to provide any globe Earth proof. That's quite common.
For the record, gas does not go down. You can have a volume of highly concentrated, dense gas, and then take the lid off, and it's exposed to another area, another medium of gas, and it will appear that it's just sitting there at the bottom, and you can float little tin foil boats on it and all that. But with time, you leave that tinfoil boat, and over time, it will sink to the bottom because the gas will have dispersed. Entropy will have increased, and the gas will have dispersed into the surrounding medium. It's not just
Don't
going to
worry.
sit there forever.
Yeah, don't worry, T-Wad. Gravity knows what to do. Because gravity has consciousness. It knows how to make the ball Earth exist.
This just in, gravity is now determined to be a sentient being.
I mean, that's the way they treat it, isn't it, Sonny?
They do. Yeah, you're right, man. I mean, it sounds funny when I put it like that, like an announcement, like a news announcement.
Gravity is sentient.
Stay tuned later for updates on this amazing topic.
Hey, Sonny, let's talk about conspiracies. Me and my brother have a we've conspired for a Christmas present for our mother.
Uh-oh.
I know this is ridiculous. We're gonna go see ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner.
What? That's awesome. What a present, man.
I know. They're coming to our town.
All right, man. That sounds like a gas. I'd love to go to that concert.
Oh,
Wow.
man, no shit. I've never seen ZZ Top. I've seen Leonard Skinner a couple times.
I've never seen him.
I've never seen ZZ Top. So
my brother actually met ZZ Top, or several of them. We both used to fuel aircraft for a while in the 80s at the airport at LAX. So we worked for this elite airline. And it's defunct now, so it was called Butler Aviation. But anyway, we used to fuel aircraft for Butler Aviation. And there'd be like stars and rock stars, and people would go through there. People like Don King. I met Don King. I met Diane Cannon in the airplane on a 727. I was going from the hatch, from the entrance to the cockpit to transfer fuel from one wing to the other. And I met an actress.
Did you see the fuel going into the wings?
You can't see it. You hear it, though.
So what?
But I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know. Well, I don't know what else they could do.
But I don't even want to get into that.
I don't either. Because there's a question that it's vapor.
Well, sure. I mean, it could be gas. Whatever. I used to work on aircraft as well, so I don't even want to.
I know that. Yeah, you're doing the cabinets and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I worked on the interior, and
so you probably see them when they're stripped out aircraft, huh?
Yeah. I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them all kinds of different ways. But there's always like a big tanker fuel. What they call A1 tanker.
Jet A.
Yeah, that's, for the fuel, for the jet fuel,
Mm-hmm.
and you can smell it, when you step out on the tarmac.
Smells very diesel.
It's diesel or kerosene. Yeah, they're pretty much the same thing: diesel, kerosene, and jet fuel. But anyway, so yeah, I just got off the phone with my brother because he messaged me and he already bought the tickets. And I was like, oh man, if we get closer, but anyway, we have to. My mom, she can walk, but as far as going to a venue, she can only walk so far. So we have to take her in a wheelchair, so we get some pretty good seats when we go to this place.
What kind of a venue is it? Is it a large venue?
Yeah, it's called the Walmart Amp.
Oh, it's a big one. It's an
right. It's Walmart. Yeah,
I bet that'll be
no,
badass.
where I live in Fayetteville, this is where Walmart's from.
Oh wow, yeah. Actually, I didn't know that, but
yeah, it's a huge amphitheater.
It's Walmart country, literally.
Yeah, literally is Walmart country. Yeah. So anyway, so it's Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top. It's coming to Walmart, and it's going to be in the summertime. But the tickets are already, on sale.
I'm a great follower of ZZ Top. Billy Gibbons' work. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, it's going to be awesome.
I can almost play some of that shit like verbatim, like it's
and there's going to be and half of the members of Skinner are new, but they're still original members too. So, but I've seen them with the newer members too, and they're really awesome.
Yeah, isn't there like the Rossington brothers? Like, isn't there like one of them still alive, or I forget? A couple of those guys still alive.
Yeah. Well, I think the singer, I think his son is the vocalist.
Yeah, his son was doing it, right?
Yeah, so yeah, it's really good stuff. It's gonna. I can't wait to surprise her with that. We're gonna see Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top. She's gonna be like,
and now Dusty Rhodes passed on too, the bass player for ZZ Top.
Yeah,
he just passed recently, right?
Yeah, last year. Yeah. So, it's still gonna be ZZ Top. So, as long as Billy. If it wasn't Billy Gibbons, it wouldn't be ZZ Top.
Exactly. And what's his guy? The guy named Beard that has no beard. Fred Beard. Is it Fred?
Anyway, so I was just asking. I was like, "How are we gonna present that as a present?" And he's like, his wife, he's like, "We'll let her figure that out." Because she does the better Christmas presenting stuff. Because it's just he bought tickets online and was like, "Hey, I'm going to show you my phone. Hey, we have tickets for ZZ." This is the way me and my brother would do it. Tickets for ZZ Top. She'd be like, "Oh," but I think his. My sister-in-law.
Yeah, the drummer is Frank.
We could even make she's probably gonna have a box. I don't know. Maybe we can have a virtual ticket. I don't know. She can open. It's like, hey, we're going to see ZZ Top because we took her to that to see Styx and REO Speedwagon a few months ago.
Cars had a question
at the same venue, and she had a blast. And so,
what do you mean hitch? What do you mean by hitch me there? Can I get some clarification? In the live stream voice text.
Let's see who's that. Hitch me.
Hitch, like a mentor type. I gotcha. It's in the first message.
Any dudes keen to hitch me like Will Smith movie styles? Will Smith.
I could be your guitar. I could be your guitar. I could be your guitar instructor, mentor. What? Stop by with your house truck. Let's go. I'll bring my guitar and my amplifier.
I like that Will Smith movie. Was it Hancock? It's just like the fucking drunken superhero. Remember that one? Is that what that movie was called? Hancock, where he was just like a drunk superhero. Maybe not. Of course, nobody gives a shit about that. Yeah. Cars, if you're not listening to the chat, which nobody's chatting much, I don't know why you're typing in here. If you're not really interested in the topic, you shouldn't be typing in this room. This room is exclusively for what's happening in for all the people that are in the live stream voice channel. If you can hear me, stop typing unless you join or you're listening. Otherwise, I'm going to kick you. So what rules you have? Seems like you're trying to cause an issue for no reason. No, it applies to everyone. If you're going to type in this room, this live stream voice text goes out to every live stream that I do. So everyone typing in this room should know that it's broadcast on the live stream. This isn't a personal chat. This is a public chat. So Cars was asking if anyone wants to give advice, but is not actually in this live stream voice text room. Type it somewhere else. Ask your question somewhere else. This room is exclusively for the people that are involved in the voice channel. And text is, for the most part, exclusively for the discussion that people are having that are involved in the voice room. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't know that by now, but by being here for this long, then I also don't know what to tell you. That's my advice, Cars. Plenty of people to talk to. You can DM somebody. And if you're not in this voice room and you want advice, DM somebody or go to a different room and talk to them somewhere else. Because this live stream voice text room is broadcast live on multiple channels. Has nothing to do with you at all.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people believe the world is flat.
Scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys?
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people
Little
who are
doubt?
convinced.
Wait
Denver
a
7's
minute.
Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some
Yeah.
variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are
We don't
the Earth is
believe
not a
it.
sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything.
True
And we
that.
don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists.
Why would we
believing the
need to
Earth
believe
that
it?
we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
Flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool, and they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their neutral buoyancy lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game?
I love that.
I don't think we're being trolled
That's
because
new.
If you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
I always love that clip. Earth's flat, right?
Yeah. Oxen free.
Earth is flat. That's news.
I don't know. Raindrops look pretty spherical to me, bro. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I mean, both sides have good arguments, but I'm on the fence.
No, a drop is a drop. A sphere is a sphere. Right? Am I right?
Well, I don't know, because when I'm playing basketball, I'm playing with a flat, round ball.
What about when it hits the floor? Is it complete? It might be an oblate spheroid when it touches the floor.
It turns into pear shape when it hits the floor.
Pear shape.
Yeah.
All right, then. I'm going to take your word for that.
Okay, working, right? I have to mute every once in a while, Helio. I'm at a job now, a real job, working at a gas station. That's America.
We're going to get selling cigarettes?
In fact, the gas station's name is USA Gas. We sell cigarettes and gasoline and lottery tickets. Now that's America.
Hell yeah.
I had a lottery ticket for breakfast, a pack of cigarettes for lunch, and about a gallon of gasoline for dinner.
All day long, and junk food.
No, we don't sell any food. Unless you consider packs of tampon boxes food.
You don't have candy bars and shit?
Nothing, bro. It's a kiosk. They have they have condoms, zigzags, lighters, cigarettes, and lottery tickets and gas, and that's it. And if you want to use a squeegee.
Damn, you pimping all the way, like.
I'm pimping and pandering, bro.
I'm pimping and pandering.
Mm-hmm. I just got a fortune cookie across the street at Panda Express, and it says, "Take time to relax." Huh. I was like, that's straight out of Helio's book.
Dude, Panda Express has some good food, man.
Right?
You're close to a good restaurant. I mean, Panda Express has some good food.
It's a 5-star restaurant, bro.
And I love Panda Express.
Right?
Bomb diggity shit.
I know, huh?
I know, right? You know what I'm saying?
So Flatter Day, pimping in the SB, yo.
Yeah. Oh, what up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, pretty good.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm hanging.
That's wrong.
It's cold weather. It's the winter time. You know, it's like different.
Right.
Yeah, I have to get geared up. I have to
remember
What'd you say?
Remember I told you they swept all the homeless people off the train tracks and gave them they were like, we'll give you free places to live in like these old fraternity houses in Isla Vista, UCSB. Right?
Then they put them in gas stations.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they stationed them in the gas station.
So what happened?
No, I know. I got rid of all the pumps here today because I'm proving that you don't need a solid container. You know what I mean? No, but so they cleared all the homeless people off the tracks, and they offered them free housing. It's the first time I've ever seen where it's a free housing, right? You don't have to go to any AA, you don't have to drug test or alcohol test, and if you have a girlfriend, you get your own room with her. I was like, what's the catch? There is no catch. The only way you get kicked out of there is like by violently fighting and you get crazy where the cops are called. Other than that, you don't get kicked out, right?
So don't go psycho, and you won't have to go.
Right, but this is weird though. So when you sign the thing, it says for an undetermined amount of time, right? Well, that time is just about up. I mean, they got a couple days left, and they're booting everybody out, and they can't go back to where they were because they put in the infrastructure and the walls, so they can't go back to where they were living.
A wall. They built a wall.
Yeah, and when the people first went in, they said they had to get the Kobe Bryant number 24 autograph on their chest to go in, right? But only like 2 people I know they rebelled and they said, we're not getting that. We don't like Kobe, and they didn't have to get it.
Everybody else did.
Everybody else got the signature. They all got the autograph on their chest. Some chicks got it on their breast. Sign my chest. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Wild.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to. They didn't even have to. Nobody has to. So funny.
People, dude, they give you free cheeseburgers at McDonald's to get in here.
Dude, Flat Earth dude said they were giving when in Amsterdam you walked down the red light district and they said a half hour with any of these women for it. And I was like, dude, I would have got all of them and more. Load me up. I mean, I'm a masochist, don't we?
Oh shit!
Crip walking into my blood clots. You know what I mean? Hooty hoo.
It's we're laughing, but it's not funny, man. It's
not.
I mean, you gotta laugh about it, bro. If I didn't laugh and make fun of everything in life, bro, I'd be so suicidal, bro. You guys would be talking me off the ledge.
Right? That's where I'm at too. That's the only thing that keeps me going. Bro. Like coming in here, actually joking with you guys, like actually saved my life.
Right? Me too, though. Seriously.
Give me a totally change of paradigm, like shift when I needed it the most, you know, like Here's some of you goofy fuckers, you weird ass flat earthers, and talking some shit in here, and I start cracking up with you. Thank you, all of you.
Hey, if you want to give me the role of most ghetto flat earther or EBT flat earther, I'll gladly accept it.
All right, hey, that sounds like a good one. We should go with that.
Food stamp flat earther.
Yeah, put some wings on that sucker.
Now he's begging for rolls again. Then he's going to tell everybody that I didn't give him a roll because he asked for it.
Shit, man.
Hey, you know what? I just realized I could abbreviate the word food stamp and have FDS. That'd be dope, huh? The food stamps are in my genes, bro, literally and metaphorically.
Can't believe it. Nobody's posted since old dude.
Dude, hey, in 5 to 7 years from now, they're going to be asking people if their family has a history of mental flat earthness. When your family ever claimed the flat earther? Right now, I'm kind of working on a side project. It's like a playing card set, but instead of like baseball cards or garbage pail cards, it's going to be diseases like osteoporosis or like, you know what I mean, fibromyalgia, meningitis, hot flashes. You know what I'm saying? So, how many helio skeptics does it take to screw in a light bulb?
That's an easy answer. Come on, guys.
Dos Equis.
2 X's.
That's 20 in Roman numerals.
Hey, that's probably right because I have 2 X's, XYs.
Right?
Hey, we got Nick the Noble that's in here. I think he wants to say something. Go ahead, Nick the Noble. I thought he was asking you to speak. Maybe I'm just hearing things.
He probably heard me in here and he got stage fright, and then he brought the crickets with him.
I thought I heard a Miggy. I did. I heard a Miggy.
His name is the opposite of TNT. It's NTN.
What's up, y'all? You guys just hanging out Saturday night, huh?
Yeah, Flatter Day.
We had
another Flatter Day.
Conversations. There were some new people earlier. Had a few come in. Most of them didn't stay, but one did stay for quite a while. Got fully smacked.
Fully smacked?
Yeah, you don't know what they think, though. Like when they come in and go, okay, you know when they do that quiet exit? Okay, well, nice talking with you. I got to go now. You're like something.
They probably had to go because the rotation of the Earth took them away.
He's just like, hey, I'll see you guys later. I'm falling backwards around the Earth.
That's all for
me. Backwards, 12 vectors.
I had my fill of the truth for tonight. I better go back to my fairy tale for a little while until I comfort myself until I can maybe come back.
Yeah, they probably need some Novocaine because they got a truth ache.
A truth ache. Hey, Miggy.
Hey, Helio. I was at a casino playing 1-2 Texas Hold'em the other night, and there's another dude there who's a flat earther. We met at the playing poker, and me and him are just going off, flat smacking everybody at the table, and everybody at the table, they're playing 7 deuce, where like, if you win a hand and you show 7 deuce, everybody has to give you $10. They're like, everybody at the table will give you guys two chips from everybody at the table if you don't bring up flat earth again. Stop talking about it, please. I'm like, all right, if you guys want to pay me 2 chips, everybody at the table give me 2 chips.
You were at a casino fucking blackjack table talking about flat earth?
I only play Texas Hold'em. I only play Texas Hold'em. I don't play nothing but Hold'em, dog. That's it.
Oh, that's good. I just got a great idea for a freaking country song called Flatter Days and Flatter Nights. Flatter Days and Flatter Nights.
Nice. Monday, Tuesday, flatter day. Thursday, Friday, flatter day.
Don't get me off my. This has a certain twang to it. You can't like.
Hey, Miggy, did you catch that Mr. Sensible I uploaded? Hey. Anyway, Miggy, catch that. Anyway, Miggy, did you catch that upload? I guess Sonny can't hear me.
For that heliocentric guy.
I'll just send it to you, Miggy. I'll send it over. I'll send a direct message, Miggy. I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Send it to me, man.
He still couldn't provide any. There was no curvature measurement he could provide.
Crip walking in my blood clots. Crip walking in my blood clots. Hey, Sonny, you know what? You know what? Hannibal Lecter's favorite poker hand is?
No, what's that?
8 Jack.
Hey, you and your dad jokes, man. You got all the dad jokes or what?
Dad joke, yeah. Dad. Yeah, they used to call me son of a gun, but I was really son of a bitch and a bastard, but I'm really illegitimate.
Damn.
Huh?
I said, damn.
Right?
I pop in at like about 2 o'clock in the morning, and man, I'm telling you, I've been finding the weirdest conversations at that time, or at least Central.
That's what you're saying.
Time.
I can't stay up that late.
Dude, I never get lucky like that. I never get no Globers, bro. They always dip out because I give them like the 3rd degree and hold their feet to the fire.
No, this one had some. Hair in his chest, man. He was in here with all 10 toes planted on the ground, talking about he can destroy flat Earth. So,
oh wow,
yeah, I know it was pretty juicy, man. Like a steak, you know, like when you see that steak when it arrives on your table, and you're just like, damn, didn't expect this,
right? And you're like, damn, I just ate at McDonald's. I wish I wouldn't have eaten. Oh well, I'll go for thirds. You know what I mean?
For real. If it's free, I'll take 2. But check it out. He popped in here. And he was just going on about parsecs and parallax and all kinds of stuff in the cosmos. So his head was up in the clouds for sure, but he had no evidence of curvature because once I brought him back down, you know, was deflating his dreams. Then he started to realize he doesn't have measurement for the curvature. But his quick response was when I asked him, "Have you measured the curvature of the Earth?" He's like, "Yes, I did." I was like, "All right." I was like, present the evidence in live stream voice text. I mean, basically all of it, you know, if you can. Well, I don't have it on me. That's convenient. So you're just saying things, aren't you?
So funny.
Yeah, but he was like, you know, those guys are always puffed up like they know everything and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, if I don't know the answer, I'll make it up. And if I don't make it up, I'll Google it really quickly. And if my computer breaks down, then I'm just going to say something stupid that it's insulting to you.
Indeed. But
pretty much.
2 o'clock in the morning, man. It's just some weird conversations happening. I don't know. Just a couple times already. There's a few guys there. I know Batman's been there just chilling, but who's in there? Well, a few guys.
If you hear a weird conversation at 2 in the morning, you should hear me and Helio at like 3 in the morning when we both had way too many to drink and we're just yelling at each other.
I don't see anybody in here at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Hi, Rose.
Is that Rose?
Hey. It's pretty dead at 3 o'clock in the morning. I get up to let my dog take a piss, and I check.
Have you? No, Rose. I didn't see you in here. Maybe I did.
No, I just got here.
No, I meant like the other.
By any other name.
What were you saying?
No, the other night. I was speaking to that guy. That one guy.
Oh, the one guy with the S name?
Maybe. Wait a minute. No, Abel was his name. Abel. And then.
Oh no, I didn't hear that one. Damn, I heard you talking to that other guy though. That was, but he had the S name.
Oh, Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, and he was so unsensible. Yeah, him. Should rename.
Yeah, you know, you can count on me to land-base these fools, man. Every time.
I've noticed. I like it.
Yeah.
Keep doing
it. Tell you what, if there's somebody that's troubling you in the whatever debate forums or whatever, just send them my way. We'll fix them right up.
Amen.
Right.
Amen. Good.
Hey,
You should do that.
You're
really good. You're entertaining and you're very knowledgeable, and like I like to you're very on point. You catch every little bullshit they try to throw.
They don't.
You know what I mean? You see the slivers, where some people don't. They only notice the logs. You're noticing the slivers, and
oh yeah, I got the steel jaws of truth, man. They don't get away once they're in my grasp.
Amen.
They don't, man. Like I swear, like as soon as
can't let them.
No, hey, Miggy, you know how like Michelle Fowler and a couple other of them people, their actual job titles are like head science communicator for NASA, right? So I think you guys should make some roles that's like head truth communicator for 24/7 Discord. You know what I mean?
We're gonna have some roles. I talked to Indio about it one morning. I've kind of put an idea across his mind. Well, there was a couple of people when I was talking about it, but it's a legendary role, and they're for the icons in this server, like the legends who have actually made a difference in Flat Earth.
Yeah,
and there's quite a bit of us in here, but there's
that'd be me, OG over here.
OG.
2015. I've been doing this. Yep.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Like with this role, it's it carries a lot of responsibility, because when people are in here having debates, you actually have to like make sure that people are doing the right thing. Like they have to make sure they are addressing claims and making sure nobody's talking over each other. Like it's just basically, yeah, you're the one in charge of like making sure that the energy and the flow of this forum stays the way it should, which is an intellectual forum and also a great place for people to learn about flat Earth. And it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or if you're a globe earther or whatever, but you're able to glean a lot of information from the people who have the legendary role.
So, right. Again, I think I could live up to that, but well, whatever. I see what you mean, though. Definitely, carry your weight. Carry your weight.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question though, and then I'll shut up.
Sure.
You know that NASA is like the biggest helium harvester in the world, right?
They love it.
Yep.
Why do you think that is? I want to pick your brain about that, because I have my own ideas, but I want to know what you think.
Yeah, there's a rich history with these guys being like the very first people to send up the satellites. What they would consider the name for satellites were actually begun was the NASA company, which they actually had balloons go up, way in the, like I guess I could say the beginning of like the space race and all that. So they did send up a lot of balloons that they were testing, which they call them satellites. You can look all this information up. It's like not anything secret, so you can just like find out. But they're still sending up balloons today. Just that they're not just only sending balloons, but they're convincing people that rockets are going into the second law of thermodynamics violation. So they're still doing satellites in the old way that they have been, and they always have been sending them up with the balloons. But the other side is that they're trying to now entertain the idea that the Earth is a globe, with the idea they're going to send rockets and whatnot up there. So you got the heliocentric nonsense, but they're still big consumers of helium because they need it for those balloons that they're sending up. Because that's satellites. That's the thing that the people are tracking in the sky. That's the thing that they're using. They're tracking.
I think they're using a lot of those high altitude platforms now too.
Well, look, let me just give you like some. It's not a speculation. This is something you can look up. So look at Project Loon, and you can Google it. Project Loon kind of gives you a little information on like what they do with the helium. But imagine if NASA was already doing this, since like the late 30s and such, then you'd be able to figure out how much helium they'd be needing for now to put as many satellites as they do have up there. Plus, they also have recovery planes that have like a hook on the side of the plane that it picks up those balloons. Get one that's about to fall. I mean, granted, one or two fall that they don't get, but they usually catch them all. The ones that fall.
Have you seen those high altitude platforms?
Not yet. Oh, by the way, I'm probably gonna be heading back to work because I'm on my lunch break. But anyways, but that's the wrap up to that. There's probably a little bit more that we can get into, but I'm time constrained right now to getting back.
Hey, Miggy, can you give a shout out to both of the Project Loons, the NASA Project Loon and the homeboy Looney from the projects? Big Project Loon in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Freaking Flatter Day, man. You're always witty. Anyway, I gotta go, man.
Take it easy, dog.
Thank you. So I guess so instead of bringing the satellites up through a rocket, how do they claim? How does NASA claim that they're putting satellites up there in the first place? By rockets?
Yeah, by rockets. Right by my house, they have Vandenberg Space Force right here, and it's like about 30 miles from the Black Swan. And I actually saw one of their things, and dude, it was the weirdest thing. Like, it looked like flames, but then part of it didn't even look real. It looked like it. I almost want to say it looked like if you were like, playing an image against a screen. You know what I mean? It was so weird. Yeah,
like
I don't know.
Like
I can't say what it was.
Like when you have a newscaster that's standing there, kind of like Anderson Cooper when he was standing there pretending that he was at SH, and his nose kind of morphed. His nose morphed because behind him was CG.
For sure.
Green screen. That could
Anderson
be from that could be from the chemtrails that they're spraying, and then you think you're seeing something up there, but you're really not. Maybe seeing.
Well, so what they got right here where I live in Southern California, down in Ventura County, which is right next to LA. They got Channel Islands military base or Point Mugu, right? And so that supposedly, I looked it up, and that is where they created or they first used the Athena laser, which is the DEW, that big ass laser, and then about 40 miles north, you got the Vandenberg Space Force, where they launched like the Fake X rockets and whatnot. So I'm in between both of those, so I'm seeing crazy things in the sky flying back and forth all night, and they spray this area, dude. They spray this area like crazy. So my girl, she looked up the weather modification ground-based centers right here, and there's 15 of them in Ventura and Santa Barbara County. And what they do is there's 15 of them. And what's funny is they're behind this mountain that runs parallel with the only 33 freeway or highway in California. And so they got these things on both sides, and then along the bike path of the Highway 33, they have these huge industrial complexes that have they look like mini, tiny little red submarines. And then so what they do is basically it's a huge industry for the undersea cable right there.
Did you hear what you just said? Highway 33? Highway 33.
Yeah, it's called Highway 33. It's right off of the 101, which runs parallel with the ocean.
I know about Highway 1, but I'm just saying it's 33.
Yeah, 33. Yeah, so Highway 1 would be like the PPH.
But the Masons love that.
Highway 33. Yeah. So Highway 33, it connects to Highway 166. But yeah, so Highway 33 only goes for about an hour, and then it connects to the 166. But there's so much Freemasonic stuff right here in Ventura where the 33 is. You
have 166 and 33. 33 is 6, and that's 666.
Yeah, even the Ventura has the city logo. Watch, I'll post it right now for you. It's an ambigram, which means you can put it forward and backwards the same.
Let me see.
So it's so Illuminati'd out the game. I'll post it right now. You'll be like, oh wow, it looks like from Angels and Demons,
Hey, Rose.
Yeah.
Rose,
Hey, who's that?
how's it going?
Who is that? Helio. Is that Helio?
Yeah,
Helio.
What's up, my man? How are you?
Good. You were
Good to
bringing up
hear you.
about how they put satellites in space.
Yeah.
Space, right?
Yeah. But,
Now,
right.
here's what they claim. And they launch these rockets up, and they just kind of open up and just dump these satellites off into orbit, right? Now, if you study orbital mechanics or whatever, which almost nobody does, right? Especially the people that study orbital mechanics, they don't study it. They just study it, in concept, but they don't actually get into the rocket stuff.
Yeah,
what I mean? I mean, it's just it's just all of it exists only in math, and I think India was addressing that earlier today. But as far as these rockets dumping these satellites, they get to a certain point, and then they just open up, and then just put the satellite. Are they throwing them into a certain orbit so it'll start, orbiting around? I mean, where?
Hey, Helio. I thought a satellite.
Holy shit! Can I fucking finish what I was going to say?
No, Helio. Okay, go ahead, Helio. Go ahead.
No, you already know what I was going to say. Go ahead and finish my sentence.
This is what you were going to say. You were going to say a satellite is a sugar-free horse chair. That's a satellite.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Thanks.
I read your mind.
No, but anyway, when these rockets go and they push these satellites off, that's the only way they could actually be doing. They have to know from ground to space whether the rocket's going to land back like the SpaceX rocket, which that's a recent thing where they reuse the rockets. But out of tens of thousands of satellites they've already put up there, the rocket's supposed to be like throwing these satellites off into space so they can orbit in a certain trajectory, right? So they have to know from ground to space, and whatever happens to the rocket after that, mostly they say it just falls off into the ocean. They're disposable rockets. Before SpaceX was able to land them back on a barge, which is complete bullshit. But that's the deal. That's the deal. I'm asking Rose, not you, Flat Earth says. Have you considered that, Rose? Yeah. It's weird, there's tens of thousands of satellites up there that they supposedly threw up there with some rockets. Damn, Rosa's robot now. Come on,
I think they got her.
They got her.
No, I'm fine.
I know, I'm just joking. False alarm.
Okay, am I okay now?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay.
You're better than okay.
I said I was fascinated by their lies because when it comes to satellites, I want to understand the lies. And so I know that NASA is the biggest harvester of helium to this day. Not even back in the day, like now, still. And it's like, what are they doing with the helium? And so I think Miggy was explaining that that's how they were really bringing up the satellites, and the rockets are just like makeup, just to make it look pretty, like make people go, oh wow, that's how
Well, the real satellites aren't in space because there's no such thing.
Exactly. No, I know that. I know that.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't, but their claim is that they're throwing these satellites in orbit with the rockets. That was my point. That's their claim, but they don't really give us details about how they're doing it. Only the rocket scientists know how they do it.
But if they were really doing it by rockets, my point is, why do they need so much damn helium? Why? And so it makes sense what Miggy is saying, that they're really bringing up the so-called satellites, not in space, but in our atmosphere. Just send it on up.
They could actually be remaking the Chipmunks movie, and that's why they need the helium for that.
Oh God! What the fuck?
You motherfucker!
I mean, it makes as much sense,
Yeah, I just found an article here at NASA.gov. NASA awards contract for liquid helium acquisition at Kennedy, which is Kennedy Space Center. So
right.
NASA has selected Air Products and Chemicals Incorporated in Allentown, Pennsylvania, to supply 33. This is on NASA.gov. 33 million liters of liquid helium to the agency.
33.
Yeah, 33. There it is.
33.
33 million liters of liquid helium to the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The sole source contract includes the lease of 6 property liquid helium pumps.
There's a 6.
Yeah.
Right.
There has to be another 6 in that article. Go ahead. Keep reading.
The indefinite delivery requirements indefinite. Oh my God, that means unending. The indefinite delivery requirements contract with firm fixed price delivery orders begins December 1st, includes 23-month base period followed by 3 option periods if exercised. Would extend to October 31st, 2027.
Wow.
The total October 31st, 2027. The total value of the contract for the base plus options period is approximately $1.07 billion.
Oh, 1 point. Wow.
Helium.
They got the 17. The 17, you know what I mean? For the amount of years Jesuits have to go through college, 17.
All right, so I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post the article for everybody in case they think I'm full of shit.
I definitely want to read that. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Hey man,
it's what
I do. It's what I do. I'll be listening.
It's what I allow Helio to do. It's what I allow Helio to do.
Oh, you just want to
try. So much for allowing me to do this, Latter-day Saints.
He likes to piss you off. He was bragging about that the other day.
I know. So does everyone else.
Dude, no.
I respond in kind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no. I came to Helio's to defend his name, dude.
Okay.
Helio almost got killed for my name the other day. They had him on the ground and he was biting. He was doing everything he can. He was not going to give up.
Oh, talking about?
Like a pit bull. Like a pit bull.
Yeah, like a pit. Yeah, like a pit bull. Exactly.
Shake him.
Right.
Anyway.
Me and Helio drank a 19-pack of Corona the other day, huh, Helio?
I can't drink a whole lot of Corona. It's a pretty heavy beer.
We just drink a 19-pack.
You know what I'm drinking right now, though?
What?
You got it, Flatter Day.
Some 1800 tequila, man. That's some good
Tequila.
Okay.
Me and Jose don't get along. No.
Right. Hey, it's not Jose, though. It's 1800. 1800. Yeah,
That's a different breed.
Yeah, it's.
Hey, Helio, if you ever run out of money, you know what's really good is hand sanitizer and Kool-Aid, dude. That'll get you tilted, dog. It'll make the world spin. Kids, don't try this at home.
I never get that desperate.
That'll put you in another dimension.
Yeah, I'll go sober before I even try that shit.
Yeah. You better
on that hand syrup.
Hey, Helio, did you ever hear about the German scientist back in 1918 that got a hot air balloon and went up to about 70 or 80,000 feet and then hit something? It was in the news and everything. It was in the news articles from 1918. You ever heard about that?
You know, talking about Picard.
Is that Picard, the German scientist?
Yeah.
They made a Hennessy commercial out of that. You know that?
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
Yeah, we know you're not joking.
It's a Hennessy commercial. I'm serious. You mean? I'm not joking.
August Picard. I think he went up about 50, 60,000 feet, and he came back and reported, hey, it looked like a stationary plane with I don't remember exactly.
I think it was like
with an upturned edge, but I mean, you're not going to see much. I mean, you're going to see what you're seeing from an airplane, you know, from that height. You know.
No, but I think it was 78. No, but I think it was 70 to 80,000 feet, higher than 40 or 50. I believe
but we've had some really good camera footage from 120,000 feet. That comes
120,000 feet.
You haven't seen the high altitude balloon footage? You have, Rose.
I seen the one where the guy is out in he looks like the desert and with a whole bunch of people and they shoot it up and it starts spinning and it goes dink. Like that one?
No.
It's like a ceiling. How long ago?
I'm talking about a helium balloon with a camera attached. No man on board.
How long ago?
It's been done over like hundreds of times.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos on YouTube. You can go on there and get like 100 hits.
I've seen videos, so I'm wondering which one you're referring to.
Videos of what?
What?
What are the videos about?
High altitude balloon.
That it hits like a ceiling. It like hits something.
I think you're talking about the Go Fast rocket.
Yeah.
About helium balloons, though.
Yeah, I was talking about helium balloons, you know, that go up to 120,000 feet, and you can see way above the cloud layer, and you can see the sun just like shining a hot spot, like right on top of the clouds. Which
can you post that? Can I want to see if I've seen this one. I love footage like that. It's so amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, when you're that high up, you could see boats going over the Verizon undersea cables.
Over the Verizon.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Right.
Yeah.
Is that Horizon or Verizon?
He's
Verizon. Verizon undersea cable.
Dude, she's trying to be serious, and you just keep clowning, man. Come on, man.
He's not being serious. He's never being serious.
I know, but you are, and so am I.
I am.
Well, I am. I like to clown, but come on, Flatter Dave, man.
There's a time.
I don't know when to stop, bro. I have Asperger's, dog.
He doesn't have an off. He doesn't have an off switch.
I know.
No, I don't.
Check his back. Check his back.
Yeah, my factory settings are a little bit different, bro. They're a little bit different.
Old dude has posted something there with some images from a high altitude balloon. I can find.
Oh, you got it? Oh, let me see.
Well, I mean, it's in live stream voice text. That's old dude. I got some. He posted something. He'll probably post.
Look up high altitude platforms, bro. High altitude platform.
Did you say high altitude platform? Is that what you said?
I think that's what he said.
It makes no sense. There's no high altitude platform.
In his mind, there is. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna post a YouTube channel, Rose, for you to check out, and
All right, cool. Thank you so much. I
just
really
pretty much ignore anything Flat Earth Day Saints says. Right?
Why can't there be no platforms?
That's got some
High
good
altitude
stuff.
platforms.
I didn't say there couldn't be, but I mean,
all right.
I mean they'd have to. I don't even know what that means.
You take some helium balloons and you put a platform on top of them.
Well, no shit. That's what I was
right, then
imagining.
you know what it means.
I know, but nobody's done it. So what the fuck? What are we talking about?
Well, how do you know? He just said somebody did it.
He didn't show any proof of it. He just said it.
Ooh, this is good. Whoa.
Hey,
you guys see this?
Yeah, check out
7 years ago. Damn. What
check
the
out this.
fuck?
Hey, Rose,
I
check
love
out this dude's channel. He did like I think at least.
All right, Helio, I'm going to show you proof of the third time. I don't know how you don't remember that shit. Look at what I just posted, bro. There's your proof right there, bro. There's your proof. Right there. Jesus.
Anyway, Rose.
It's been around for like 20 years, dog. It's been around 20 years, bro.
He did over 20, I think at least 20 high altitude balloon videos and stuff. Yeah, watch his channel and you'll see it.
That's amazing. That is so beautiful. Everybody needs to go watch this one right now. High altitude balloon flight, number 1, 37 km, 121,000 feet. Wow. That's beautiful and flat.
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like above.
Oh my God, that's gorgeous.
That far above the cloud. I mean, the top of the cloud layer is maybe 30,000 feet, and these balloons go up, 100,000 feet above that, and then you can see what the Earth looks like from there.
Just subscribe to Caleb.
Dwayne Kelly.
Dwayne, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Thank
dude,
you.
he has a lot of videos where he spent his own money and did this. You'll see a lot of videos on there. He has some awesome videos.
Wow, it's so beautiful. It doesn't look so peaceful up there. Good Lord.
Yeah.
So beautiful. It's so fucked up down here.
What are you talking about? It's beautiful down here.
Yeah,
what
right.
You're talking about
when you get in the
You'd
country.
rather be on Mars?
All right, Helio. I hate to shatter your lack of faith in me, but check out what I just posted. You don't believe in flat Earth high altitude platforms, bro. They've been around a long time. You just got to pay attention, Helio.
Post it.
Post it, bro.
I posted it. High altitude platforms.
Where?
Oh, dude, I'm sending it. I'm sorry. I'm sending it to your DM, dude. I'm so retarded. No wonder why you don't believe anything I say. I'm half retarded. All right.
Yeah. Wow, it happens. It's okay. It's okay.
All right.
Cool. So why don't you put it in the live stream voice text where everybody's talking?
I did.
All right, cool.
I gave you some food for thought,
I didn't say it didn't exist. I was just I was yelling at you because you just kept talking over me when I was trying to talk to Rose.
You see him, Helio?
Those are...
Let me see. Where? Adam.
I know what that is.
Oh, Flutter Day. Okay, I see you. Uncrewed high altitude platform. Okay, gotcha.
They're playing haps in the caps.
Don't they use like solar power?
Allegedly, yeah.
Stay aloft.
They're using helium.
I've heard of those.
Some of them have helium. Some of them probably go on what you call the trade winds, or what do you call it, the jet stream. Some of them, they say they go off solar power. I don't know, but I've seen some of them in the sky actually flying over my house from Vandenberg or from Vandenberg Space Force Base or whatever. And these things are long, like two football fields, maybe 3 football field wingspan. And it's like the shape of a slip and slide. You know what I mean? It's like super long and flat.
How are you gonna see them? You say you see them
I've seen them before. Yeah.
at 22 kilometers.
Yeah.
No, some of these things create a cloud. They're like a moving cloud. So they have cloud coverage that cover themselves. They're like producing clouds from whatever holes or whatever that they have spraying them. So they're like long moving clouds, bro. They're so trippy looking.
Listen, just to the east of you in China Lake, that's in the high desert out there.
Yeah.
There's some strange stuff that I've heard my whole life that people told me from those areas of like Victorville.
Yeah,
way
yeah.
out there. I actually saw a space shuttle launch from up in the mountains above Victorville.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back in the way back then. It was the late 70s, mid to late 70s.
Dude, my ex-girlfriend's grandpa, you guys can look him up on the History Channel or on YouTube. His name's Ralph Ring. He's a 33rd, right? So this dude had a giant, what appeared to be a disc-shaped UFO in his backyard. And if you go look him up on the History Channel or on YouTube, he talks about the way these discs fly, and it's really actually not that complex technology. You know, it's not alien technology or any of that stuff. Like they try to throw that in there, but dude, it's not alien unless. I mean, there's no such thing as outer space. So, like, aliens, maybe they're from another country who created it. I don't know. But, like, check this stuff out. Ralph Ring, bro. His name's Ralph Ring.
Let's listen. There's drones, man. I've noticed them in the last few months. They're out there watching us all the time.
Hey, when I'm getting busy, bro, if they're watching me, they're gonna get their eye busted out. You know what I mean?
It's funny as hell, isn't it?
Yeah, it is funny, bro.
Holy shit!
Nothing really scares me in here, dog. I think it's just all funny, bro.
I'm out there. I'll give them the full-on finger up to the sky. People look at me really weird.
Hey, is this you, Sonny? I just posted something. Is that you?
We have a lady here in the house.
Helium. I heard you're gonna have a legendary role.
I don't think the legendary roles exist yet.
No, not yet.
I heard Miggy talking about something
Earlier. I want to be considered for that because I think I could step up and when it's dead in here, I could step up. I know how to keep a conversation going.
So
as long as Saturday Saints is not in here, I think I could probably do it too.
Helio gets legendary. I'm leaving the server.
Hey, Helio, I'm still waiting for my EBT Flat Earther role or Flat Out of Compton, homie. Come on. You could even call me Project Looney. I'm Looney from the project, dog.
EBT role. EBT role.
Yeah.
I already got a.
Now he wants the Project Looney Tune role or all kinds of
Flat Earth Food Camp. Flat Earth Food Camp.
I know.
Well, how many fucking roles do we need to make up for you? I mean,
I already got an insignia for the flying EBT card.
And then when I'm not here, he talks shit about me, saying that I denied him roles because I don't like him or some shit. I mean, come on, man, don't talk shit about me when I'm not in here. Talk about me when I'm face to face.
That's right. Face to face. Face to face.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me see if I can pay attention.
Hey, hold on, Dave.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
I can't pay it, bro.
It's going to be hard to talk when Saturday Saints is in here. Go ahead.
Shut the hell up.
Saturday, you gotta mute sometimes.
Sorry, bro.
He has no filter.
I'm sorry. No, customer came in. Sorry.
Has anyone? Can I talk now? Has anyone said hello to Nick the Noble? That's all I wanted to say.
We Miggy tried to talk to him when he was in, but he didn't respond.
Yeah. Nick will give you
continue and try to stay on topic. Okay, go.
Yeah, Nick, you have access to your microphone if you want to talk to us. We're here.
We're here if you need us. We know what it's like to go through these kind of things. We've been there ourselves. That's why we're here for you. How can we help you?
I can't take you serious when you're trying to be serious.
And it's only 9:23 p.m. Central Time. Here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. Tell them, Helio, the shirt's in the back and snacks on the way. And ladies, don't forget your water.
1 week before Christmas Eve. Christmas is always a fun time on the Discord.
Right?
We usually do have a lot of good times on Christmas. Oh, man. It's like, don't you want to spend time with your family? Yeah, I already did. Fuck them.
Yeah, dude, I just got done doing 3 years with my uncle, bro. I spent time with my family. We were on a level 3 yard, bro.
No, I love my family. I'm just kidding. But,
hey, we made Pruno for Christmas, dog. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's just like, I have my family, and then I have my Flat Earth family.
Right? Hey, Helio,
my family don't
adopt me? If I need to play
they ever want to talk about is Flat Earth.
You're my family, Helio. I want you to adopt me, would you?
No.
I'm potty trained.
You're a grown man. How could I adopt
That's a no. That's a no.
I'm potty trained, though.
I might take you under my wing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know about adopting. I don't know how you adopt an adult.
Dude, I'll be your kamikaze. Just point me in the direction you want, and I'll do the hit for you, bro. You know what I mean? I got this, Helio. I got this.
I don't know, man. I don't even know how to use. I don't even know how I would utilize you if I was.
I mean, dude, you for anything you want, bro. I'm down to do it, bro. I'll do anything you ask me.
I don't want you to do anything. Do what you're already doing. You're doing.
I'm like a camera. Point and shoot, bro. Point and shoot. Come on.
You're doing it already, man. It's good. You're good.
Yeah.
I see Gospel Bear in the house. How you doing, brother?
Hey, guys.
Hey, long time. Really long time. How are you?
It all depends. How I'm doing all depends on what you guys are willing to listen to.
Okay. We should preface this carefully.
Well, I know that you wouldn't jump in unless you had something to say. So,
well, Helio, you have access to the mod chat. You should be aware of why I'm in the midst of the worst time of my entire life.
Oh,
Helio can't read.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Wait.
On the weekend,
I do vaguely remember you posting something in there. Like a week ago.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry if I didn't respond. I don't respond to a lot. So
no, it's okay. No.
I got my own shit too, going on. But
I am currently wiping down my old desk. I just moved 3.5 hours to Mandan, which is right next door to Bismarck, the capital of North Dakota. And I am now living in an apartment. I used to be a family of 5, and now I'm a family of 1.
What?
Yeah, that's what I remember about that. It's like you got divorced.
Well, okay, that's a dumb question. I won't ask how that happened. Okay. Wow.
Nobody died.
Yeah,
you got divorced. What shit? I've been divorced twice, and I died both times.
Yeah.
It's not. It's the worst. It's the worst thing, and that's why I'll never.
You know, speaking of death, you know what led up to this divorce? Was 5 years of the woman I married having dreams about me dying.
What?
How about that for bizarre?
Oh, did she ever like come on board with flat Earth? Was that anything that was ever brought up?
Oh, we talked about it. That has nothing to do with anything. She understands flat and level and all that.
Interesting. Wow, what a trip, man. So
dude, Jackie told me the other day it would be a dream come true if I died. She hates me that much, bro. You hear me? I feel you, homie.
That's true love for you.
That's weird. It's just like it's like you lost Jackie.
Well, I forced her to come back. I went over there to where she was staying at, and dude, I was like, you guys don't want to see me, but I started to make a scene. I started to dismantle furniture. I went like a Tasmanian devil. She's like, fine, I'll go back. I'm like, you can't leave. Like, I'm not ready for this. Like, I'm gonna come unglued. Bad things are gonna happen. And so she came back. She's really resentful, but you know, I need her there at the house, and she's in a bad place. So
no, but. Don't beg. Like Gospel Bears divorce. Meme is, has gotten divorced this year. You know, it's just like weird.
Wait. Meme just went through a divorce.
He was talking about it the other day. Am I wrong, Sonny?
If so, my heart goes out to him. I understand he was equally in love with his spouse as I was with mine. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least
he used to talk. He talked her up all the time on there, and so.
Yeah, I've been single for a long time, kind of out of the loop, but
me too.
I know how it feels to be alone.
Yeah,
it's pretty tough.
It's like. We got ladies now, but it's all men. Maybe we have so tossed. We're on here all the time. It's just like women is,
Hey, Helio. Hey, Helio. Maybe you should have like a dating something in here.
It's like, hey, Rose, maybe you went through the same kind of shit. It's just like we don't.
3-minute date, taken down.
I'm not looking for anything.
Me either. Not anymore. I've been part.
But hold on, Helio. But there is people that are, and when you come to the truth, you don't want to be with somebody who's not in the truth.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Yeah.
I got my heart set on a flat Earth girl. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I think Witsit met his wife
from the server.
I was here
right
when they met. I remember when
right.
They met.
Me too.
And then there was another guy in here that met his wife.
I know, and I know both of them
too.
And KJ.
Right.
Another episode of How I Met Your Mother.
You got the love going on in here, Helio.
This is How I Met Your Mother.
I got my shoot. Okay, so I'm going to say it publicly. I got my heart set on Truth Prevail. So Maggie, if you're listening,
send a shout out.
Karen B, if you're listening, I'm not interested. I'm currently in a dysfunctional relationship. Sorry.
I'm gonna get someone in trouble.
Hey, Sonny, if you want to talk to Truth Prevail, she's on other servers. She's not on here, but she's still.
I got her number.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we talked through DMs.
All right, cool.
Sonny, let me talk to her first for you. I will level the playing field for you. Basically, like you want me to talk to her first, bro. I'll put in a good word for you, bro. Be put in your hands, bro. I got a gift to gab, bro. They call me Hit, bro. They call me Saturday Hit.
One thing you got to make sure you don't do when you have a couple of gears that are kind of been grinding throughout the years. Oh, that rhymes. Holy mackerel, that's good. So the gears have been grinding a little bit through the years. There's some chunks off of those teeth, and you don't throw a wrench into that. You just kind of give it a little oil.
Yeah. Yeah, I get a little obsessed sometimes, bro. Jackie says I'm way too clingy, but I'm like, dude, if I'm not gonna keep going, dude. Basically, bro, everybody in that house where she was at is terrified of me, and they're like, you can't be here anymore. And I was like, dude, she needs to be home.
Wait, you said you broke up with Jackie, and that you were happier.
I was, but then, like, my house is falling apart. Yeah, kind of. Like, the old me just snapped.
This is bullshit. Wait. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, bro. Because I heard you for the last 3 days, 4 or 5 days, saying it's so much better without her here. I swear to God, it's so much better. The dogs get fed on time, and I took the aluminum off the windows. There's light in the rooms now.
Rose, I relapsed hard. I made it so she couldn't be at that place anymore. And now she's just like, this is what you wanted? Well, I'm here now. And she's just being super mean. I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? You deserve it. You deserve it.
I know.
You deserve it.
I know.
You deserve
I do,
every
dude.
single bit of it. I hope she tortures the fuck out of you.
Oh my God. Dude, she would love you, Rose. She'd love you so much for saying that.
All right. Because I heard you talk hella shit. I don't even know you, and I heard you talk hella shit about this girl named Jackie. Don't even know her.
Here's some education for everybody. I'm going to share a little word of wisdom real quick.
Yeah, and please, Flatterday, don't interrupt him.
If you like pistachios like I do, especially the shelled kind so you don't have to get calluses on your thumbs, don't buy them at a gas station. I bought the 12-ounce shelled pistachios at a gas station for $20 this morning, and then I was at Walmart later on and bought them again for $10, wondering if I bought the exact same size. Yeah, they're the exact same size. 20 at the gas station, 10 at Walmart. Isn't that sad?
Sad.
Was it a USA gas station?
What?
Flatterday's.
It was a Love's. It was a Love's.
I work at USA gas station.
A cheap plug for gas station attendants.
Yeah. We don't sell
actually, it was
pistachios.
an anti-plug.
If you ask for them, I got them. You know what I mean?
Anyway. I should have known.
I like pistachios too.
Well, hey, Gospel Bear. So all of us single people are here doing our little at-home projects all alone, kind of just like you are. So you're not alone.
Oh, well, thank you. And the thing is, a dating night on here would never work for me. I'm not convincing anybody to move to North Dakota.
Helio, you should definitely do a dating channel. Dating channel. Flat Earth dating channel.
I think we've
single.
I think it's a funny idea.
You do. You got two people
It wouldn't be
who fell in
fair.
love.
All the women would want to date me. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be
You
fair.
got two people. You got two people who fell in love and got married from here.
Not four. I mean, two different couples. Yeah.
That's big, dude. Like you should.
It's not me. It's just they found it. It's not my Discord. It's our Discord.
Oh, look at you, Helio. I love you. Oh,
Hey, listen, Dave's trying to get us. There's a couple new people in here. I know there's Desmond. Desmond is a new person here with no roles.
Desmond is not a new person. I've seen that person before.
Oh, Desmond's not? Okay.
No.
Hey, Rose. Where are you from? Where are you from?
Oh, you trying to flirt with me?
Yeah, Rose. How you doing?
I've known you, Helio, since 2016.
You know you like my voice, don't you?
I do. That's why I'm here. I'm following you, Helio. You know I want you. You know I want you, Helio. I like that helium.
Helio and the helium. Helium?
Helia. Hit me up.
She's a Helia slumdog millionaire.
She says, hit me up, Helio.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, maybe not.
So should have just DM'd her, bro.
No, I'm playing. Stop. I'm
We get.
Okay, where's the new people in here? Let's go.
New. I don't think I have a role.
Desmond.
Jordan's in here. Jordan's from Lone Star State.
Desmond, step on up. You are on the Wheel of Fortune.
Jordan, Lone Star State, right?
Yeah, that name.
Yeah, I live in Dallas.
It sounds very familiar.
Well, it's ruined ever since Oprah or whoever or Ellen. You remember the amazing Desmond, that like 10-year-old that was being child abused by.
Oh yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
Yeah. Hey, Dave. We're reading the voice text. We're not ignoring you, and we're trying to get Desmond's attention, but he's not speaking up. Desmond, would you like to speak up, please?
Hold on. Jordan did speak up, so let's talk to Jordan.
Jordan's a flat earther. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome. We're glad
my bad. But you can talk, Jordan. Yeah, Desmond.
Yeah.
Didn't open his mind with no roles, so we're trying to, figure out what's going on with Desmond and not to, detract from the conversation because it's fascinating.
Well, I haven't talked to Jordan before. Have you guys talked to Jordan before?
No, but
me either. So Jordan.
Yeah, I jump in here every now and then. I've only been in here for like 2 weeks.
Cool.
Hi, Jordan.
What's up? I don't know who's talking.
You're supposed to say, hi, my name is Jordan. I'm a recovering globe earther. And then we all say, hi, Jordan.
Hi, Jordan. Welcome.
Keep coming back, Jordan.
24/7 Flutter Discord.
A recovering
One day you'll be making the coffee or bringing in the chairs, Jordan. It's a noble job.
How long did you have the Helio habit?
I've only been a flat earther for a year.
Oh, well, welcome.
Yeah.
Well, hey, since I haven't talked to you before. I mean, apparently a lot of us haven't heard from you before. How did you find your way to this server or the discussion altogether?
So I was a Christian at the time, and I found a Gaia or whatever post on Facebook, and it was about aliens and everything. And I grew up watching Ancient Aliens, and once I became a Christian, I realized that they weren't actually aliens.
Yeah.
So I had like kind of an advantage in a way because I didn't believe in aliens anyway. And there is this comment, and it was called The Final Card by the Founded Earth Brothers, and I watched it. And after I watched it, I was like pretty much, because after I realized that there wasn't any curvature and they actually explained the geocentric model, like more or less, like a small local sun and
where on TV? On what show?
It's called The Final Card by the Founded Earth Brothers.
I never heard of them. Okay.
It was going over Project Bluebeam and all of that and like the future deception.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, they put out some pretty good stuff sometimes.
I've never heard of the Founding Brothers. They're doing awesome then. That's awesome.
Yeah, I have the link. For it. A couple links for it.
Sorry, don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to follow your story.
Yeah, I'll post their channel. Go ahead, brother. Oh, you already did.
Thank you, Helio.
It's if anybody is like claimed to be Christian and they're like a Glober, it's a really good video to watch, honestly.
Oh, the Matthew Learns. Send that to Matthew Learns like ASAP.
I'll find the video and I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, Matthew Learns, and he's a Glober and he's a Christian, and he said he will die Glober. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, actually, in Psalms, it says that if anybody can measure the heights of heaven or the depths of earth, that Yah would break his covenant with Israel. So it literally shows how serious it is that you can't do those things, and the globe claims to do both. So you can't have it both ways.
if you know the breadth of the earth, proclaim you know it all. You know that verse?
I've never read that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
The breadth of earth.
That's what he told
that kind of
Job.
like
Hey, Bushel, you're in here. Was that to Job? Who was that to? He said, proclaim, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, speak up. I can't hear you.
Yeah,
go louder.
Am I coming in?
You need to turn your mic up.
You're super low, Bushel.
Really low, man.
No, you need to go up like about
Job.
400 more percent.
Hold on.
There you go.
Let's see.
Yeah. He says, if you know the breadth of the earth, proclaim you know it all. Meaning you can't know that.
So that seems like this axiom that I've kind of gone by my whole life is like those who say they know are
right.
not not.
Yeah,
their
here it
fault.
is.
If
It's,
they say,
it's
if you say,
Job.
Oh, here we go. This is the verse.
Sorry,
Here's the verse.
Yeah, it's Job chapter 38, verse 18. It says, Hast thou
Oh.
perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all.
mm.
Boom. Boom. That means if you've seen how big the earth is, then that means you know everything.
So you
So
would have
like
to know it all.
sarcastically.
You would have to see it
Yeah.
all.
So you know everything then at that point.
You
Yeah.
want to know my
Yeah. Sarcastic.
next favorite? My next favorite flat earth verse is Job 37, verse 10 says, By the breath of God, frost is given, and the breadth of the waters is straitened.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Amen. Ooh.
How do you have
Ooh. Straight in. Straight water. Straight.
Or First Chronicles 16:30 says the earth doesn't move. That's one of the ones that I like to, because I've brought this up to a Christian and they're like, oh well, we're not moving out of orbit. I was like, so you think that we're spinning, wobbling, and rotating around the sun, but that's not considered movement? Like if somebody had a gun pointed at you and told you not to move and you jumped up and did it 360, do you think you'd get shot? And he didn't really. He just tried to like dismiss it or whatever. But I was like, you can't claim to think that like this is scripture and then just say whatever you want. Like you can't add to the words.
Cain never could.
Yeah.
Or just forget completely about the first chapter.
No, but those verses are exactly descriptive of what we're discussing. I mean, how can you know what earth or the extent of God's creation is? How you were created, why you exist. You know, like with Job's struggle, if you understand anything about that,
or even things like we're trying to go deeper into what is possible. Some of these things, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be thinking about and trying to advance our knowledge if we can about what this place actually is, but there's going to be some things that we're probably just not meant to know. I mean, it's okay that I guess we poke the bear to try to find out what these things are that we can't possibly know.
And is it okay for the creator to poke you a little bit?
Well, do we have any choice? I think
we don't necessarily in that way, but you might as well consider it.
Thank you, Bushel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Bushel. That was good stuff.
That's good information.
Like,
That's how we roll with the Flat Earth Bible. Yep. Anyone who's a Christian that claims that's a globe, you are greatly deceived and you need to read your Bible more.
You can actually go into Genesis 6, and if you have an NIV,
No, you don't need an NIV. You just go KJV. 1611.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking of the Volt translation for the firmament. You can actually find it in an NIV. I went to a bookstore once. It was a used bookstore, and I was just going through all the Bibles, just reading Genesis, because once I found out the earth was flat, every time I read Expanse, it immediately like turned me off to that translation. I was like, I don't like this because
what does Confucius say about the NIV or the KJV?
I mean, I wouldn't say that the NIV is like a perfect translation or anything. I just like it purely for Genesis.
I would want to know what Confucius had to say about the container.
You're right. I think, you know what, I was looking into some research and somebody brought up that human beings are plasma in a container. And I was like, whoa, that's interesting. Yeah, I never heard that before. And I was like, And
Well,
that,
we have a spark inside of us, obviously, in every part of us.
right. I like to think deep. Go deep. Plasma in a container. Now, I think they claim that the sun is plasma, right? Some people say that, right?
And there might be an element of truth about that.
Right. But is it contained?
Well, it's
By gravity.
certainly energy being
I would say,
emitted from it. There's certainly energy being emitted from the sun.
I would say the caveat.
Or maybe the energy is between two sources. Maybe that's why we feel it from
Do
the
you
Earth
think-
to the sun.
But do you think the sun is contained? Plasma in a container.
Well,
like a ball of plasma.
Caveat: Can you grow plants? Can you grow plants with plasma of any kind?
Is it true that I remember?
Hold on.
Oh,
Your mic's low.
My mic's
Yeah, was that Gospel Bear? Who was that?
No, Bushel.
No, Bushell's trying
you
to
need
talk. His voice is.
Somebody's dog is way louder than everybody else.
That's my dog. Sorry.
Okay.
It's Bushel. You're
I
like.
don't know. Correct me if I'm. That's good now. Yeah.
You're super low. You need to go to your settings. And
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
All right. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard somewhere that plasma can only exist if it's contained. Is that true?
Well, plasma is not material necessarily.
Isn't it gas?
It's not
Well,
even
we are
gas.
contained, so I guess that's true by default.
That is
Yeah, I
within the
know. I've thought about that.
But I mean, someone said, "Can plants exist with plasma?" No, plasma is a result of energy. It's a part of the. As far as I understand,
electrical energy, though.
And so
that's right. That's right. Yeah, because plasma is just ionized gas, and you need a container for gas pressure. They say that the sun is plasma, so that can't be, because that would mean the sun would have to be contained if it was.
It would
plasma.
have to have its own container.
Right.
It's more likely it's a focused beam of light that comes from an electric source of some sort.
Yeah, plasma can't cause anything. It's a result of something that already exists. Whether it be, there has to be an energy source before plasma exists.
Is lightning considered plasma?
No.
No. Oh,
No, it's a result of energy that is distributed between, just like that's what I was saying. The sun can be
A science teacher would say yes.
Sun could be, they can say whatever the fuck they want to say.
Yeah,
The sun can be a result of what Earth, the relationship between the Earth and the sun. Now, plasma is a result, and it can be measured in certain ways. But some people say, "Oh, well, the sun is plasma," but it can't be plasma without the energy already existing. So you can't have plasma without the energy already in place. And so there has to be energy. It's just like it. In my opinion, it could be like it's a relationship between negative, positive energy. It's the flow. It's a result of the flow of energy between two.
Do you know of any easy peasy experiment that can be done to create plasma? I mean, I've heard of one, but I don't really.
You can't create plasma; it just exists. It just exists as a result of energy
Where is
between
it?
two sources.
What, can you give me a jar of plasma?
Say that again.
Can you give me a jar of plasma?
No.
Okay. Is there any place I can go to observe this plasma?
Yes. Put a 9-volt battery on your tongue. You can feel it.
I'm feeling it. So that spark is plasma?
No, it's not plasma. The energy already exists in that battery. It just doesn't have 2 points. Do you want me to fucking? No, I'm gonna have to look it up again and see. You guys are asking me questions I don't even have all the answers for, but I'm just trying to give you the basic understanding of what.
I'm just trying to find out.
Have you heard of the experiment?
Jesus Christ! I thought you flat earthers were smarter than me.
Have you guys heard of the grapes in the microwave experiment, where like you microwave grapes and apparently it makes plasma? Me either.
What is
What do you mean?
plasma? Plasma is one of the 4 fundamental states of matter. It contains a significant portion of charged particles, ions, and/or electrons. The presence of these charged particles is what primarily sets plasma apart from other fundamental states of matter. It's the most abundant form of ordinary matter in the universe, being mostly associated with stars. But see, this is from Wikipedia. That I don't look at plasma this way.
I know. Where can I go see it?
Yeah, that's crazy. They say that. Like,
That's what I want to
the
know.
most
Where
abundant
can I
thing,
go
thanks to our imaginary idea of stars in the sun.
Exactly.
Makes me think that it's just no such damn thing at all.
There isn't.
I'm sorry. Could you direct me to the address of this plasma I'm looking for? No.
Well, I mean, if you look at it as associated with the ether, then that's a totally different discussion too. And then,
Wait,
get into
Helios.
all kinds of weird stuff.
Helios, I got some weird shit about the ether. I got some weird shit. You want to hear it?
Maybe.
Come on. The ether is like the nothing, right? And maybe that's more real than what we perceive. Because if I say this water bottle is a water bottle and everybody agrees it's a water bottle, then it's just it's our minds all coming to the same conclusion that it's a water bottle. So does that mean it really is a water bottle, or are we making it up? So I think the ether is more real than what we see. The nothing is more real than what we see. What about that, Helios? What about that?
I often think of, like, when I hear ether,